In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV. Tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and a warm welcome to Aneke TV business segment, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu. Today we're bringing you the numbers, trends, and actionable insights shaping markets across Nigeria and beyond. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds his voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Nigerian equities market. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian stock market closed Monday section slightly lower as profit-taking and cautious portfolio rebalancing continue to weigh on broad index performance. The all-share index ASI shared 265.99 basis points, down 0.11% to settle at 239,085.17 points, while overall market capitalization contracted by 137.12 billion naira to close at 154.40 trillion naira. Market sentiment ended on a negative tilt, recording 22 gainers against 32 decliners. Now taking a look at top 5 gainers for yesterday, starting with Red Star Express, led the day's advancers, gaining 9.86% to close trading at 16 naira 15 kobo per share. University Press PLC, traded as UPL, jumped 9.38% to finish at 3 naira 50 kobo. UPDC PLC rose 5.97% to settle at 1 naira 42 kobo. Cabre Nigeria PLC appreciated by 4.68% to close at 29 naira 10 kobo. Leakage Assurance PLC gained 4.65% to round out the top 5. And quickly taking a look at the laggards. Energy Insurance PLC International Energies posted the largest decline, plunging 9.82% to close at 3 naira 49 kobo. Captain Offshore Support Group PLC shared 9.09% to finish at 2 naira. FTN Coca Processors PLC fell 6.82% to settle at 1 naira 64 kobo. Coronation Insurance PLC, traded as WAPIC, dropped 5.45% to close at 1 naira 4 kobo. Kutis PLC lost 5 naira to end the day at 2 naira 85 kobo. Trading activity was robust across the board, with total deals reaching 45,817 deals, and in total volumes which stood at 668.68 million shares traded, valued at 23.81 billion naira. Fortis Insurance PLC dominated trading activity by volume, accounting for 206.72 million shares exchanged. And then moving on to the value leaders, we saw First Holding PLC, traded as First Holding Co., spearheaded the institutional capital flows, driving the highest value turnover on the pulse for this section. And that quickly takes us to our market outlook for today. Heading into today's trading section, equity analysts expect market to test key supports around 239,000 basis point level. While short-term profit-taking may create minor downside friction, bargain hunting in fundamentally strong banking and consumer goods, is likely to cushion the market and potentially trigger a late week recovery. Investors are advised to focus on liquid, high-dividend Tier 1 financial assets as earnings sentiments normalize. Now quickly moving on to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira displayed steady resilience across both the official and unofficial foreign exchange windows, sustained by improving market liquidity and growing external buffers. In the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, the local currency closed at 1,346 naira 90 kobo against the US dollar, reflecting a slight daily gain of 1 naira 14 kobo, or a 0.8%. The dollar traded within a tight band between an intraday low of 1,342 naira and a high of 1,348 naira 88 kobo before settling at the official market close. On a week-on-week basis, the naira has gained 11 naira 12 kobo in the official window, pointing to a sustained trend of moderation. And quickly moving on to the unofficial parallel market, the local currencies threatened to trade at 1,400 naira per dollar, up by 5 naira or a 0.36% from the previous section. 1,405 naira, against the dollar is often the quotes dominating the section yesterday. The premium between the official closing rate and the parallel market now stands at approximately 53 naira 10 kobo per dollar, keeping the official to parallel gap relatively narrow. The British pound traded at 1,860 naira. The euro stood at 1,560 naira, and the Canadian dollar held firm at 1,055 naira. Looking at the market drivers, the underlying driver of the stability remains a healthy expansion in gross foreign reserves, which recently climbed to $52.66 billion US dollars, offering the central bank increasing firepower to meet forex obligation and support market liquidity. And then quickly moving on to the market projection for today. Yes, looking ahead to today's trading section, forex market sentiment is expected to remain stable to mildly bullish. The narrow exchange rate gap alongside consistent dollar injection from portfolio inflows and steady reserve growth should keep the naira anchored within the 1,340 naira to 1,350 naira corridor. While at the parallel market, volatility remains subdued. Turning now to the global energy market, crude oil prices are stabilizing this morning following a sharp pullback during yesterday's section, driven primarily by profit taking after a sustained two-week rally. Both international benchmarks closed lower on Monday as market participants locked in gains ahead of key geopolitical announcements. Brent crude dropped 1.39% to settle at $90.32 per barrel. Intraday low touched $90.15, and West Texas Intermediate slipped 2.05% to settle at $85.01 per barrel. The retreat came after a strong two-week surge that saw crude gain over 5% on geopolitical tension in the Middle East. And quickly taking a look at the trading as of this morning. Yes, benchmark, live section, we had Brent crude trading between $92.16 to $92.40 per barrel, which indicates that the Brent crude is up a positive 0.3%. And then the WTI crude is selling between $85.02 to $85.40 per barrel, indicating that the WTI is up a positive 0.4%. And here is our market outlook for today. Energy traders are balancing immediate supply risk against broader economic headwinds. We are looking at US sanctions on Iran. Yes, fresh secondary economic sanctions announced by the US, Treasury targeting Iranian trade channels are offering an underlying floor to prices. Another factor is the Strait of Hormuz disruption. Tanker transit through the Persian Gulf remains severely restricted, keeping elevated risk premium embedded in global contracts. Another factor is the near-term ceiling, where expect volatile range-bound trading today as the market awaits tangible data on fiscal supply disruption versus expanding replacement production from non-OPEC suppliers. And now turning to the domestic scene, Nigeria's commodities market continues to show regional price divergence across key urban hubs, as high logistic overhead transit costs and seasonal harvest inflows, dictate food pricing at the retail level. Now starting with Lagos market. Lagos continues to record the nation's highest premium on imported and processed staples due to last-mile transport overheads. Taking a look at 50 kg bag of foreign rice, is retailing between 68,000 and 75,000 naira. The yellow garri that we know is holding steady at 1,300 naira to 1,500 naira per peterbi. Perishable vegetables, a large basket of tomatoes traded between 30,000 naira and 62,000 naira, with a sharp early week fluctuation depending on northern truck arrivals. And moving on to Abuja market, the Federal Capital Territory. Prices in the FCT reflect steady supply corridor from the north, though retail markups remain elevated. 50 kg bag of local rice, averaging 55,000 to 60,000 naira, benefiting from direct middle belt supply channels. 100 kg bag of beans, trading between 115,000 and 120,000 naira. For iron beans, following recent northern storage drawdowns. And then the medium yam tubers, ranging from 2,800 naira to 3,500 naira per tuber as early harvest supply trickles into local market. And that takes us to the southeast hub, speaking to Enugu. Enugu offers relative relief on local cassava derivatives, though grain prices track national trend. Gari, the white and yellow, selling at 1,700 naira to 1,850 naira per pint measure, supported by regional processing output. 50 kg bag of local milled rice is ranging between 50,000 and 55,000 naira across major city markets. Cooking oil, 25-litre vegetable oil containers trading between 65,000 and 72,000 naira, maintaining modest stability. And quickly, here is the market projection for today. Traders anticipate steady to softening prices for local tubers as new yam harvests enter regional supply lines, though persistent transport fuel costs will likely maintain elevated price floor across southern retail hubs. Now quickly turning to the global equities. Stock markets across the US, Europe and Asia are displaying mixed signals as investors rotate out of technology shares, monitor geopolitical tension in the Middle East and position ahead of major tech earnings. Starting with the US Wall Street, US markets closed Monday's session split, with blue chip strength offsetting sharp pullback in the semiconductor sector. Dow Jones Industrial Average advanced 0.26%, up 140 points to close at 53,417, supported by defensive buying. S&P 500 slipped 0.28% to end at 7,652 points. Nasdaq Composite underperformed, falling 0.76%, down 200 points to 25,980 points, as chip makers and mega cap tech extended losses. Moving on to Europe, where European indices finished mixed to slight lower on Monday amid cautious trading ahead of key corporate earnings and regional economic data. Starting with the UK, FTSE 100 outperformed continental peers, edging up 0.35% to close at 10,815 points. In Germany, DAX declined 0.11% to 26,086 points, dragged down by underperformance in major software and tech shares. And in France, CAC 40 led regional losses, dropping 0.37% to finish at 8,469 points. And moving on to the Asian Pacific, Asian markets are trading under pressure in this morning's section as Wall Street's technology retreat echoes across regional desks. In Japan, Nikkei 225 recovered from an early 300-point drop to hold essentially flat, up 0.09% at 65,586 points. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng reversed early gains to fall 0.30% to 25,452 points. And in China, Shanghai Composite dropped 0.48% to 3,863 points, while the tech-savvy Shenzhen Component fell 0.80%. South Korea, Kospi trading lower as semiconductor suppliers, follow global tech sector caution. And quickly, here is the global markets outlook for today. Expect defensive range-bound trading across global exchanges today. Traders are bracing for high intraday volatility as equity markets balance tech sector valuation adjustments against rising energy costs, driven by fresh geopolitical developments in the Middle East. And quickly, before we go, here is our market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. On equities, we urge value hunting. The Nigerian exchange is experiencing a short-term corrective phase, pushing key banking and consumer goods shares into attractive discount territory. The strategy is to avoid panic selling, focus on fundamentally strong tier 1 banking stocks and high-yield consumer goods that are trading below their moving average. So the action is to treat this pullback as a buying opportunity for long-term positions rather than short-term speculative trades. On fixed income and money market, we urge you to lock in yields. With monetary policy rates held firm at elevated levels to curb persistent food inflation, fixed income yields remain attractive. The strategy here is to allocate conservative capital to short to medium-term treasury bills and high-grade corporate commercial papers. The action is that we urge you to secure predictable returns to cushion your portfolio against inflationary pressure. And on currency and real assets, we urge risk hedging. Relative foreign exchange stability continues to hold, but broader energy and logistic costs, mean structural inflation remain a factor. The strategy here is to maintain a diversified safety net. We urge balanced equity exposures with dollar-dominated assets or inflation hedge instruments like real estate and commodities to preserve capital purchasing power. The bottom line here, or the key takeaway, is for Nigerian investors today to maintain a disciplined strategy, stay cash flexible, and let near-term market pullbacks create your long-term entries. And this is where we'll call it a day. But before we take the bow, here is a quick reminder. Before you trade, while we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers continue to guide your trust strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
It's a beautiful morning. It's a Tuesday morning here on Aneke TV Sports, where we'll be bringing you what's happening in the global world of sports, as we'll be unraveling some, insight, looking into the activities that has been going on or that went on yesterday, talking about the game Chelsea had to trash Fulham 3-2 in their away game, their first opening match of the Premier League season. It is these and more we'll be bringing your way. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the sports oracle.
Alright, I'm your humble host worldwide, saying good morning. Of course, it's a beautiful Tuesday morning here on Aneke TV, and of course the program is Aneke Sports, and we are here once again to give you all the updates as it went down, not just yesterday but also what is going to come ahead of the week. Of course, we are aware that the matches rolled out yesterday for the Premier League side, also even for the Serie A side, where we also saw AS Roma and the rest of them. Talking about Lazio, we came to Serie A and La Liga. We also saw Deportivo La Coruna playing some their own home match yesterday. So it was a lot in the world of Premier League, La Liga, and Serie A. But also we have a lot of events coming up for you this morning. Talking about wrestling, it's been a while that we saw updates from the world of wrestling, and today we are bringing it your way. So this and many more we are here to give you. Just sit back, relax, and we are here to give you the updates.
Yeah, it's a beautiful morning, Wizzy. I really love the fact that you're representing some sort of people. Yesterday's game was good for Chelsea. Yeah, it was a good game, and that was what a lot of people expected for a team that has some reputation to play. But we can't keep flogging or beating the sheep. We need to now lead the sheep to where it can be, rightly guided into the things it needs to know. And talking about that game yesterday, it was a good game for Chelsea, and Fulham too had to reply. Yeah, there was a good reply. There was the 2 goals that was replied, but after that 2 goals, Chelsea scored first, they scored second. Chelsea scored again, they scored again. Fulham not had to reply. It is now going to be 3-2 at the end. I was expecting it to be 3-3 or 4-3 by Fulham, but unfortunately, there's a way football would go. You will notice that these guys can't do anything again. Of course, Fulham tried. We have to give it up for our very own Calvin Bassey. Yeah, Calvin Bassey was amazing.
Despite
yesterday.
Being part of the losing side, I was talking about Fulham going there, but you saw that,
Calvin I really was thinking about it last night when I was watching him. He's playing this role that like someone who wants to play for a team.
Now he has been integrated to more like a centre back. He does not even normally. Calvin Bassey plays by the side. That's talking about 2. But now, when in the formation that I saw for Fulham, he was like a centre back. So this is like another role that he's trying to put his best, to play very well. But we know he's a natural, like a left back that we know Calvin Bassey for. But being integrated to the centre back, and he's doing very well. It's not as if he's a natural centre back. So we have to give kudos to him. And of course, even Chelsea, I think it's high time we also give them their own accolade, praise them. At least this is Chelsea that has been in, let's say, a bit of crisis because they had to sell some players, which they also, got to the market and also made some good buys. You saw Crudela leaving, of course, Garnacho has gone, and the saga with Enzo Fernandez, who's also now a part of the team. And last season, you saw how Palmer struggled to even have some playing time. Now you can see how effective he was yesterday. He had to provide an assist for the first goal, talking about João Pedro's goal, and he was very influential. Now this João Pedro is someone that I can tell you that he might be one of the top contenders for the highest goal scorer this season, because look at how he has started this season. Very bright,
and also
when you give him that chance to score, he gives you the goal. So he does not want to go around.
This is what Brazil missed in the World Cup.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Brazil missed this.
You not taking João Pedro to the World Cup because no, Edric was not even the problem. You had to take Neymar just to.
It's political interference. So
this is what you missed. Imagine João Pedro in the front, and you took Thiago. That's the Brentford striker. That
I did not even see any. His highlight was no highlight. One particular dancing.
There was no highlight from Thiago. I don't know how they came. So these are the things when you just make some decisions to please. Let's say to please the nation, and don't forget that you are in charge. Ancelotti really made this. That was a mistake, not taking João Pedro. You should have taken him. Even look for a way to reintegrate. If you want to take Neymar, fine, but there has to be someone that will step down. João Pedro was in form. He was fit, and you said you are not calling up João Pedro because you wanted to take who, I don't know, because I won't say it's because of Neymar. I don't even know who you are using, if it's Neymar or the Thiago, but any of those two, João Pedro, any day will be ahead of them. So you not taking João Pedro was a shot on the Brazilian side. And now look at the young man starting the season. Even last season, he was there for Chelsea. He has been scoring the goals, despite it was Delap that is supposed to be the number 9 for Chelsea. Now he has proven over time that he is a better striker than Delap, and he has been delivering. Now starting the season off, he has scored his goal. And don't forget, he also got an assist. The one that he gave to Palmer in the beginning of the second half, he was the one that created the assist. So now, just the first match, 1 goal and assist for João Pedro. So he's a wonderful striker, and I would love to see him enjoy his season in Chelsea.
Yeah, I would really love to see him enjoy his season in Chelsea. Let's go over to the news, the Punch Sports Extra, where we are having some updates. Let's just take a look at that, where we have, like I said earlier, this Punch Sports Extra, it's more like where you have sports update on the Nigerian side. The Nigerian players, Nigerian athletes, what is happening in Nigeria. This is where you get a compendium of all the events just happening within Nigeria's sporting arena. Now we have just at the middle, the very, very big highlight without Salah effect. Golden Boot winner Onuachu searches for goals for.
Now this headline is, when you see it, you want to feel sober, Onuachu, but that's not really the case. He just like the league just started. The league just started. Of course, Salah got 2 goals. So it's not as if Salah has come to take away the goals that he is supposed to be scoring. Salah is a goal scorer, we all know, but despite Onuachu has not scored, in the season so far, it does not mean he will not be scoring the goals. Salah plays from the wing. Onuachu is
what kind of headline?
It's just a headline that we just to make it look so.
It's so funny for me. It's a golden boot winner. Onuachu searches for goals. How many
matches have they played? Salah got 2 goals. How many matches have they played? So it's just a headline to caption, to captivate you that okay, yes, let's read this sport, but it's not. That's not the reality of it all.
Well, they are teammates, so I feel they are going to work out things. Yeah. I mean, they are going to be good.
Onuachu, I was very happy when Salah even scored. He was one that had to lift Salah.
Yeah. So that's sportsmanship. Looking at that, you will see Onuachu is a striker. Yeah. Salah is a right wing. Both of them can
never play the same place. So as long as your team is winning, you are happy. If Salah is scoring the goals, Onuachu is there, you are happy. At the end of the day, we leave the trophy. What's there? But this one is just the beginning. It's too early to start saying Onuachu is searching for goals. He has not even played 10 matches, and where is he searching for the goals? Then, by the right or on the top there, you have Mikel backs Arsenal to retain Premier League title. It's not only Mikel that's back. It's just what everyone will do right now. You are seeing the better team or the most stable team right now in the Premier League.
And Arsenal is still signing.
They are still going to sign.
Imagine just in less than how many months you've signed Konsa.
You did not. Don't forget, Arsenal did not even make in their first 11. It was only Trossard that left. It's not even a matter of that first 11 that won the Premier League last season. It was only Trossard that has gone, and he was replaced immediately by Solis. If you look at the midfield, nobody left. To the what's it called? The man that went to Everton, Norgard. It's not a starting lineup.
Yeah.
So if you see that midfield, everybody is still there. The front line, Martinelli is not a starter. That is being rumored to wanting to go to
Al Hilal.
If you see the defense, apart from injury now that is holding Saliba, nobody has gone. Gabriel is still there. Timber is still there. White is still there. So Declan Rice, all of them, they are still there. Now they have even added more. Brought in Guimaraes, brought in Konsa, Solis.
They are going.
So you see that the team is just still where they have even improved. Unlike last season, that they have added more just from who did they say? Just one person, and they have added more to the lineup. So you see the squad is still very ready, and of course Chelsea have really made some good signings that I'm happy about. Another people that made some great signings was Tottenham, but their first outing was not what we expected.
Well, Tottenham's first outing, that's the first outing.
Yeah.
So everyone is wishing, let the weekend come very fast.
That we need to see what's going to happen this weekend. For this weekend now, you can now start bringing those criticism. You can now start placing some. Okay, I think people are getting it wrong. Because for you to do it twice and you not get results, there's something else.
That you need to be questioned. So looking at this, we have Simeone apologizes to Lookman over striker role. Well, Chukwueze vows to give all for Amorim. That's a good player.
Yeah.
Amusan Nathaniel lead Nigerians at WA Ultimate Champs, World Athletic Ultimate Championship.
Yeah.
Now you have how my father inspired Hamburg move. That's Darren Murphy. Darren Murphy said how my father inspired Hamburg move. Now you see Maradona hand of God ball sells for $3.35 million. That's 2.85 million euros.
That's in euros.
It's 2.85 million euros.
This
so yesterday, then visa delay threatens Falconet's World Cup dream. Oh, we need to sort this out now. We're going by the left side. We have United battle Villa Benfica for Balde. I heard this Balde. I heard he's very good, but
Balde for I think Barcelona where he was.
But he's an injury-prone player.
Currently, like this, in fact, he's having injury. So this, of course, this is just headline. I can tell you that United are not even really interested. It's just like Barcelona trying to promote that. Okay, look at the players we have. It's not like this interest that they are.
Why would Man United sign players who are injured?
Someone that is injured, then you come and add it to who?
Like they have signed. Manchester United just signed Carlos Baleba.
Who is still injured.
Do you want to sign Baleba who is still injured? When will you now play now?
Where are they not supposed to play? So
no.
It's just a headline.
I really love what Chelsea did yesterday. You know, featuring Morgan Rogers immediately, Lacroix immediately, featuring all the guys immediately, come and play immediately.
The prospect that you sign, when you sign players that are at the top level, don't forget they are coming from a Premier League side already. Lacroix is coming from Crystal Palace. He has the experience in the Premier League. Morgan Rogers is coming from Aston Villa. He is also a player that's been in the Premier League. So it would be unwise for you to now start, letting them come from the bench when you know they are already familiar with this league and they can offer you what you are looking for. In the wing in Chelsea, normally they use Pedro Neto and Garnacho, right? So now that Garnacho is not there and Pedro Neto, of course, maybe you not want to start him because of his poor form last season. What do you want to go and keep him on the bench to later in the second half you unveil the signing? You are just wasting time. Maybe probably Fulham will have the upper hand when you are doing that, because you saw the way the flexibility in that forward, the what's it called, Palmer, João Pedro and Morgan Rogers. You saw how flexible, very fast. And before you can meet up with those kind of players, the defense really, in Fulham, they knew what they passed through. If you ask Calvin Bassey, what did you pass through yesterday, he will be able to explain better. So it will be unwise for the coach to now say, okay, because I just got these players, let me just keep them on the bench so that they can adapt with time. They are already used to the Premier League, so it's not time to start keeping them on the bench. I just love what Xabi Alonso did yesterday. Just unleash the machines to everybody. Let them have a feel of the football just right immediately. And of course, 3 points is very vital. It's not the time to say the league is just starting. Let's be doing the experimentation first. This 3 points is very vital. It will help you later when you start looking for, injury crisis will definitely set in later. Don't forget, friendlies will come. All those when they will go for their own national team football, it will still come. So if you are not gathering the points now, you might find this hard to gather later. And
I'm finding out that Ahmad has been injured. He was injured that he will be out for 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
So Manchester United are really.
So for 6 weeks, Ahmad will not. Ahmad will not play.
Baleba is not even sure.
So then
you are talking about Bade.
Bade, who is still injured. Like you want to bring. You are talking about the elite people that are.
Elite has no. What's it called? Martinez is not yet fit.
He's not yet fit.
Kobe Mino is being doubted. So are you not going to just what do you want to do to Manchester United? They should
sell the team.
Ugarte
is it. So there's a lot of injured players, and I don't know. You can't. You know one thing. I think from this point of where I am, I'm not sure that when someone is injured, you are making plans to sell him, because it is a contract thing. Unless you guys terminate contract.
No, sometimes it's done. Like yes, it's done sometimes. But when you are injured, you still have. It's almost that they will not. The price might not be as much. It's all Baleba's price. When Manchester United were going for him, was it last 2 seasons? This was not the price.
Last season, he was 100.
So the price has dropped a bit. Yeah. Injury is part of it. If he was like 100% fit, I can tell you that Brighton might be able to put a higher price. But now they know he's injured. And so now, and also offer is coming from Manchester. And Baleba is also interested in Manchester United. It's just like the situation with Alvarez in Atletico. He's interested. It's not that he's not interested. So the best thing for you now is to let him go, because he's injured. Just let him go now that the offer is still on the table. So if you now keep resist that you don't want to sell him, when the offer is gone, you have to use him. Anytime he comes back from injury, you are stuck with him. You just have to be using him to play. So I think the best time for them to sell now is now that there is a big offer on the table and the player is also interested in Manchester United. Well,
we're going to see what happens. Let's take a look at the boxing, news. We are still talking about the fight between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. There has been a lot of controversies in that particular interest, then it's raising questions and concerns. Will that match really hold? This started yesterday, but we could not bring it to the way of our viewers. But right now, it's getting heated. Between sponsors, what actually is going to happen? I think the sharing of the profit and those who are going to bring that match live, and not just that, it could be also who are going to be in charge, those who are going to be in charge to see that the game gets so successful. It's between sponsors kind of issues, sponsorship deals and issues.
Just quickly, this fight has lingered. That the fight had to be postponed. It was slated earlier than this November 20 that we are seeing. So I think all this issue can be sorted out within a short time. It's not something that is supposed to be lingering. Who is going to sponsor the match should I think at the time they bid for all these things. They bid, and the highest bidder gets to be the sponsor. So it's something that can be sorted out, not allowing it to overshadow the event, and maybe eventually you might see that they will have to postpone the fight again from this November 20 that we have. So it's something that can be sorted out. Let them just reach an agreement. You are going to take this year, or you are going to be the one in charge to sponsor the fight, or you are going to have the broadcasting rights, and whoever you are now going to give from your right to also have the space to also broadcast the fight, you give to the person. So it's just something that can be sorted out, not what we are supposed to be having on the headline. We want to see the fight, not the ups and downs concerning the fights.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. But before we take a short break, we're going to come back to you with the fixtures, the current FIFA adjustments on the international break that we'll be having just in between the leagues. Of course, the FIFA World Cup was just concluded few months ago. Yes, a few months ago, and we're still seeing few weeks ago, and we're still seeing the effect on the players. But we're going to see what happens starting from now into the next time that there will be some break, which Nigeria is going to play just to twice before the year runs out. They're going to have international break. They're going to have international matches just twice before the year runs out. We take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Yes, we are still looking at what we said about the FIFA new schedule, which will entail that Nigeria is going to play just 2 international matches before the year runs out, starting from September into October 6th, September 21 into October 6th, and also from October into November is going to be the international break. And we're seeing that the Premier League and other leagues are going to be put to a stop just for the international break to be observed. Now, I want to bring wisdom in very fast. Are we looking at international break as in to refresh our flag? because it now looks like everyone is calm in Nigeria, like everyone nothing is really coming together.
What do you want people to do now?
Especially in the world of football. In the world of
football, there is nothing now. The international break now is for you to just maybe go and relax. The highest Nigeria would have now is friendly matches. There is nothing else to play for. Yeah, the African Cup of Nations is not on, so the World Cup is still till 2030. There is nothing else you can play for. If other countries are going to have it, I think the next closest tournament should be Olympic. And so you see that at the end of the day, it's just holiday for our players to just go. If you're having international break, you have friendlies, just like you have said, about 2 friendlies just to play within this whole year. That's what we are going to have, 2 friendlies, and that will be so. It's just a time to go home, relax, enjoy your holidays, and come back to your club football and play football. That's just it for me. So
it will not entail anything extra to be done?
There's nothing extra to be done. If your club is part of the people that play maybe Carling Cup, EFL, whatever, you just go for a break, you come back. But for your countryside, there's no competition coming up. I don't think there's any competition coming up from now till December. There's no, so just go and relax.
That's so important, because I've been thinking about it, how they're going to play the international fixtures, while we're still looking at NFF still having to, some shaky standing, because the committee, the election that should have happened in Nasarawa in September, the election was cancelled, the panel was dissolved, then there will be like a caretaker panel.
The panel that is set up to look into what happened for we have not heard anything from them. There was a panel that was set up to look into why the female side, exited the WAFCON so early. Till now, I don't think there's any update. I've not seen any. So that's how you still see that we are not going to get any update from that panel. It's just something that they set up so that maybe Nigerians will see that maybe they are probing into the reason, but they know the problem. They were the cause of the issues that was going on with the female national team. They are the cause. You promise these people some certain amount of money, some gifts, some incentive just to let them have it that okay, the country is behind you. At the end of the day, you not deliver on anyone. It was when they lost the first match that you had to deliver. You people know the problem, and you want to set up a panel. Well, that panel, I just see it as okay, just to tell Nigerians that we are doing so. Panel to do what? The problem is with you. You are still setting up panel to go and look for what. So for me, it's just unnecessary drama that they are trying to display. That okay, let it be that we are active.
Yeah. Now let's go over to the, to the world of wrestling.
Yeah.
We have some news there, and the men's casino gauntlet match that's coming up. Men's casino gauntlet match that's coming up this Sunday, 6 p.m. British Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. BT live on PPV. So is the match, is the fight between Andrada El Idolo, that's the name, and the MJF, that's the both of them are going to clash together, and we're still having the second fight. This one is going to be Cage and Cope. That's All Elite Wrestling. All Cage and Cope versus Young Bucks, all in London. That's the tag team championship. The Sunday, we're still having the women not left out. All Elite Wrestling. Talking about Willow Nightingale and Mercedes Monet. This Sunday also, same time, we have finally on that Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay. Still the same, All Elite Wrestling. So this fight is going to take place, but we still have Sunday night main event, and contract signing will be between Obafemi. It will be between Obafemi and his opponent. Is going to be something that's Braun. It's going to be Obafemi versus Bonebreaker WWE. That's the fight. They will take part in the Sunday night events, main events, and contract signing. So in Canada, you'll be there live.
Yeah, as long as it's Canada, as long as that Canada is involved.
Yeah, you really like Canada a lot.
That's my favorite country. And Magneto has done justice to that country. So
and we're still talking about that. We have the Grand Slam in France. It's coming up. That's the the Elite Wrestling. Talking about the Elite Wrestling is coming up the France on October 6th at Paris, France. So it's gonna stay glued to see and to watch the event. It's gonna be an amazing event. I'm sure worldwide is getting ready.
The main event, just like you have read, that is Obafemi fight.
Yeah, it's like no, this one is another event that is coming up. So it's gonna be amazing.
Course, AEW is coming out later, but Obafemi, this Braun also has been pushing for this fight. I can tell you, it was not actually Obafemi that was pushing for the fight. Obafemi was looking for a bigger fish. That's talking about Roman Reigns, but Braun finally got his his own fight with Obafemi, and we are going to see what's going to happen. But I can tell you that from what I'm seeing, I don't see how possible it is talking about the level of that both of them are Braun to get a win over Obafemi. I don't know how possible it is, but if it's something that is going to be possible, there will be a little bit of a dicey play in that fight. There will have to be something, maybe how they do it. Maybe someone else will come into the ring and probably hit Obafemi with let's say their sledgehammer or whatever. But in terms of wrestling, Braun cannot be on the same level with Obafemi. Obafemi is way above him, but I saw the way he has been moving, trying. Anytime Obafemi is coming, he will go and approach him just to tease him to just sign a contract that they should have a fight. If Obafemi is having a fight, he will come outside, just trying to push for that fight. Let both of us have a fight, and now finally he has gotten his wish. And of course on Sunday we will see what happened, but at the end of the day, I'll always any day tip Obafemi to get a win over Braun.
Yeah, we have a news from the new Super Falcons defender. Talking about Super Falcons defender Tosin Demehin has joined Benfica. Now this is the Super Falcons, so it's the women's side we're talking about. She has joined.
For a while we have not even talked about transfers.
About transfers in the women's league. But yes, she has joined Benfica from Galatasaray Women on a deal until 2029. The women don't mention how much they were signed. They don't really talk about digging, so that you can find out how much.
You have to go to Benfica to get the amount that
you have to fly to Benfica.
It will be very hard for you to see the
price tag. They don't really mention or review price tags, but it's fine. Demehin review, she spoke with former Benfica midfielder Christy Ucheibe during national team camp before making the move. So there were some conversations that came that had to be attended so that they too can be on the same page. Now we're going down to the top 6. We're talking about those player of the year. Talking about the player of the year in the Premier League. You have the nominations top 6. We have Ryan Chekri, the one who gave 2 assists. If not for Ryan Chekri, Manchester City would not have even won that game.
The highest would have been a draw.
Yes, but you see how he came and he gave the assist. Then I'm talking about the highest assist record holder in the Premier League last season, Bruno Fernandes with 21 assists. And you have Erling Haaland of Manchester City. Then you have Gabriel Meireles of Arsenal. Then you have Arsenal's goalkeeper David Raya very wonderful, very wonderful. The last season's Golden Glove, holder. He has won it twice, in a row. It's really nice. Then you have Declan Rice. Arsenal has three competitors for this, PFA of the year. Then when you go down to
who are you before you go down?
Well, I'll always pick Bruno Fernandes because he was fantastic last season. That's why
he was fantastic over Raya.
Yeah, Bruno Fernandes broke a record.
Yeah, we agree, he broke a record.
Yes, so that's why I'll pick him. It's a record that someone said that he broke, so I'll pick him.
Well, basically that's the summary. He broke the record. Yeah, but in terms of the Premier League, how he delivered for his club, looking at these three players from Arsenal, will you say that Bruno Fernandes performed better than this?
We're not talking about the three players, we're talking about individuals.
Yes, I know individuals.
So
that's
the three players,
relating it, because we're talking about top 6 in the Premier League. Bruno Fernandes only broke a record.
The thing is that the top 3 players are not bad to say.
But now you have to pick one, so you are going with Bruno Fernandes.
I'm going with Bruno Fernandes.
So let me remove Fernandes. I just say, okay, I've gone with Bruno Fernandes. Who should be the PFA player?
Nobody.
No, you have 5 now. You have removed.
I said nobody.
Jackie, Haaland.
I'll pick Raya, though. I'll pick Raya.
Yeah, for me, I just feel, or I just think, because from what he did last season, he made a lot of saves.
Yeah, he made a lot of saves.
At the end of the day, those saves were influential for Arsenal winning that league.
Of course.
Those saves that he made, and I will not, of course, Haaland. Basically, he's just here because he's the highest goal scorer, but of course, he knows he's not even going to get the PFA. Ryan Cherki also did his best, but you see, for me, Raya or Gabriel, we are so spectacular last season. You having a clean sheet also depends on your defenders. Your defenders are part of the people that will deliver clean sheets for you, because if they are, at the end of the day, being in the front there to block the shots from even getting to you, you will not have basically anything to save. But kudos to Raya, kudos to Gabriel. For me, one of the two is either I'm picking Raya or I'm picking Gabriel. But of course, Fernandes was also influential. Of course, he had to bring Manchester United back to the Champions League. Those assists were also influential for Manchester United getting back into the Champions League zone. But I think, for me personally, I'll pick Raya.
For you,
I'll pick Raya.
It's for you. It's for you, not for the.
Yeah, for me, I'll pick Raya.
So when it's time for vote, vote for Raya, so that you will be one out of 1 million.
No, I can't be one out of 1 million. I will be in.
You have to vote only one person.
Yes.
So vote for your Raya. Let's go back to the young player of the season, of the year. Talking about the top 6, where we have Ryan Cherki back again. We have Max Doman of Arsenal. Then we have Junior Kropi of Bournemouth.
Okay.
Now we also have Kobe Mainoo of Manchester United. We have Rio Ngumoha of Liverpool and Nico O'Reilly of Manchester City. So these names are who is here to.
For me, let me start from who I'll take the list from 5. Okay, from 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. From number 6, I'll put Kobe Mainoo there. Because of course he did not play much last season. He's even lucky to be here, despite being a Manchester United player.
I'm sorry, but it's gonna be by vote. So
I'm giving you my own vote.
No, and you know it's not about you. No. So you just give me.
How many times was Kobe Mainoo featured last season?
No, you don't say that. Don't say that. You know why? Don't say that. Let me tell you something. It's not about. It's votes. People that vote for this thing.
I know it's votes. Okay. What am I voting? It's not something I'm going to vote for. Like there has to be a reason. It was not featured. Let's look at the World Cup. You are now bringing Kobe Mainoo out in the World Cup to tell me to vote for him as a young player when he did not feature.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question: which team has the biggest fan base in the world?
The biggest fan base in the world. Are you talking about the Premier League?
The world.
It should be Manchester United.
Good.
The biggest fan base
in the world. Manchester United.
Yeah.
Good. Do you think if every Manchester United fans vote for Kobe Mainoo and vote for
all Manchester United fans should vote for Kobe Mainoo, he will not win, because it's not only Manchester United that will vote. Now all Manchester United fans will vote for him. Arsenal fans are going to vote. Chelsea fans are going to vote. Man City fans are going to vote. Liverpool are going to vote, and they will not vote for Kobe Mainoo.
That's what I'm telling you now.
So now, at the end of the day, to just be Manchester United fans that will vote, and of course, all Manchester United fans will not even vote for Kobe Manu because they know the truth that he is not going to.
You know what you're saying.
He's not going to win.
You know what you're saying. I saw that your heart shifted.
No, heart shifted.
Your heart shifted. Because I'm telling you, if all Manchester United votes,
fans should
then
vote.
In fact, let me tell you how this is. This is players that are voting.
Okay, it's players that are voting.
Yes.
Even Manchester United players. It should just be out
It's
of players. My fellow Manchester United player
voting.
Vote. But I'm telling you now.
But if let me ask you, if you're a Manchester United player, will you not vote Kobe Manu?
As the from what I'm seeing,
you have to vote him. If not, he's your team.
That's what you are now using political.
Yes, because that's how it should be.
When it's not the person that wants the vote, why are you voting for him?
Listen to me. Let me tell you something.
You are doing like a Nigerian.
Yes. So yes.
Now you are voting because it's my brother.
Yes.
When your brother is not the best.
That's your business.
You cannot be voting for it.
It doesn't work where I am.
It's just like his brother is coming out for a position and he's not the best, and you are voting for him.
What should
doing the country any good? Because he's not the best person in that position.
The worst person
cannot be the best in this list.
Okay, the worst person. So you mean that let me ask you. So you mean that if your brother is going for a position and he's not the best person, you won't vote for him?
I will not vote for my brother.
That's who you are.
I will not vote for him when I know there's a better person that will bring. Because the position is not just for me.
Let me tell you something.
My brother,
I will vote for my brother.
The president of my family. It's my family. I will know. Okay, it's just for my family. But if you now say, okay, being like a chairman in some way that is going to affect other people, and he's not the best candidate,
who will you vote?
Out the best candidate. Let me vote for that person.
That's who
my brother will.
Me, I'll vote.
I'll vote for. Come and join the cabinet and bring down his own.
Do you think that person you vote? You see how you now missed it.
No, you think that person doesn't even call my brother into this. Fine, but that person will offer the community at large better option.
Okay, that's what you.
That might not bring the better option.
Okay, that's where you are, right?
Yes.
Good, but we are talking about football here.
Okay, now I was talking about my top 6, and I said Kobe Manu, which you will agree with me.
No, I will not. I will not.
Okay,
I will not because no. Why I will not agree with you is because when you look at Kobe Manu last season. After Ruben Amorim was sacked, he was the best midfield after
Ruben Amorim.
After Bruno.
Wait now. So
after Bruno Fernandes, it was Kobe Manu.
Before Amorim was sacked, what happened?
Before Amorim was sacked, he was benched.
What are we not saying?
Why?
Someone that has been playing.
No, you don't understand what they are doing here. Let me tell you what they are doing here.
This thing is
somebody came from
season.
That's what I'm telling you. No.
Season is 38 matches.
That's what I'm telling you now.
Kobe Manu did not play 38 matches.
That's what I'm telling you now.
Cheki almost played 38 matches.
That's what I'm telling you.
So how will I not vote Kobe Manu ahead of Cheki? Who performed better?
Okay? In terms of wait. See where you are going. Okay. See where you are going. Do you know where you are going?
Just take me to where I'm going.
Where you are going is that if this person did not play the complete games.
No. Did you hear my last statement? Who performed better?
Okay, performance.
Yes.
Good. But do you think that if without Kobe Manu, Manchester, do you know why they had to bring in Kobe Manu? Because Manchester United finished third. And they are looking for those who influenced that game, who influenced the result, who influenced the position.
United. Yes. Now, in a season where, thank God this is not, if you say for Manchester United, we are looking for the best young player in Manchester United, Kobe Manu can be there, right? Now, this is a list from different clubs in a Premier League season, 38 matches. Who performed better?
Perform better. Yes, they perform better. But they are not, I hope you know they are not grading it by matches they played.
It's your performance.
That's what I'm telling you. Performance. Okay, performance can be that if you play 2 games or 3 games and it is influencing your team, like
in 3 games.
Yes.
Now,
looking at watching that Manchester City game where Manchester United had to trust Manchester City 3-0.
Okay.
You will see how Kobe Manu, he rose up to the occasion.
My only question
against Arsenal, he rose up to the occasion.
Against Manchester City. My question to you now: this season that we just saw, that is over, did Kobe Manu perform better than Ryan Cheki? That's my only question to you right now.
Yes.
In what terms?
Good. In what terms is that he did not give any assist. Ryan Cheki gave assist, but he did not give assist. So everybody is where they are.
What you have said now, I'm trying to understand. Kobe Manu did not give any assist.
Yes,
but he performed better than Cheki.
Because he played his position. He played better.
He cannot tell me he played it. What's the effectiveness of that your position?
Because it was the effectiveness of that position was that he played number 4.
Okay.
He played number 6 a lot.
Okay.
He played number 6.
Is he supposed to be playing? What's the function of Kobe Mino in that team?
Kobe Mino is a midfielder. Ryan Chekri is an attacking midfielder. Okay. So they are not the same. They're not playing the same position.
What winner used to grade Mino ahead of Cheki? That's just what
you don't understand. We're talking about last season.
Yes, now.
Cheki got assist, right?
A lot.
Good. A lot. And goals too.
Okay.
Now Kobe Mino had to fill in a position that he was not ready for.
It was not. Whose fault is that? That is not.
You're not asking. It's you that is not understanding that now, this is where he's playing.
You can't tell me that he not performed better than Cheki. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you because their positions are not the same.
You cannot have the same.
Cheki cannot play DM.
This list here is not the same position.
Okay, apart from
Cheki, is an attacker.
They
brought in everybody as a young talent. Now, based on performance, I don't want to know this one. They are not telling you that because of where he played, he did not played in this position. Based on that place that you played, compared to these other people, are you saying that he
good? Now you have not arrived where I was going.
Yes.
Now it is based on position you've played, and the players are going to vote based on the position.
Now give me this list now. Okay, I want your own list now. Who is the best among these 6? Just give me 1, 2, 3.
Okay, because both of us we are talking about Ryan Chekri, I will tell you, you have Ryan Chekri, Kobe Mino, and Nico O'Reilly.
Okay, good. So
you can't take away Nico O'Reilly because Nico O'Reilly was influential. Okay,
he was influential, but I can just like it's good that you have answered my question and he has still put Chekri ahead of it. That's what we have been saying.
No. What I'm saying is because Chekri also had Cheki. Yes. He's also in another position.
I know. That's why this list is not just one specific position. It's not just a DM that is here. It's not just an attacking midfielder that is here. There is also a group is a number 9. But they brought out the list of young players for you to now say, oh, why I'm not even picking this down because it's just about, will I say 3 or 4 matches that he played and he just performed despite he performed, but you cannot tell me that he's the best in a season. That's why this thing is over a season. You have to play at least to a certain numbers in that season. If you not play out of 38, you not play.
Wait. Sorry. Before we wrap up the show, let me ask you: if they ask you, or if they set Premier League managers, best of them,
this last season,
yes,
it's very clear.
Ateta number 1. Who else
number 1? Then I can put in Bournemouth's former coach who has gone to Liverpool.
Anthony Rolla.
Yes.
Over Michael Carrick. Why?
In a season.
Why?
In a season.
No. Why? Somebody came in and took. Yes.
And it's a season. We are not saying someone came in from half a season. You are not going to judge.
But imagine that he started. With
what I'm saying.
That's why they too are saying that if this guy had more time, because of the short time he had, he got this. But if he had more time, but you will not blame him now.
That's why you cannot. You should not be in that category if you did not play for the full season.
But they had to put him.
Yes,
so what will you do?
At the end of the day, he will not win.
Thank God
he will not win. But you cannot say Andoni did not perform.
Okay. Andoni now is over there.
Andoni was part of the people that gave Arsenal that league because he won Manchester City. Was it the last game where Manchester City almost close to?
See where you are coming from.
Apart from that match,
no. See where you are coming from.
Why did Liverpool buy Andoni? If it not perform.
No. I'm not telling you why they signed Andoni. I'm saying that you can't take away the fact that if you mention what's his name? If you mention Carrick, if you mention Ateta, you won't. Okay, let's say you mention Guardiola. Guardiola. But you mention the third person because do you know where they started fighting for that position? That's what I'm telling you.
I will not mention Carrick.
I don't mention it because it's not you. It's not left for you to mention it. It's left for our audience to mention it.
Andoni did well last season. For Bournemouth, don't forget that it's Bournemouth.
Okay.
It's not Manchester. It does not have the players that Manchester.
Remember, Bournemouth produces talent. Why?
It produces talent.
They produce talent and they.
Okay, no. Before we go, let me give you an instance now. If you are to coach Real Madrid and you have to coach Sunderland, who will perform well?
Real Madrid.
Anthony is doing wonders with Bournemouth. Imagine he's coaching Real Madrid. with the caliber of players he have.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna see the season and see what he will do
with
at Liverpool. Yes.
Okay. No problem.
There's no problem. We're gonna see, because all these things are just. We're gonna see what he will do with Liverpool. Thank you very much. You've seen how the whole thing had to go down. It was really, really hot. Thank you very much for watching. Until we come your way, same time, same station here on Aneke TV Sport, where we're bringing you live updates. I am Good Hope Chugoma, the Sports Oracle. Stay tuned and have a beautiful day.
Yeah, I still remain your humble host, worldwide, saying have a lovely Tuesday. Bye-bye.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice
News around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, Kaduna State Government approved 300 million naira academic allowance for university lecturers. Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps arrests female suspect over 6 million naira job scam in Enugu. On the foreign scene, Typhoon Saudel approaches Taiwan amid severe flooding and landslides. Now the news in details. The Kaduna State Government has approved the immediate disbursement of 300 million naira as earned academic allowance to staff of Kaduna State University. Announcing the approval in Kaduna, Secretary to the State Government, Mr. Abdulkari Meyere, stated that the payment addresses backlogged entitlements accumulated since 2016. Dr. Meyere noted that the state government has inaugurated a 9-member negotiation committee chaired by Education Commissioner Professor Abubakar Sambo to address outstanding welfare demands. The state government assured university staff unions of sustained dialogue within a 4-week timeline to guarantee industrial harmony across higher institutions in the state. Niger State government has banned state-employed health workers from seeking transfers from rural primary health care centers to urban areas. Issuing the directive in Mina, Health Commissioner Dr. Mutala Bagana stated that over 70% of newly recruited medical practitioners reject rural postings. Dr. Bagana warned that health workers who refuse rural posting orders or breach employment terms face immediate termination of their appointments. The commission announced plans by the state government to recruit at least 200 health care workers biannually to maintain full operational capacity in rural health centers. Retirees under the Contributory Pension Scheme staged a peaceful protest in Lagos, demanding the implementation of approved pension adjustments. Speaking through union executive members in Lagos, the retirees issued an ultimatum to the Lagos State Pension Commission, warning of a statewide protest on August 31st. The union leadership stated that despite the completion of actuarial valuations, administrative delays continue to impede the disbursement of revised pension allowances. In response, the Lagos State Pension Commission affirmed that the state government remains committed to liquidifying verified accrued pension rights systematically. The Edo State House of Assembly has formally impeached its suspended Speaker, Blessing Agbebaku, converting his earlier resignation notice into an impeachment. Presiding over plenary in Benin City, Speaker Yekini Idaye stated that the House converted the resignation following failure to properly document the letter prior to legislative action. Majority Leader Sonny Ojiezele moved the formal impeachment motion, which received the constitutional support of 17 members of the Assembly. The House directed the former Speaker to return all official state property in his possession to the Assembly clerk without delay. Benue State's Governor Hyacinth Alia has approved the establishment of 3 military operational outposts in the Sankera axis to curb rural insecurity. Governor Alia announced during a stakeholder meeting in Katsina Ala that the tactical outpost will be stationed across Katsina Ala, Logo and Ukum local government areas. The governor presented 30 operational motorcycles to security agencies to enhance tactical mobility and response times in rural communities. Governor Alia reaffirmed his administration's commitment to protecting agrarian communities while executing regional power and water infrastructure projects. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has directed newly deployed Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Zungura, to maintain strict political neutrality across the state. Speaking during the courtesy visit at the government house in Osogbo, Governor Adeleke urged the police chief to restructure tactical operations to enhance public safety. Governor Adeleke also inaugurated a 10-member committee chaired by House of Assembly Speaker Adewale Egbedun to administer the state's 500 million naira election violence victims relief fund. In his response, the Commissioner of Police, Zungura, pledged political conduct and impartial law enforcement across all command divisions. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit has uncovered an illegal crowdfunding network used by international facilitators to finance domestic security threats. Releasing details from its annual operational report in Abuja, the unit said that facilitators utilize social media platforms and proxy bank accounts opened in women's names to ndlea funds. The intelligence agency stated that small value digital transactions ranging between $50 and $500 are routinely structured to evade automated banking red flags. The agency affirmed that enhanced monitoring frameworks are being implemented alongside primary financial regulators to intercept illicit fund transfers. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command, attached to the Violent Crime Response Unit, have rescued 3 abducted persons and recovered 2 firearms alongside an operational vehicle. Briefing newsmen in Enugu, Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Daniel Undugwe said that the operation was executed following intelligence received regarding a carjacking along the Port Harcourt Expressway. Mr. Undugwe stated that tactical operatives pursued the armed hoodlums to Hillview Road in Independence Layout, where the suspects abandoned the vehicle and fled into surrounding bush paths. Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Mamman Giwa, has commended the operational team and local vigilance groups, ordering an intensified manhunt for the fleeing suspects. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, Enugu State Command, has arrested one Mrs. Sarah Uchechukwu Onyemerala for allegedly defrauding 16 job seekers of 6.1 million naira. Briefing journalists in Enugu, nscdc State Commandant Dr. Elijah Willie stated that the suspects collected 306,000 naira from each victim under the pretext of securing employment at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. Dr. Willis said that preliminary investigations revealed no existing employment vacancies at the health institution during the period the funds were collected. The nscdc command confirmed that the suspects will be handed over to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for prosecution upon conclusion of administrative procedures. Chairman of the Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, has warned against granting state governance total operational control over proposed state police services. Speaking at the Nigerian Bar Association Annual General Conference in Port Harcourt, Mr. Gbajabiamila stated that a legal framework must establish independent oversight to govern police conduct. Mr. Gbajabiamila emphasized that while governors should set broad state security priorities, statutory protections must safeguard police operational independence from political interference. He maintained that the proposed legal framework aims to modernize national security while preventing operational abuse across sub-national jurisdictions. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Kaduna State government approves 300 million naira academic allowance for university lecturers. Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps arrests female suspect over 6 million naira job scam in Enugu. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Typhoon Saudel approaches Taiwan amid severe flooding and landslides. Do stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, Stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio and South Korean Foreign Minister Chu Hyun have held emergency bilateral consultations to address regional security concerns. Diplomatic officials in Seoul confirmed that discussions focused on North Korea's ballistic missile advancements and joint defense commitments in the Indo-Pacific region. The diplomatic dialogue addressed strategic bilateral alignment following recent policy updates regarding defense protocols in East Asia. Both foreign ministers agreed to schedule direct bilateral talks to reinforce long-standing security and economic agreements between both nations. Emergency management authorities across East Asia have issued weather alert as Typhoon Saldel advances toward northern Taiwan and coastal mainland regions. Meteorological agencies reported that the storm system packs maximum sustained winds of 162 kilometers per hour, threatening coastal infrastructure with heavy precipitation. Authorities in Taiwan confirmed that advanced rainfall has caused severe flooding across southern districts, interrupting regional transportation networks. Disaster response agencies across the region have activated emergency protocols ahead of anticipated landfall along the eastern coast later in the week. Firefighting crews in Nevada, United States, have established 30% containment on the Hawk Fire near the city of Reno. Local emergency management officials reported that the wildfire destroyed 32 residential structures and scorched over 15,000 acres following strong wind conditions. Over 900 personnel alongside international firefighting teams have been deployed to secure containment perimeters and protect residential neighborhoods. Federal emergency management agencies confirmed that mandatory evacuation orders remain active for affected communities while damage assessment operations continue. At least 47 persons have been killed following an attack by armed gang members in the Kent-Scarf district near Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Local civil authorities confirmed that armed assailants set fire to multiple residential properties during the overnight raid on the hillside community. Government representatives issued a formal statement condemning the attack and pledging enhanced security deployments across affected districts. The United Nations-backed multinational security support mission confirmed plans to expand operational patrols to restore public safety across the capital region. And on to business news. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has released preliminary findings into the Warri-Itape train derailment, attributing the incident to a technical bogie failure. Releasing the inquiry details, railway management confirmed that mechanical instability caused 5 coaches and a locomotive to derail along the corridor. Investigation officials clarify that inspection teams found no evidence of railway track vandalism at the incident location. The Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau has commenced comprehensive independent technical reviews to finalize official reporting on the incident. The federal government has commenced structural demolition on the Qatar Bridge in Lagos ahead of the 548 billion naira replacement project. Inspecting the site in Lagos, the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, stated that structural engineering evaluations revealed enhanced decay in the bridge's underwater foundation. Senator Umahi confirmed that the replacement contract was awarded to China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation following statutory procurement approval. The Ministry of Works confirmed that traffic management diversions have been established along the Lagos Island Transport Corridor to facilitate preliminary construction. And now to sports news. Hull City defender Semi Ajayi has been cleared of serious injury following medical evaluations following his substitution against Manchester United. Medical staff at the English Premier League club confirmed that tests revealed no muscle tear in the defender's hamstring. Ajayi scored his first goal of the current league campaign during the encounter before being substituted as a precautionary measure. The Super Eagles defender has resumed full team training ahead of Hull City's upcoming fixture against Coventry City. And on entertainment news, Nollywood actress Ireti Dole has advised public figures and fans against prolonged public commentary regarding personal relationship challenges. Speaking in a video statement released online, the actress emphasized the importance of emotional growth and constructive self-reflection over public disputes. Dole noted that focusing on personal progress remains essential for professionals and social development in the creative industry. The statement generated widespread engagement across social media platforms among media stakeholders and entertainment industry observers. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Kaduna State government has approved 300 million naira as earned academic allowance for staff of Kaduna State University to settle outstanding entitlements. The administration also inaugurated a 9-member committee to negotiate remaining labor demands and ensure uninterrupted academic operations. The Edo State House of Assembly has formally impeached its former Speaker, Blessing Agbebaku, after converting his earlier resignation notice during plenary. Lawmakers instructed the former leadership to return all government properties to the Assembly clerk. On the foreign news, East Asian emergency agencies have issued severe weather alerts as Typhoon Saudel approaches northern Taiwan and eastern areas. High winds and torrential rainfall have caused transportation disruptions and localized flooding across affected districts. And on business news this morning, the federal government has initiated the demolition of Qatar Bridge in Lagos due to underwater structural decay. The Ministry of Works confirmed that a 548 billion naira replacement project has been awarded to CCECC to build a modern transport bridge. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Do have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol.
It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocs. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles, outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced similar trends. However, countries such as Sweden and Germany continue to record turnout levels above 70%, largely due to strong institutional trust, consistent civic education, and reliable electoral systems. Closer to Africa, Ghana is often cited as a comparative example, where voter turnout has remained relatively strong due to sustained public confidence in the Electoral Commission and a more consistent acceptance of electoral outcomes.
But analysts also stress that responsibility does not rest with institutions alone. Citizens themselves play a role in shaping democratic outcomes. In Nigeria, practices such as vote buying have been reported in several elections, including during party primaries and general elections, particularly in some local government areas where voters are allegedly induced with cash or food items. There is also the issue of post-election disengagement, where citizens withdraw from civic monitoring after voting, reducing pressure on elected officials to deliver campaign promises. The path forward, experts argue, requires reforms on several fronts. Strengthening electoral credibility, improving security during elections, and expanding civic education are seen as key steps toward rebuilding trust. There are also calls for sustained voter sensitization at community level, particularly targeting young voters, who make up a significant proportion of Nigeria's population and are increasingly active on digital platforms but less engaged at polling units. Ultimately, democracy depends not only on the right to vote, but on the confidence and willingness to use that right consistently and responsibly. In Nigeria, the challenge remains how to rebuild that confidence so that elections reflect not just political competition, but the genuine will and participation of the people.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes, and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? But like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
morning sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a haze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with love, delightfulness, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studios here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Kenna Choma. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. You're welcome. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. We therefore urge you to go grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
The sunrise is set sail, Choma, and we are already seeing that the campaign season has started. And Mr. Uchetu, I see that there are some preparations by some political parties getting ready to, launch into the deep for a beautiful season to, bring in the, I will use the word harvest really, because that's what they are after. Political parties going into the campaign season, and you've seen Mr. President trying to, get his team ready for that. I don't know what this and more. Are there other things we're expecting to see this morning apart from that?
Anyway, there could be many more things. Things keep happening. However, it is the political season. The campaign floodgates has been flung open, and this is what political parties live for, especially for those who are at the helm of affairs at the moment. The other, rival political parties live for this moment. Everyone trying to outdo one another, selling their ideas, their ideologies. And however, for the greater majority of Nigerians, we wish that this period is, the conversation will be based on ideology and not, rhetorics of hate speech, religion, ethnicity, and the likes of it. So yes, you should expect that will be on the front burner all through.
Yeah, it's very important. Ochoma, you have a lot to say on this, but I don't want to call you in because you will now tell me you guys won on Saturday, on Friday, and then that will be, you will now be talking out of victory. So what do you think about
because are you a sore loser? When someone wins, you congratulate the person.
I'm saying that when they just
this is the
you see we're talking about in as much as I don't love the Arsenal mentality, you give kudos to them. They won a match on opening day of the season. You lost. Celebrate the victory.
Arsenal has been winning games over opening games of the season for 2 seasons now. They did against Manchester United.
When you say Arsenal has been winning match, and don't say it from the air of a Man United fan, that they lost doesn't mean that they win or they win anything out in the season. They've been serial losers. What makes news is that they have a new coach that did well in preseason, and then you get shocked that you were walloped in first game of the season. So celebrate with Arsenal.
I celebrate with them. I'm asking
for the sake of winning the match. I don't say celebrate them. They are not invisible. Just for the sake of winning the opening match.
I'm just asking them. I'm asking Ochoma if the way the I'm just bringing the words together. If the way the election, campaign is going on.
No, you can relate her. Then let's talk about the campaigns. Don't run away from the conversation.
Added to that.
Well, underneath that,
2026.
Yeah,
okay.
I still acknowledge the congratulations that you're not issuing. So thank you, and congratulations to Arsenal fans. And then to the elections and campaigns that, as is getting heated, we are seeing a whole lot of, I think it is fair to say that this might be one of the toughest and most gruesome campaigns we've seen in recent times, such that everyone is at each other's, not at each other's neck per se, but everybody's speaking on what the next person is saying and countering, and it seems like everybody this period is speaking with facts. The fact that we've spoken so much on issue-based politics and issue-based campaign, everybody in the past few days, the beginning of campaigns, except of course one particular statement that was made by an acting APC chairperson that we'll look into this morning, everybody is addressing an issue.
Well,
I wish I have your optimism. I wish I have your optimism.
Because it's the beginning.
It's the beginning. But this campaign, for me, this campaign, I don't look up to this campaign we release. I think this is one of the campaigns that we may expect more but see less. I do not see the conversation happen, especially going through the trajectory of the government, the party in power. They are not one that is enamored to debate conversation around this area, and with that I am so carefully choosing my words that we may not have that conversation that we are yearning for, especially given the rate of ban on or attachment of fees, taxation on the ability to have a media presence, get billboard, get to be seen in the media is now highly regulated in Nigeria. So I'm thinking that we will see one of the worst choreographed, campaign season in Nigeria.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, let's go fast to the quote of the day, where we are having John F. Kennedy inspiring us this morning. And this quote is something that we have to look into. It's very self-explanatory. We have, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. It's a simple quote. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. What can you do for your country? It's election season. SZN. That's in the Gen Z pronunciation or spelling of that. It's election season. Don't just be behind your keypad, typing, hashtagging, and being on X or on social media, pushing an agenda. You need to. Well, the PVC is over. So what can you do for your country now is that you go out there on the election day and you vote. You have the right to participate in the election. In fact, you have the common right to participate in the election, to vote and be voted for. It's your fundamental human right. So you need to do what you need to do for your country, what you should do for your country, and not just what your country do. I think when you do for your country what you should do for them, then you can ask, what can your country do for you? Because you have done your part, and it's a two-way thing. This morning we're inspired to do our part before the country, our nation will do for us.
It's a default setting for your country to cater to needs, but when it becomes a responsibility and a duty is when you give back to your country. It's a fundamental. I live in the country. It's a non-expectant that you just want to go with the flow, cruise around life and not be impactful. That's why this morning Kennedy is reminding us that it is not about what the country will do for you, it's about what you are doing for the country, doing by virtue of living it. I often tell people that election seasons are one in that 4 years period where you get to perform a fundamental duty that is required of you as a citizen. But above elections and above political conversations, there are so many other ways you can give back to your community. You come to roads, you see people litter the roads, you see people dump things along the road and not give as much care to the environment as is expected. You see people, pollute the air with gaseous substances. These are ways you are killing your country. It might be, you might say, oh, the government is not doing so much, let me do what I have to do to survive. But because you're living in an ecosystem, your country is not just a figure. Your country might be the next person. Your country is your community. Your country is where you work. Your country is your marketplace. Your country is your religious organizations. How are you contributing to these places? How are you making your impact felt? So it's not because you want the country to do for you. That's the thing about human beings. We like to do because we expect to be given back. It's not about that. It's about selfless dedication, selfless surrendering of efforts and service. And maybe somewhere in the universe, as is the nature of the universe, once you give, you receive. But first, you need to give, because the system of the world is designed primarily to accommodate people. You're living in a world that air is free. You're living in a world that you can get water. So what are those solid, tangible things that you are doing for your country in the place where you reside? That's what makes you a beneficiary or a participant of a certain community, by giving back on a daily to the community where you live.
All right. J.F. Kennedy, respected, ask not what you do, what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And do I hear you asking for what you can do for your country? It's simple. Start from where you are at the moment. Where are you standing? Where do you work? Where do you live? Why are you not in a family? Start from there. That's where it starts from. Start doing something from where you are. Contribute positively to where you are. Where do you work? Do you add to the growth of the place? When you do that, definitely you are contributing to the country. Yes, it may sound political, but it's not all political. You start from where you are. Contribute your quota to the growth of the organization. Contribute your quota to the growth of the family. By doing little, pulling your weight, you are doing for your country what is needed, and then your country will reciprocate that. So it's not always about what the country will do for you, but what are you doing from where you are.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we will give you the weather updates. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. Anambra starts mild, cloudy and humid, around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. The temperature should rise towards 29 to 31 degrees Celsius during the afternoon, with cloudy conditions and occasional showers possible. The evening should become cooler, with temperatures settling around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
Moving into the coastal states, the day starts cool, cloudy and slightly damp in Enugu State, around 24 degrees Celsius. Temperatures may gradually climb to about 30 to 31 in the afternoon, making the air feel warmer and humid. Passing showers are possible, particularly around the afternoon, before temperatures ease towards 22 to 23 degrees Celsius in the night. Good morning, Abakaliki. The day in Ebonyi begins warm and cloudy, around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius.
Temperatures may rise to about 30 to 31 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, with the humidity making it feel warmer. Rain and isolated thunderstorms are possible later, followed by a cooler evening around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
Moving on to Owerri, Imo State. The morning in Imo begins cool and cloudy, around 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. As the day warms up, temperatures could reach 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, while humidity remains noticeable. Scattered showers or thunderstorms may develop later, giving the region some relief from the afternoon warmth.
Good morning, Omahi, Abia State. Abia starts warm, cloudy and humid, around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. Temperatures will move towards 29 to 30 degrees Celsius during the afternoon, with showers possible later in the day. After rainfall, expect a cooler and damp evening, around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe. Dress light, do keep an umbrella handy, but remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. I'm sure by now you understand and know what the weather conditions are in your vicinity and do well to take caution and necessary precautions. All right, we'll be moving straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. Starting off from The Punch, we'll be reading out some of the major headlines. On The Punch this morning, terrorists using dead persons' accounts, crowdfunding, says NFIU. Terrorists using dead persons' accounts, crowdfunding. On the Vanguard newspaper, opposition parties lash Yari over APC will rule beyond 2031 vow. Opposition parties lash Yari over APC will rule beyond 2031 vow. Commuters' business grown as Edo Delta gridlock cuts off South-South. This is the cover story on the Guardian newspaper. Commuters' businesses grown as Edo Delta gridlock cuts off South-South. On the Daily Trust, why Tinubu pulled back campaign council list. Why Tinubu pulled back campaign council list. On the Nation newspaper, why coalition consensus failed by Atiku Obi Shori. Why coalition consensus failed by Atiku Obi Shori. And lastly, on the Daily Sun, APC will remain in power beyond 2031, boasts Yari, Tinubu's campaign director general. Says Atiku Obi others incapable of stopping president.
And joining us this morning, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight on these news issues. We welcome Rice Aro. Mr. Rice, a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's been a while since the weekend, I suppose. So, how was the weekend and how is Nigeria treating you, Rice?
You know, on Fridays we always pray and thank God it's Friday.
Yes.
So immediately that is gone, we went back to possibly, jolly, if we get the things to jolly with. Where it doesn't come, you can always lay down your tummy on the bed with some Gary smoked, possibly.
Anyways, when we hear you talking about smoking Gary and all that, he would think that that's a norm, but you don't look like someone who, do casafless. However, Mr. Ress, it's always a pleasure to have this conversation with you here.
Thank you.
All right, looking at the Daily Sun, we have APC will remain in power beyond 2031. Yari boasts. Senator Abdul Aziz Yari, Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, has confidently declared that the ruling party will maintain federal control well beyond 2031. He dismissed prominent opposition figures, asserting that they will fail to disrupt President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's projected re-election bid in 2027. This statement highlights the ruling party's early political posture and confidence regarding future electoral cycles.
All right, Mr. Ress, let's talk about this. The party in power, are they invisible or do they feel invisible? We're hearing this rhetoric again. Bear in mind, Obulafo, why PDP elsewhere did toward similar direction.
Yeah, it is not unusual for the party in power to continue to share that optimism that they will continue to be in power. This is because somehow it's either they have gotten drunk with the power or they forgot the fact that power belongs to the people. When you say that you remain in power, it is just said, and it is easier said than done. Power belongs to God, and power belongs to the people. So it's only the people that can determine who stays in office from 2013. So for him to boast, yes, normally people in such positions where Yari now heads the campaign organization, the Director General of Campaign Organization, APC campaign organization, with a whole lot of people, money bags around him. These are a conglomerate of people with Nigerian money. When you say a conglomerate, that is with Nigerian money, in quote I said, in quote. They are the people that are having the money in their pockets.
In control of Nigerian money.
Control, that's why I said in quote. They have it in quote, under their care. So, and when you have such money, somehow, money could get into people's head. They could make them to come out with boisterous outbursts. And that is one of the things that has motivated. Of course, he made this statement just coming back from an overseas trip, and he came in to say that they are going to stay in office beyond 2031. He could have even said 2050, but he decided to be moderate in saying beyond 2031. Maybe he has foreseen that even before 2031 they could be removed. You see, that is only about how well they convince the people that they have done well in this first term. At least they have been in office for about over 36 months. Yeah, it should be over 36 months or more than that. Yeah, over 36 months. And they were able to convince Nigerians on why they should be in office, why they should return in the 2027 election. What they have done, have they returned the electricity, have they stayed the tide of insecurity, have they actually made the economic problems to recede what have they actually done? That is what they'll have to tell the people. And when the people buy into that project and believe that they have done so well, certainly the people will vote for them. But you see, while they are facing opposition, when you say opposition, the opposition political parties will come out to say what they have not done and what Nigerians should expect from them, the opposition parties, that they are going to possibly get those things right. You know, to get things right, if it is seen to be done wrong, and they promise they will ardently work hard to ensure that they get right those things that the ruling party did not get right or what they have not done right. So these are some of the things that may completely determine who comes into the office of presidency and the rest of the offices beyond, I mean, from 2027 to 2031. So whenever anybody is saying, I still remember, and I will always continue to remember when they were doing the nomination of PDP and how Chimade boasted that in a few minutes or a few hours from the point he had that interview with NTA, that he was going to be the presidential candidate of the biggest party in Africa. And a few hours, about 1 hour plus after, he scored only 2 votes. So the optimism shared by politicians is so much because they so much believe in themselves, they so much believe they are winning, they so much believe that people are behind them. But what will determine whether people are behind them is when the vote will be cast in 2027. That will now show whether they have done well. That will, of course, that will bring out the report card. That will now give a report of that administration, Tinubu's administration. If eventually all things being equal, when I say all things being equal, when the election is not rigged, where there are no infractions, where there's freeness, fairness, and of course, in every aspect of it, credible election is done, then one will say, if Tinubu wins, one will say, hey, then he merits to win, because the greater percentage of the populace have decided to anchor with him. You know, they have decided to support him for a second term. But if he doesn't, and if there are infractions, if there's no freeness, if it is rigged in any form, if the process is marred by irregularities and all that, if it is flawed in many ways, then it means, it spells doom for Nigeria's democracy, because it means that we're not getting it right. So our expectation, or Nigeria's expectation, is that it's not about Yari's boasting, it's about the people, and it is about the umpires who are going to conduct the elections, because they must do everything to ensure that the election is free, fair, and credible.
All right. The election must be free, fair, and credible. However, you know, my question is, Yari's statement, yes, could be seen to be, you know, coming from a place of overconfidence, but that could be alluded to the fact that the party feel they've done well, and more or less, I'm asking you, can't we, you know, attribute or credit that statement to lack of having strong opposition that could outdo the ruling party in the 2027 campaign?
Yeah, you could think in that direction still. Because of the opposition is split into various small forms. If the opposition had come together, if they had been together, one block of opposition coming in to face the ruling APC, their chances of emerging may be rare. But because of these smaller opposition units, how much are they going to get on the individual party basis? You know, during the elections, which means you have balkanized the votes that would have been gotten as a whole from the opposition. You have balkanized them into small fragments. So, and if you have such fragments, it might not actually stand that of the ruling opposition party with about 32 governors. controlling 32 states. So one wonders how the machinery of APC is quite much to actually face. I mean, to accommodate. The machinery is strong to accommodate the fragment opposition political parties. There's no doubt about that. And that could be from the point where Yari stands to say that. And it could not be still, it could be from the point that there are other things behind or under the carpet that's going to be used during the elections. It may not be that. But whatever gives him the confidence, whatever gives Yari the confidence or the overconfidence, as you actually said, he must still remember that power belongs to God and the people.
Well, from this, I must say that could we say it's overconfidence, or it's from the place of what has been achieved? Because when you put the two together, you will see someone that may be saying out of, okay, this is what we have achieved. That means if what we have achieved is much, then people can vote for us. Just like Mr. Rest summed it, the power is going to belongs to God and the people. It's not about the rhetoric, it's not about what is being said, it's about the action. When the election starts, during the election, we're going to see if it's really the reality that we face. Because if the masses are complaining, if the people who are on the grassroots level are complaining about the governance, if there have been economic issues over and over again, if there have been, a lot of security instability in our nation, if there are these things happening, the people are the ones who will determine, not the one who is coordinating, like you said. And from what Ms. Duce asked, is coming from a place, the opposition themselves, they would also make their own statement. They will also make their own remarks that nobody can.
got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tees, designer on my glove, ain't something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. We sincerely apologize for that break in transmission due to some technical issues. Now, moving back into our newspaper headlines and analysis and moving on to the next story. This is from the Guardian newspaper, and it reads, Delta gridlock, commuters, businesses grow as South-South grinds to a halt. A severe 5-day gridlock along major federal routes like the Benin-Sapele-Efuru Road has paralyzed transportation and commercial activities across the South-South region. Businesses have recorded losses exceeding 500 billion naira due to trapped goods, suspended interstate transport services, and extreme delays for stranded commuters. Now, to address the crisis, the Delta State government has rewarded a 35 billion naira contract to the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation for the reconstruction of a critical 10-kilometer stretch at the Efuru bottleneck.
All right, Mr. Harris, this infrastructure, we have the impression that infrastructure has so much improved. Over 47 trillion naira, in fact, bonanza shared among the subnationals. Yet, downtime as a result of infrastructural decay.
You see, when you talk about infrastructure and the decay in the Nigerian system, it is there. Nobody should come to bamboozle us that they all are well. All things are not well. We have seen a whole lot of money being disbursed for the purpose of ensuring that infrastructure in Nigeria. But the question remains, are this money being shared to the subnationals? Are this money being plunged from the federal account, that is not from a federal account, but from the federal government account, given their own federal roads? Are these monies properly implemented? Why do we still have such bottleneck that could stop business activities all over a region? We are talking about a region, the South-South region. We find out that trailers, goods worth several millions, hundreds of millions, are stuck on the way. They cannot move, they cannot go back, they cannot go to anywhere. Commuters and people are no longer moving at 10 kilometers, which means you have to trek the 10 kilometers and get to the other side before you'll be able to get a vehicle that will take you down to the side of the South-South you are going to. You know what it means. So, question is, how are we spending our money? Are we actually investing these monies on infrastructure, or are these monies being siphoned? What has happened to it? That is, the organizations, accountability is important here. Nigeria do not give account of how they spend their money. When they tell you they are coming with statistics, in fact, they bundle up accounts that has to do with how the budget has fared and what has been implemented and how the monies have been used. You find it is modeled up that people may not actually understand how those monies were used. So, and that is what it has been. Given the fact that several billions, hundreds of billions have been earmarked for infrastructure, especially that of roads, we're not talking about, when you talk about infrastructural deficit in Nigeria, it is so enormous. It is something that no government, even the most transparent government, may actually meet up with the level of deficit we have in our infrastructure in a 10-year period, because we are completely down. We have no infrastructure here. When you talk about roads, they will tell you several roads that we are building. Even the ones built are substandard. That you find out that these roads cave in after a little while. Is it not part the Efuru road? Is it not part of the East-West road? Is it not part of it? And the East-West road has not been completed so many years from Jonathan administration to this point. So we actually have a problem in Nigeria. And today, the Tinubu administration is doing another one, super highway from Sokoto to Badagry. He's doing also the one from Lagos to Calabar. But ask us the question, how many kilometers has been done in the past 2 years or in the past 3 years of his administration? How many kilometers has been done in the two major roads? We cannot say that more than 20 kilometers has been done in either of the projects. We cannot say. And this is a road that spans from Lagos to Calabar Coastal Highway, which they borrowed a lot of money. Both roads, a lot of money has been borrowed for the purpose of constructing those roads. But the accounts we cannot say. So Nigerians should expect that any government that comes into power should, of course, face the issue of infrastructure squarely.
This is like, to me, it looks like an agenda, I must say, because those people who have been on that gridlock, according to report and what I saw on X, has been there for 6 days. There's one woman who is said to be traveling for a burial, her own mother's burial. She missed the burial. She missed the burial. She had to, climb bike to get from that, where I don't know the axis really, but she had to climb bike that, she paid up to 38,000 naira for a bike to move her to where she would get a bus nearest to, her destination. She was traveling to Imo State from the east. And you see all these things happening. Now, we are seeing the project. When we talk about this project, they are white elephant projects. Let's just say what it is. These projects, if the East is working, why are we having such a thing from that Benin axis to on Asaba? Because that's where this whole thing is happening. That's where this whole thing, that boundary that will link people into the East from Lagos, it is a problem.
And the South.
And the South too. So you see people, businesses, stock, families, a lot of questions. Why are people sleeping on the road? If you see the image, it's a very tight gridlock, no movement. And we are talking about a government that, we are talking about someone coming out to say that there will be there will still be power till 2031. I don't. These are the testimonies there. The result speaks for itself.
Okay, this is quite sad because usually where you see such gridlocks like this are on the Lagos or road. If you're heading to Lagos, this is where you experience such gridlocks. And when you hear gridlocks, you'll be thinking, oh, it's festive season where people are traveling. But this is just middle of the year, and it's not a festive season. And somehow these roads have gotten so bad that motorists are kept on the road for 5-6 days. And it seems like nothing is, because the thing is, people that are not even aware that there is a gridlock will come and join, and there is no way the people in between can even go back. There is no way you can send a traffic control to come, and there is no way. So it can cause, people can die from these things. Let's never talk about the economic. Let's talk about the health, dangers, health hazards. People, let's say there's someone pregnant inside this vehicle. How will she survive? Or there are persons that have illnesses that are triggered, or that congestion and that are claustrophobic. These things could trigger, and people or is it the odor that would emanate from? So there's just a lot to consider, and I hope that the state government is aware, not just calculating the manpower that is lost or calculating the money that is lost during this gridlock. Consider the health of these people. Consider the emergencies these people need to get to. Even if, let's say, they get out of this gridlock, and if nothing is done to these roads, we might see such incidents occurring in a couple of days or a couple of months. So it's not just about now. It's about ensuring that these things does not always reoccur as often as they do.
Looking at this situation, we can only but urge the government to please come to the mercy of people. Nigeria is losing a lot of downtime, a lot of money in this gridlock. Resources could be allocated to repairing this road, irrespective of which line it falls into. But this should be a federal road, and there should be a collective effort both from the government at the federal and those at the subnational to see that something is done on this road, given the resources that this nation is losing. and more or less, when we are equally, embarking on infrastructural improvement, when you look at the construction of the coastal highway, the super highway, then something should be done about this road, especially when this road, is a leadway into a connection between the south and western axis of this nation.
Well, we are still looking at this, but before we go into this, I think we are still seeing some of the things rising in our nation, and it's really giving a lot of concern. Because what's actually the solution to all these things? And I'm still asking that question: what is it that we can do as a nation to get this? Let's go over to the Punch headline, where we have terrorists using dead persons' accounts crowdfunding. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, has revealed that terror groups are increasingly relying on social media crowdfunding to gather small, fragmented donations ranging from $50 to $500 to obscure their financial trails. These networks exploit bank accounts and mobile SIM cards belonging to deceased individuals alongside proxy accounts opened in women's names. Funds are subsequently funneled through local money mills using remittance apps, prompting tighter regulatory scrutiny and asset freezing mandates.
Mr. Rees?
Yeah. You see, the NFIU vested with the responsibility of financial intelligence on how funds are being moved from where they're able to catch up with those who are into money laundering, or money is being laundered to fund terrorism. They've been able to do an audit, and during the last year's account, they uncovered that the terrorist organizations are beginning to use a new formula to fund terrorism, and that formula is through advertising for, help, donations by individuals all parts of the world, and people who look at such donations dispassionately, not actually knowing that such funds could be used for terrorism sponsorship, donates as they wish between 50, and they make it so low, donating $50 to $500, small amount of money, and then when it comes, it comes together, the threshold, a bigger something, and then the legally resident of such country where it has come will now manage and begin to send down these monies, especially in Nigeria, in small fragments, using fictitious names, or even sending to names that exist through fintech operations and all that. And remember, you said in the report you read that they use dead people accounts. Yes, you cannot use dead people's account without collaboration from some persons that are working in such financial institutions. Remember, the BVN, the NIN, especially in Nigeria where you have these things, people are registering, and these things are something that you must do before you operate a bank account. So when it is so, they use dead persons in collaboration with some persons at the background in the banks that helps them to do these things. Because when you trace and get to, and sometimes they use women, yet they cannot be traced to that account, but they use names of women, and then dead persons will be the credentials or documents that are used. And then you find out you can neither find the woman or the person who is already dead. So you hit a concrete wall. But for NFIU to find out these things, they really have some very intelligent network that have been able to unravel these things. And with such unraveling of this situation, it means that the security agencies will now be on alert. They'll be informed about these systems so that that same network can, they can get at it and begin to unravel the persons behind that terrorism funding. Because when this fund come in, they use it to buy all these little things, machines, which they use, and so many other things which they use. So it is very important that now that the NFIU has told us about the idea, the new form of funding, it is no longer the kind of funding that where you move money. Of course, those who are doing the moving of money, and these things is associated with the e-swap operations. Maybe other terrorist organizations may be using same, but it's no longer about using big money to fund terrorism. And some of such persons that have been moving money for them for funding has been captured, especially those in Bureau de Change in Lagos that was sometime opened up and captured and now facing trial. So our NFIU has done well, and of course the security agencies should take it off from there to unravel such persons who are being used for the funding of moving money for the funding of terrorism.
Nigerians will always find a way to commit crime, and it's quite sad and pathetic that one would go these extents. I mean, these are things that are not were not common in our climate, because we are, traditional people in some sense of it. But seeing that people now go as far as opening accounts with ladies' names, I think it was yesterday we read in the news, we saw EFCC arrested an aged mother that was caught selling cannabis. So these are some of the issues that we now experience, or now we hear in the news. And as much as I want to commend the NFIU for, finding out these things, I hope it's not just about finding them out. I hope that they're going to, during their investigations, find out the banks connected. Just as Mr. Rex has said, these people do not work alone. They always have inside men in agencies. They always have an inside person in every institution. So as much as you found out that they use proxies and their crowdfunding are to sponsor terrorism, find out these people and make sure that they are all brought to book. And so that if we are curbing one, let's know that even if we've curbed one and they devise another strategy, we have captured one and we can then move on to the next.
Very well said. But need we emphasize the fact that crimes happen all over the world? If we even label Nigerians as being fraudsters, this didn't start from Nigeria. It was a trade that was learned somewhere. And you talk about internet fraud, go to places like Russia and the likes of you, still see it there. But looking at NFIU coming to tell us about these dimensions can only add to one fact, that money trails doesn't hardly hit a dead end when you get your fundamentals right. So in that regard, NFIU should continue until they locate the individuals, collaborators like you rightfully alluded to, who enable these practices. Because when you tell us they use dead people's account details to operate, at some point you can continue to investigate and see that the transaction, the chain of transaction leads you somewhere. One of the easiest investigation to carry on is money trail. It's easier compared to other dead end investigations and operations. So what Nigeria needs is sanitation of the financial system, and without excuse, see that these things are nabbed, they are really curtailed. Nigerians who shouldn't be served excuses on a platter of gold. What we need to see is results. Let's see the results. Let's see the effect and the inability of these terrorist cells to carry out their operations.
All right, that's all the newspaper headlines we have this morning. Do grab copies, e-copies, hard copies, and get the full details of these stories.
All right, we go over to the world of sports, where we're having some trending issues. There has been making rounds, of course. Yesterday Chelsea had to start their season with a win. They started their season with a win against Fulham, and it became the first win of Xabi Alonso as Chelsea's manager in the Premier League. It was a dramatic event, of course. It was a wonderful event. But before I go right into that update, I would like to let you know that Julian Alvarez is still pushing his way to leave Atletico Madrid after his 1-year spell had to be doubted over some issues that he himself could not be present. Now, the next bid that is being prepared for him is about 150 million euros, as going on that. Just it's not even up to his own release clause, which is 500 million euros, which is signed over there in Atletico Madrid. Now, I want us to take a look at what is it now as the table lines up in the Premier League after match day 1, because match day 1 is over and everyone is trying to see what they have done. It's really looking very, very wonderful, because Manchester United is on the 17th position, Arsenal is on the 3rd position, but Ipswich Town seems to be taking over in the league, and it's really, really funny. I'm still wondering, Mr. Rex, what's this Premier League table going to look like?
It is just morning in the Premier League.
Thank you for that. Yes,
it's just morning. You cannot begin to say it's going to be this way or that way. By the time you go through the half of the league, we will know the boys and the men, because certainly the men will take up certain positions where they are supposed to be, and the boys will go down. That is the way it is. So it is not yet time to begin to analyze who is going to do this or who is going to do that until after some time. Yeah.
Russ, congratulations on winning your first match of the season. But you didn't tell us where Man United is on the table.
No, so I said Manchester United is.
I want to hear it clearly.
Is in the 1 and 7.
No, that is not. That is not. No, please let him categorically state where Man United is on the table.
Man United is on the 17th position, and that's the money.
Look at you're saying it with relish.
It is money.
You're saying it with relish.
For God's sake, it is money.
You're saying it with relish.
It is money.
What is money?
Manchester United.
What is money for the other clubs?
No. Now, don't just come into this conversation, because we are talking about a team that came from behind to, they finished 3rd last season. And it shows how inspiring it is.
If you finished 3rd last season, shouldn't you at least?
No. Remember the last time. Remember, it was after 22 years that Arsenal had to leave the Premier League.
That's not the conversation.
No, that's the conversation.
The conversation today is that Arsenal is the defending champion in the Premier League. The conversation now. The conversation now is that Man U is
this morning. It's still morning.
Let me comment. You say 22 years. There are teams that stayed 50 years before they got a trophy. There are other ones that have stayed since they started with and have not seen a trophy in England.
Let me complete it for you. There are other teams, since a certain coach left, they've not kissed a major trophy in their lifetime again.
No. It's not about a major coach thing. No. It's actually about
it's accepting the fact that Man United was a good club, that at this instant they are not competitive. Despite the introduction of Carrick into the coaching team, that Man U is still a team that is lacking in vision at the moment.
Man U is not just lacking in vision; they are building vision. That's what I want to bring to.
What is Hull City? What is Hull City building?
Hull City is
Hull City building?
They are so hasty.
What is Hull City building?
You see, there are sometimes in football you let them do what they have to do.
You see, there are moments in football where you are Hull City. There are moments in football where you are saying
Arsenal facing Hull City and lose. I will remove my shirt and wear only. I will remove my suit and wear only shirt. I will remove my suit and I wear my U jersey on that day. I will remove my suit and wear my U jersey.
Irrespective of what you wear and where Man U is, just accept the fact that there could be a resurgence in Man U. Man U has derailed from the original vision.
Man U are no longer contenders. Mr. Rex, just take a look at Arsenal.
Are you trying to convince the
obvious facts.
No. It's not about. No, yes, I'm telling you that Man U has been knocked off the pitch. Okay, Man U is no longer in the conversation. Okay, can I tell you guys something? Can I tell you guys something? Man U is off.
living in old glory.
Good.
Very old.
That's former glory.
He's very old.
I accept. Then
accept it. Exactly.
Let's talk about other things. Let's talk about is not in the conversation. Talk about Liverpool. Bring about Liverpool.
No, let's talk about Liverpool.
Tell me about Liverpool.
Okay, tell me about Liverpool because they drew Newcastle.
Newcastle is a big club. Newcastle is not Hull City.
Hull City just look at this one.
Newcastle is a big club in Premier League.
In Premier League, they are a big club, but yes, we talk about
it's Hull City. It's Hull City from Europe. It's Hull City from Europe. It's Hull City a Real Madrid or a Barcelona that trust by United.
All of us will be here and watch how the Premier League will go.
Of course, I love that. But I love
the reality. That what we are having right now is that the Premier League is taking shape. We're going to see. No.
The Premier League is not taking shape yet. We are just coming back. We are coming back from the transfer market.
Are you okay?
We are coming back from the transfer market with Man United. Signing a new coach. Always sending coaches. They are of what?
Liverpool is a victim, well-organized team. Don't even talk about them.
Not because Jeff Bezos had to buy about.
You are talking about structure. You see, I told you when we talked about the match. Yes, Liverpool played a 2-2 draw, and I told you that what I take away from that match is that the DNA of Liverpool is still intact.
What I take away from Manchester United's game is that the DNA in Manchester United is losers. That game was 77-33. That was the possession. That was the possession.
But possession is not winning.
Possession is not winning. But we're talking about a team that played you down. Manchester United had lost against Everton last season, and that was the same method because Hull City plays low block. They play 6 defenders, 7 defenders. If they score you, that's what Everton plays. And I'm telling you people, it's still morning.
That beautiful play was able to.
You see, to some
it's still morning.
We spoke about Chelsea, yes, and we were like, oh, we're not sure what Chelsea was going to do.
Chelsea
surprised.
Chelsea don't surprise me, no. I know Chelsea will win that game because Fulham has not been in their best. Let me tell you, the only thing I take away from Chelsea was that Calvin Bassey is a class. You know, the Nigeria's Calvin Bassey, Nigeria's defender Calvin Bassey, he captained the team last night. You have the likes of Alex, he will be in the team, and you have the likes of King, that same team. If Chelsea had a good, if Chelsea had a good team, they would have scored up to 6 yesterday. If they had a good best team, and if Fulham were up to Chelsea where Chelsea is, Fulham would have scored up to 4 because Chelsea made some mistakes. Fulham made some mistakes. All these things are football.
Man City did not make some mistakes. Man City were a basket full of mistakes. Man United rather. See, one thing you need to accept for us to move on is the fact that you are living in the euphoria of the past.
I'm not living in the euphoria of the past. I'm working on the I accepted it. We're working on something. You're working on something that Hull City is not working on. You're working on something that Fulham is not working on. You're working on something that Newcastle is not working on something. When we cook we're going to see who
coming here.
My heart goes out to Manchester United, honestly.
Ardently resolved.
In your delusion.
Yes.
Why are you talking about delusion? We're talking about reality, that something is on the progress.
They are still stuck. I mean, some persons have woken up.
They are still stuck in the shadows of the shadows of Las Vegas.
Which club can I join? I can't join any of your clubs. I'm Manchester United by blood.
Sports oracle that is not oracling when it comes to Man United.
When it comes to bias, you are trying to show your entire bias just for one team.
Stop, exactly. Look at the others. How you can leverage what others are doing.
That
speak Take something from other clubs. Learn from the other clubs, and somehow infuse it. Maybe your career can be
It's hard time you learn how to win from Arsenal.
Well, we're going to see what Arsenal has for the season, and there's no other point for that. We're going to see what Arsenal. But what, like Mr. Rex said, I will still go back to Mr. Rex. This is still morning, so we're going to see.
It's still morning. Man United is not expected to go beyond losing against Hull City in the season.
Issues about the football, the games played, because you have just decided to anchor on Man United Arsenal. You should have told us.
No, I said what Chelsea played yesterday. Chelsea played a good game yesterday. I watched the match. I saw how Fulham played. It was a beautiful game. Beautiful. I mentioned it before. I had to, it was Mr. Tucci that had to introduce us to some.
Because you omitted the fact that Man United is 17th on the league table.
Isn't it baffling? Whole Manchester United is at 17.
Well, Mr. It's serious. It's not an issue for a team to lose their first game of the season. But when people carry this euphoria of the invisibles, the euphoria of the past into their present, and then want to negate the presence of champions on the table, then you have to call them to reality.
Champions? Arsenal.
Arsenal is a champion.
Okay, yes,
Liverpool is a perennial champion.
When is my turn? I hope you don't say Arsenal. I hope you don't say Manchester United is not a champion. Thank you very much. I really, really love all of us.
Okay, that's the much time we have this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Like I said earlier, it's important that you get copies of these newspapers. It's not just to sit and listen to us, analyze them, read them and understand, grasp the full details of the stories. Till we come your way again, same time tomorrow morning, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
Rice, thank you for your enriching presence and analysis.
Thank you, and God bless you. And for you, via continue to watch us on Aneke TV Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Nigeria's electoral system remains one of the largest in Africa, but also one of the most contested in terms of public confidence, participation, and outcomes. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, data from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, shows that over 93 million Nigerians were registered voters in 2023. Yet, only about 25 million votes were cast in the presidential election, a turnout of roughly 28%. This sharp decline highlights a growing disconnection between citizens and the ballot box, trust deficit, and technology gaps. A major issue is trust in the electoral process. The introduction of the BVAS device and the INEC result viewing portal, IREV, was expected to improve transparency. However, controversies over delayed or disputed uploads during the 2023 collation process triggered widespread criticism and legal disputes. For example, several opposition parties challenged presidential results at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, arguing inconsistencies in result transmission. Although the court upheld the outcome, the dispute further deepened public skepticism. By comparison, in Ghana's 2020 elections, results were publicly declared at constituency collation centers in full media presence, significantly reducing post-election disputes and strengthening trust in the Electoral Commission. Vote buying and economic pressure. Vote buying remains one of Nigeria's most visible electoral weaknesses. During the 2023 elections, domestic observer groups such as the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote Initiative documented cases of financial inducement in multiple states, particularly during legislative elections. In some polling units, reports indicated voters were offered cash or goods, ranging from food items to small sums of money in exchange for votes. This practice continues to undermine issue-based politics. In contrast, South Africa's Electoral Commission enforces strict campaign finance regulations, and political parties are required to disclose funding sources, reducing direct voter inducement and increasing accountability. Electoral violence and security concern. Security remains another critical barrier. In parts of the southeast and northwest, voter turnout was significantly affected by fears of violence, enforcement clashes, and disruption of polling activities. For instance, in the 2023 elections, INEC was forced to relocate or delay voting in several polling units due to insecurity and logistical challenges. By comparison, India, the world's largest democracy, deploys over 1 million security personnel during national elections, ensuring that even remote areas are secured through coordinated federal and state election security operations. Youth participation, high numbers, low turnout. Nigeria's youth population remains a major electoral force, with more than 60% of the population under the age of 35. However, participation remains inconsistent. Despite the Not Too Young to Run Act of 2018, which reduced age requirement for elective office, youth representation in major political offices remain limited due to party hierarchy dominance. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements such as online civic campaigns on X, TikTok, and Instagram significantly shaped political conversations. However, analysts noted that digital activism did not fully translate into voter turnout at polling stations. In Kenya's 2022 elections, youth engagement was stronger due to targeted civic education campaigns and structured mobilization efforts led by both civil society and electoral bodies, which helped convert awareness into turnout. Party structures and internal democracy. Another structural weakness is internal party democracy. In many political parties, candidate selection is heavily influenced by party elites, often sidelining younger aspirants. This limits renewal in leadership and discourages political participation among emerging voters. By contrast, Germany's proportional representation system allows political parties to present structured candidate lists that often include youth, women, and minority groups, ensuring broader inclusion in governance. The way forward, what must change? Experts argue that Nigeria's electoral reforms must move beyond technology and focus on trust, enforcement, and inclusion. First, enforcement of electoral offences must be strengthened. Vote buying must carry swift prosecution to deter offenders. Second, civic education must be expanded. In countries like Finland, civic education begins early in schools, producing one of the highest voter awareness levels in Europe. Third, electoral transparency must be reinforced through consistent and credible result transmitting systems that are backed by law and not subject to interpretation. Fourth, youth inclusion must go beyond voting. Structured mentorship, political training, and party reform
are needed to allow young Nigerians meaningful access to leadership positions. Finally, security coordination must be improved using models similar to India's Election Commission framework, where election security is centrally coordinated to ensure uniform protection across regions. Conclusion: Nigeria's electoral system is not defined by lack of participation alone, but by a crisis of confidence, enforcement gaps, and structural exclusion. As the country moves toward the 2027 elections, the central question is no longer how many Nigerians are registered to vote, but whether they believe their votes will count. Across the world, strong democracies are built not just on elections, but on trust, transparency, and consistent accountability. For Nigeria, closing that gap remains the defining challenge of its democratic future.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a country of extraordinary possibilities. A nation of more than 200 million people, abundant natural resources, a young and energetic population, remarkable cultural diversity, and an entrepreneurial spirit that continues to thrive despite enormous challenges. Yet, between the Nigeria we have and the Nigeria we aspire to build lies a fundamental question. What will it take to get Nigeria working? Is the responsibility that of government alone? Or does the answer lie in a broader social compact? One in which government, citizens, businesses, institutions, and communities accept their respective responsibilities. Getting Nigeria working is not simply an economic question. It is a question of leadership. It is a question of institutions. It is a question of citizenship. And ultimately, it is a question of national character. The Nigeria we have. For decades, Nigeria's development story has been marked by contradictions. The country possesses enormous human and material resources, yet millions continue to struggle with access to basic services and economic opportunities. Its cities are expanding rapidly, but infrastructure often struggles to keep pace. Its young population represents a tremendous demographic advantage, yet unemployment, underemployment, and limited opportunities continue to fuel frustration. Nigeria has produced world-class professionals, entrepreneurs, academics, artists, athletes, and innovators. But the question remains: how can individual excellence be transformed into institutional excellence? That may be one of the defining questions of the Nigerian century. Beyond government. Government carries an enormous responsibility. It must provide security, build infrastructure, create a predictable business environment, strengthen education and healthcare, protect citizens' rights, and establish institutions capable of delivering public services efficiently. But government cannot do everything. No government can build a prosperous society without the active participation of its citizens. Democracy is not merely the periodic act of voting. It is also what happens between elections. It is paying taxes where required, respecting the law, protecting public property, rejecting corruption, holding leaders accountable, participating constructively in community development, and demanding institutions that work while recognizing that citizens themselves are part of those institutions. The culture of responsibility. A functioning country is built not only through policies, but through habits. The habit of keeping public spaces clean, the habit of obeying traffic regulations, the habit of doing honest work, the habit of keeping agreements, the habit of rejecting shortcuts, the habit of asking difficult questions without destroying the institutions required to provide the answers. Development is therefore not simply about what government does for the people. It is also about what citizens do for one another. The philosopher John Dewey described democracy as more than a political system, a way of living together. For Nigeria, that principle carries profound significance. A nation becomes stronger when responsibility becomes a shared value, rather than something constantly transferred to somebody else. The economic question. There can be no meaningful national development without a productive economy. Nigeria must move beyond an economy heavily dependent on the export of raw resources and strengthen sectors capable of creating sustainable value. Agriculture must become more productive. Manufacturing must become more competitive. Technology and innovation must be supported. Small and medium-sized enterprises must have access to finance, infrastructure, and predictable regulations. And Nigerian workers must have the skills required by a changing global economy. But economic transformation requires more than government programs. It requires an environment in which enterprise is respected, contracts are honored, productive work is rewarded, and investment is encouraged by confidence in institutions. The central challenge is therefore not merely to create wealth. It is to create an economy in which more Nigerians have a genuine opportunity to participate in creating that wealth. Education and the future. Every serious conversation about Nigeria's future eventually returns to education. A nation cannot sustainably develop beyond the quality of its human capital. Education must therefore be understood not simply as preparation for examinations, but as preparation for citizenship, employment, innovation, and leadership. Children need strong foundations. Young people need practical and technological skills. Universities need to become stronger centers of research and innovation. Vocational and technical education must receive greater recognition, and learning must become a lifelong process. Because the economy of tomorrow will not reward countries merely for the size of their populations. It will reward countries for what their people know, what they can create, and how effectively their institutions can convert knowledge into progress. The institutional question. Perhaps the greatest foundation of development is the strength of institutions. Strong institutions provide continuity beyond individual personalities. They create rules that are predictable. They make public officials accountable. They protect citizens and investors. And they provide mechanisms for resolving disputes without violence. Nigeria's challenge is therefore not simply to find exceptional leaders. It is to build institutions capable of producing good outcomes, even when exceptional leaders are absent. That requires professional public services, credible regulatory agencies, independent oversight, effective justice systems, and transparent management of public resources. In the long term, institutions must be stronger than personalities. Security and social trust. No society can prosper without security. Farmers cannot produce efficiently when they fear attacks. Businesses cannot invest confidently where insecurity persists. Children cannot learn effectively where communities are unstable. And citizens cannot fully exercise their freedoms where fear dominates everyday life. But security is not solely a military or policing question. It is also an economic, social, and institutional question. Communities need trusted security structures. Young people need legitimate opportunities. Disputes need mechanisms for peaceful resolution. And citizens must cooperate with lawful security institutions. The objective should not merely be to respond to insecurity after it occurs. It should be to build a society in which the conditions that produce insecurity are progressively reduced. The Nigerian social contract. Nigeria's diversity is often presented as a challenge, but diversity can also be an extraordinary national asset. The question is whether differences become instruments of division or sources of strength. A functioning federation requires fairness. It requires respect for every community. It requires citizens to understand that national progress cannot permanently be built on the exclusion of others. The Nigerian social contract must therefore rest on a simple principle. Every citizen deserves dignity, security, and opportunity. And every citizen has responsibilities towards the society that provides those possibilities. The role of the private sector. Government creates the framework, but businesses create much of the employment and economic activity that sustains societies. Nigeria, therefore, needs a private sector that is innovative, competitive, and socially responsible. Businesses must pay their lawful obligations, treat workers fairly, respect consumers, and invest in productivity. Government, in turn, must create an environment where legitimate businesses can operate without unnecessary obstacles. The relationship should not be one of government versus business. It should be a partnership directed towards national productivity. The power of the ordinary citizen. National transformation is often discussed in terms of presidents, governors, ministers, and legislators. But countries are ultimately built by ordinary people doing ordinary things well. The teacher who refuses to abandon the classroom, the farmer who increases productivity, the entrepreneur who employs another young person, the civil servant who refuses a bribe, the journalist who insists on accuracy, the police officer who protects the law without discrimination, the citizen who refuses to destroy public property, the young person who chooses skills over despair. These actions may appear small. Collectively, they are not. They constitute the everyday architecture of a functioning nation. A call for collective action. Getting Nigeria working will not happen through slogans alone. It will not happen through government alone, and it will not happen through citizens alone. It requires collective action. Government must govern responsibly. Institutions must function. Businesses must create value. Citizens must demand accountability and accept responsibility. Communities must cooperate. Young Nigerians must be given the opportunity to participate meaningfully in the country's future. And the country must begin to measure progress, not merely by the number of policies announced, but by the number of lives genuinely improved. The Nigeria of our aspirations will not simply arrive. It must be built. Built in classrooms, built in hospitals, built on farms, built in factories, built in laboratories, built in communities, built through honest public service, built through responsible citizenship, and built through the daily decisions of millions of Nigerians. The question, therefore, is no longer simply, what is wrong with Nigeria? The more important question is, what are we prepared to do differently to make Nigeria work? Because the future of Nigeria is not an abstract idea. It is being created or neglected by the choices we make today. Getting Nigeria working is a collective responsibility, and the work begins with all of us.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth,
Stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Aneke television. How agibom di egwu nkwago na ahia mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emela ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emela ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụ kwamowu si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. To powerful stories from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? It is a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, live at Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called social lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. I'm not alone here. I'm with the Commissioner of Enjoyment, live and direct. Commissioner, how are you doing?
It's a beautiful afternoon and I'm fine. I really want to appreciate everything you've been doing. Apart from your beauty, I appreciate other things. Yeah, it looks like as the day goes by, you get more beautiful. No, I'm not saying you are beautiful. I'm just saying you get more beautiful. Blushing? No, if you are blushing, it's your business. But I'm saying you get more beautiful. You get more beautiful. Well, it's the afternoon where we are, and we do what we know best how to do in the world of entertainment. So, Gift, back to you. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Clock it.
You're doing okay. Clock it.
Clock it.
That's really
clock
fine.
Clock it.
Yeah. I'm sure that clock it did not even last for a while. Everyone had to
move on from it.
From me, because for me, it's the 2026 what we inherited. It's an era, okay? Yeah, I mean, I really love that. So I don't know about the other person. That's why I use it mostly when I'm trying to feel myself with some fun, you know?
Anyway, you know what we'll do here? We'll give you the best entertainment, gist, groove. Don't leave any table unturned in the celebrity world news today. And my first gist for today is about actress Bumi Nelson, who repeatedly said that she expressed regret over how she treated her years ago. The her she's referring to is the actress Funke Akindele, who would have, if she had been with this particular actress by now, she would have gone far. So her regret was not moving with the pace when she, But I want to ask a curious question. Have you in your life, one time in your life, see someone maybe you overlooked, and today the person is in a far bigger place, higher than where you used to know him before? And what is that biggest regret you have when you saw the person?
I'm not sure there's anyone in my space that has climbed that ladder right now, who is bigger, who is better. I'm not sure in my category. I only see people, okay, maybe just a few people, because they traveled abroad and they started
making money.
They made money, and you could still see some. I'm not saying things are not working, but you could still see some signs that intellectually you guys are still on the same level, even though you're in Nigeria, intellectually, because what we grade as success could be material, right?
Yeah.
There's actually also intellectual success, where you are climbing in the ladder of information. You are getting to know many things. You're getting to be involved in the society, in political system. You are being open. You are open-minded, and you are having great conversations with people. Like, there are people you can hold conversations with. Even if Mr. Tony Elumelu comes in here, you can actually ask few questions that will not derail from what he would ask. Okay? Even if Burna Boy, great artists, come in here, you can hold light and amazing conversations. So I think most people grade success only on the financial side, which is okay, of course, which we really have to celebrate. It's not just financial, it can also be intellectual success. People getting degrees, masters is success. People getting PhDs, people furthering their education. These things are important. So in my space, I have no such person that has, unless just okay, I think I have few people that have really they have not left me, but like they are not up, and I'm regretting why. Okay, all I'm regretting is I would have done what you did. We are still in the same
category of circle.
You get, so I have access to them, they have access to me, so maybe they are richer than me because they had to take. So I'm regretting, why didn't I take action? That's all. I'm not regretting, no, they are up and I'm down, because Nigeria, we are in Nigeria.
let me just use the word, we're in Nigeria.
No,
So
the actress Bumi Nelson is actually regretted the fact that she didn't move with this actress. She didn't make her friend during the time where their closeness was, such a bond.
well, the thing is that it depends on how she treated Funke. Funke, you understand? that voice. It depends on how she treated Funke. But if Funke was to consider, she will be considering on how she treats. For instance, now, if I become a big celebrity tomorrow, or you become a big celebrity tomorrow, you don't have what we are doing currently. Like, you don't have what we are doing then. Do you get? It's what we did in the past. How I was good to you, how I loved you, how I cared for you, how I, called you out, how I spoke to you. That's what you'll be thinking about. You don't be thinking about what I'm going to do for you then. That's how it is. Maybe she didn't treat her well. And then she felt like, okay, this is just a random girl. She forgot that Funke is there. Any girl who is hardworking is going to the top. Any girl you see, any lady, any woman you see that their back doesn't touch ground, even if it touches ground, they rise. And they're not doing fraud. They are not sleeping around. They're not doing any wrong thing to make money. They are legitimately selling something, selling a product. They're into...
Or craft.
Yeah, or craft. They're into something that you can't fault. Legal, something legal. They are going to the top. Forget about the time it will take. Yeah. That's why you see some of these people like Dr. Ngozo Konjiwala, people like the late Dr. Dora Kunyili. You see the names I'm mentioning, people who are there, who had climbed that strata.
Chimamanda.
Yes, Dr. Ngozi Chimamanda. You see their titles, Dr. Ngozi Chimamanda. They are doing something. They are climbing. Anyone you see that is always pushing. That's why maybe she did not even show her a good sign when they were friends. Maybe she was maltreating her. And what she could be regretting, maybe one or two events, instances. People can be very petty. You got something, and let me say, no matter what you have in this
both
world,
of them are actresses, so
yes, but it may look like both of them are actresses, but it may look like they didn't have that bond, because they had some issues.
Do you need to, because I'm very curious at this point, do you actually need to have special bond with someone before you establish a relationship with someone?
Okay, first of all, it's not about having a special bond. I think what I would say generally should be not having special bond is not a criteria for not having a friendship. But you can have a bond that is very special. For instance, depends on how you do as a commissioner for enjoyment. You remember things I've done for you.
I don't remember.
Giving you my ATM, giving you, just taking you on the...
just emphasizing the word ATM.
No, taking you on taking you around, on getting tours. You corn on tours,
oh my God.
Flying to Ibiza, I know those places I've taken you. In my consequence, I do this for many people, and we are good. So the thing there is that when you don't need to be close to someone before you become their friends. You can walk towards it. For instance, we can, I think I like this person. What does this person like to eat? What does this person like to eat? Yes.
I like the fact that you are not thinking like a normal random Nigerian erotic man who actually feels like relationship is just based on maybe acquaintances or bond of blood. So it's based on what you can exchange in order to get something.
Yes, something that has done on me so far. I was thinking about a friend. At some point, it looks like I'm always giving.
Yeah.
Do you know one thing? I used to say this. Sorry, I'm saying this here, but people forget that there's something you need to invest. When I mean investment, you need to guide people. Guiding people can be investment. I have to guide you to see this, guide you to see that, guide you to understand how it can be investment. Because people that guided me, they didn't take any money from me.
Okay.
And someone that has given me the greatest gift of my life did not ask me for anything in return. Do you get?
That's your mom.
Yes, basically. She didn't ask for the physical gifts.
Maybe the reason why she didn't ask it is because maybe she knows that she has a duty to give birth.
To give birth. And
also,
there are people that are not my biological mom, that are my mom.
Okay, interesting.
There are plenty. They are not my biological mom, and they are my mom. And they are not as old as a mother. There are two that are as old as a mother, about 3. In fact, every old person is my mom. You know why? Not my mom but as a, my
biological, yeah.
But someone I revere, someone that can teach me what I don't know. That's why in every space I find myself, I want to learn. I want to see how this place is working, so that in case there's a problem, I can even bring a solution. So what we are talking about is friendship without boundaries. Okay, you and I we're kind of together, and I don't need to be so close to you to be your friend. I can start from being far, and also give it time. Like there's a place of time, giving some time in friendship, in conversations like that. Just give it time. And if there's nothing like faith working like FATE happening alone. There's also a little work you should put in. So it should not be based on how much you've given me, because I give you money, that's why you are my friend. No, it should be where we are going. Are we aligned in the same vision? Maybe they are not aligned in the same vision. You can see the disparity. I don't even know if she's her name. I don't think I've watched any of her movies. But I'm sure that I know Funka Akindele. If you wake me up, I can mention some movies I've seen Funka Akindele, and the most popular movie is Jennifer's Diary. So that movie was.
I think that movie actually pushed her to the top.
Yeah,
it's a series, not like
series.
Series.
Yeah. She started when she saw the potential. I really loved Funka Akindele. I love her a lot. You know why? I love how she is. How she's
dedicated.
Yes, she saw that she could do this. She did it. It worked. Then she's pushing for higher grounds. She's breaking into new territories, breaking into new level of operation. It's good. It's really good.
But do you know actually that, and there are people out there that have pushed like Funke and actually did not get the space to get to the top. What do you think about those kind of people?
Those people that have pushed her but didn't get the space to be at the top is what we do for.
Will you categorically say it's destiny, or do you say it's just?
Yes, because there's also
of life.
Yeah, there's also a place of where someone could be working hard to be popular, to blow, but they will not blow. All they will have is just enough. It can be caused by several factors: mistake, financial mistake. It can also be caused by investing in the wrong thing. It can also be caused by not understudying the field where the person is. Then there's the higher one. It can also be caused by village people. Village people are active.
I don't know. When people say village people. For me, I don't understand, because everybody obviously have a village. Don't you have one?
No. I have community people. People in my constituency.
Okay, but people in your village, what are they called?
They are called village people. It's close. But what I'm saying is that if someone supported somebody to go to the top, just like I'm supporting you to get to the top.
Yeah.
You see, if I'm not there, it's okay.
Okay.
It depends on what you are living your life for. If you are living your life to get to the top, and when you get to the top, that's where your life ends, then that's not a good life. But whatever it is, once somebody is working hard to get to the top, let them get to the top.
So let's move over to the second slide of my gist today, and it's about the music video director T.G. Omori that reacts to Pokoli's alleging that a lot of things. He just said a lot of things, but it's about the alleged UK case where he said it breaks my heart to hear Pokoli in this sort of mess. That is the purest soul I've ever met. The devil really works over time.
Okay, I can see what he wrote. This Oluomo of Debbie said, I can confirm that the reports are true. Pokoli is currently on remand. But nobody can confirm if the rape is true.
Okay, but when he said this, someone actually responded to this controversial talk, and he said, you cannot always blame the devil for the action of men. Rapper Yesi replies T.G. Omeri over his tweet about Pokoli. What do you think at this point? This is two people.
Okay, YC. and Pokoli and Tijomori.
These are two people who actually had to react to the issue trending now about Pokoli being arrested and reprimanded in prison in UK for alleged rape case. But he has not been convicted. He has not been found guilty. But at this point, people are trying to trying to know if they could plead. But there's this opinion. People are saying you cannot be Nigeria now, where you feel even and he actually applied for bail, and the bail was denied. That was the part of the yoke of all these shady things. Every celebrity has just come to talk and put on their opinion. So do you actually align with TJ Omori over this issue, or do you think you are getting a sense of heading towards YC's tweet on this issue?
Well, YC was kind of being playing a neutral ground here.
Yeah,
and TJ Omori is a big guy. I'm telling you. He may not be as popular as he would. If you mention
a lot of movies.
If you mention in Nigeria's entertainment space, you have TJ Omori as the grand big guy. So it's not a question of who's the big.
Okay, TJ Omori or Pink director?
No, Pink is for the ladies. It's fat.
No, but she actually have directed a lot of movies.
But TJ Omori is the boss.
So Pink?
Yes.
No, let's not argue that, because I have seen directed by Pink.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. TJ Omori. Just like saying that TJ Omori. Just like saying that. Do you know? What are those veteran directors, music directors, directed by? I've forgotten their names, but they directed many years ago. Do you know the names?
There's this one that actually got engaged the other day.
Not him. I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Not him. I'm saying video people who have directed videos. The names are coming, but I'm saying that they were videoing videos, like they were having videos like, they were the ones videoing Don Jazzy them those years until TJ Omori came. TJ Omori, and in fact Pink too has done good job. But I'm saying that in Nigeria right now, it's Pink, it's TJ Omori and Pink that are reigning. Do you know how much it takes to direct one video? $150,000 least, like depends on your budget. It's not small. It's about 160 million naira that somebody will use and do your.
These people are stinkingly rich.
Do you get? So TJ Omori is a big guy. What I'm saying is that the man YC was trying to do, I don't know, was trying to play intellectual.
Yeah.
YC always likes to play intellectual that I don't know where he got it from. No, seriously, like the guy is playing some intellectual kini. Is it? Of course, he's trying to sound intellectual, smart, but it's just a matter. Somebody is in prison, is Nigerian, and is based on accusation. And I've heard a lot of side of this story. I've heard someone say that she and the girl, they agreed to do something that they are when they are done. What's his name? Pokoli had to try to do something else, and then there's someone other said that two Nigerian artists that are arranged the girl for him, because there was a time in Nigeria, Kini, about a particular death that happened, an artist that died many years ago. The issue. Then someone else had to come out to say that it was a setup. And we have not heard from Pokoli. So until UK doesn't fear face, they don't fear face. If they can do it, footballers, like somebody is playing football and they say, stop that football, let's enter. That's why people, this is not even a lesson for all these people. The lesson is that, first of all, if you're of the age to marry, go and marry.
Yeah.
If you want to be doing what you want to do all the time, go and marry. Like, I don't understand how people will be young, they want to be sleeping around. Are you not afraid of your life?
Like, that's just one thing I don't
even understand. Now, are you not mad? You are that big, you have the money. All thanks to God for the likes of Zlatan, the likes of Iblis or Gabos, the likes of all these celebrities that has settle down. OBO, of course, OBO, it took him some time, but finally, congratulations to him. Wizkid, you see, they know this game, because these people that are moving. How old is Pokoli? Pokoli should be up to 30, 31.
No, Pokoli should be, if would not do it by celebrity age, Pokoli should be around that 34, 35.
35. You see, so what's he doing with somebody in the hotel? What kind of thing is that?
Well, a crazy lifestyle.
Because they are celebrities. Another thing too, that and someone said if they want to marry 2, marry 3. Sure, you can afford it. Marry 4, keep all of them. Now another thing is, is this for young people? In case temptation leads you to that place, have records. Young man, have records.
Will you record yourself while having something in a hotel room?
Good. No. It's
first of all, conversation. Right to privacy. So.
Yeah, actually. So, but those people don't respect those things. So you need what? You need to have your record, the conversation. I booked you, you booked me, we said this, we agreed this is the receipt. That's what saved some footballers. Somebody had to come out and say, oh, you guys did this, you guys did that, you guys you did this, you did that. And I'm like, because the footballer now had to go in and had to bring out the camera. That nearly happened to Neymar. It nearly happened to former Manchester United player. What was that his name? I've forgotten his name, but he played on the right wing. It nearly happened to him. He had to bring out camera to show the video, see what happened. They had conversation. It was the girl that smacked her first. Then the girl did not know he was recorded. With the phone is just there. He was recording. The girl smacked her first. He smacked him first. He was like, oh, he didn't retaliate back. And then he was there. And the girl now, when the girl was done, the girl left. So the girl now went and reported rape. He now brought the video. See what happened. They watched it. And then they had that thing also has happened to it also happens in the entertainment circle where people are trying to divorce. You see divorce trying to rise because people don't have evidence.
I think in the entertainment sector in Nigeria, most cases they rise with domestic violence.
Domestic violence.
Right over there is rape. There is always a particular trending syndrome in every entertainment space.
You know the thing is that they will say, okay, divorce in Nigeria is for domestic. In fact, it has been many times that the woman was abusing the man too, and the man was abusing the woman. Both of them, they should have scattered long ago, but because they were trying to wait for it to be a problem. So I'm not sure I'm not sure if what I'm saying is if you're a young man, a young girl, young man, have evidence. If you can't get married, have evidence because people don't like marriage this time. Have evidence. Have it evidence. I told this girl to visit me this. Have it and don't go alone.
Okay, if you want to do something with someone, you carry your own money and go. Like I don't understand.
No, you don't understand. That's why I say you don't understand. So what I mean is don't go alone. Like for instance, go with your let's say you are visiting. For me, I don't visit ladies alone. I go with in Nigeria things can solve, man. Things can solve.
UK
you can go to if you're going to let's say a girl's house and maybe she's staying alone. You don't go alone. Even if she's coming to your place, somebody is there. You know why? It's not even because of anything going wrong. She can accuse you of anything. You know, as an experienced person, you could find yourself in snares where somebody can point you gun and say, do or die. Or do. You see, let me not go to this holy book. What happened to Joseph? If Joseph was there with somebody, would there be such an issue where he will go to prison? You see, that's just it. He had to flee and the woman was holding the clothes. That's the evidence. Don't stay alone. Don't be alone. Go. And most times, why people break that rule, you know why? Why people break that rule is because they want to do something. Now, let me link this to another story of a particular gospel artist that has been trending. I don't know if you know about that. That's been trending of, trying to spy into a woman's a woman's, another man's wife. That's the trending story now on X and other places. And he has come out to say his own side. That this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. That even the wife has evidence, that the wife is aware of everything. You see, he's married and he had to involve the wife. That the man was not taking care of the wife. The man left the wife. No, the man that he went to take care of the wife left the wife to be living like a. So why is it? Because people are accusing him of asking the lady for picture. He was saying that he gave this lady, just like me now, if I pay for this your wonderful hair now, and say go and do your hair, don't I have the right to see your picture?
Yeah, you do have the right.
Let me see your picture. And I see your picture, and the man said that for what he said, because this thing needs to be investigated. The guy called him out. So he said that he saw the picture, and it was because he paid for the hair, he paid for the Airbnb of the lady before he left the country. That when he went to visit the lady, he was on call with his wife.
Wow.
That his wife. You see, these things are just simple
but
things.
It's just like necessarily when people say, I want to go out, I want to tell my wife my location, because an incident happened in Enugu one certain time. So a friend, a man had to, he wanted to go out with a group of friends, and his wife was not at home. He had to put a call, babe, I am going to so location. Do you understand? Please, when you get home, chat me or get in touch to know, so that I'll quick enough to come back home safe. So he also tested her, because I think, so he went out with his friend. So he got to the venue, and he actually did not know they were planning his kidnap. Kidnap or using him for a particular event. So at that point, not even quite long, the lady called in, and he picked his call, confidently. He didn't know what was going on. So he confidently picked the call in front of the friends. I mean, like, babe, I'm there where I told you I am going to. I've arrived. So, so I'm telling the wife, the wife was not telling him, extend my greetings to your friends. So they were all shocked. The woman knowing about the incident and knowing about his whereabouts. It was just so abnormal for a man to, actually download his whereabouts to the wife. So there's two of them actually said, okay, sorry, please excuse me. We're coming back. So they went to something like a corridor to, pick a call, and was like telling those people that please let them not ambush him while going home. That the wife is aware that he's here, please. That the plan is already spoiled. But the man, I don't know what he wanted to pick. He had dropped the conversation.
He dropped the conversation.
And I was like, okay. He sat back, was so tensed, and actually, he was not uncomfortable. I'm not telling them, sorry, something came up. Please, can I go get something? I might return. I might not return. So they said, okay, no problem. He got home and narrated the story to the wife, and they were so immensely happy.
Amazing.
Because some men will be like, the man of the household. Why
am I telling my wife?
Tell you where I'm going to. Can I? It actually applies to women also, because you are going out. I remember when I was in school, I want to go out to meet some of my friends. As young as even now, I want to go somewhere, I'll just call my best friend. I'll be like, if I can't talk to my other sister, I'll be like, hey, babe, I'm going somewhere. Please, if you reach 10, call me. Why they make us start coming back,
10 p.m.
10 p.m. So, do you understand? To the point that one of my friends just said, she said something in Igbo to me, and one day when I was telling my best friend about my whereabouts, he said, "Inemekomas."
Wow.
Yeah,
they should give her the award of the most adults.
She said Inemekomas. But anyway, this conversation is very, very, very deep. But before we continue, let's just go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. Always heading straight to the topic we are talking about informing someone very close to you about your whereabouts or what you are doing. And I just told you what my friend said when I told her that she was around my house then, and I told her that I just want to meet someone. I told my best friend, please call me about, and she said, Inemeko. She used the statement on me, Inemeko Mazi. And at that point, I just wanted to say, oh, am I being too informative about my whereabouts? But at some point, security consciousness is something that people have to take note of. This is especially in the society today where anything can happen. I think we both were somewhere when someone was narrating I think two different stories where
audio, about a friend of mine.
if two friends that were kidnapped, one happened to be richer than the other, but the two distinct thing is that it's just an iron of life. The richer one was using a Nokia Touch, while the other one that was not really rich was using a very big phone. So when they were kidnapped and both of them were brought into the, they said, oh yeah, call the people, they actually checked their, call log and everything. The one that doesn't have much money and has big phone, we are saying, my boss, my chairman, Chemo, that
like
kind of
the
thing.
names of people he saved in his contact.
Yeah, so, ordinarily, when you see this kind of person using this kind of big phone, ordinarily, what comes to your mind is that, this guy is loaded. Do you understand? So the kidnappers were like, please, they didn't say please, but like you should call your people that they need 200 million or 100 million thereabouts. A guy was like, I don't have money, and then they told the guy that was using Nokia Touch, who was actually rich, very rich, to bring about 3 million so that he'll be freed. So at this point, the other guy actually sourced the 3 million, and the other person, they called the family that they should bring money. The family was still present. Can they collect 300,000? I think they got annoyed. They were like, you think we are playing here? They actually got a client who actually demanded the boy's parts, and he was dissected Another one was let free because he could pay the 3 million. 3 million was not even an issue for him. So this is just life.
Story because of that. I know Mama want to go out and not tell anybody. It's just so. but really, what we're talking about is about this whole issue that's been going on the internet, where someone wants to go out and they don't let people know where they're going. And just like I said earlier, Pokoli's matter. Can we talk about Pokoli? What's happening, what's trending in Pokoli? Yeah.
Okay. The thing is that about Pokoli's matter or whatever, I am not really inclined. Not really being inclined. Just that I don't know what to believe. I don't know if he actually did make an attempt, or maybe it was just an attempt. Or maybe he assaulted or harassed someone sexually. I don't know if it's really
these are three different words. Do you understand?
Maybe
assault, harassment.
Yeah, like maybe just tapped a lady inappropriately. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Hit her, touch her inappropriately, and the person is an assault.
But it's not rape.
It's not rape. I'm saying that I don't know if he really did rape the
Can we say it's a setup?
I think that's what I'm saying, because
it's a setup.
Why would Pokoli rape someone? He's big, he has money, he's fine, he can get any girl. Girls are tripping for him already. So why would he go?
And do you know there's this thing that happens with white girls? I think when you ask them,
especially white girls,
when you actually deny them of what they want, they turn to be more aggressive, and then they become like they can stoop to any level to defame you.
What if his fellow Nigerians that have really
set him up?
Yeah,
it can be.
Yeah, it can be from friends.
Like this new guy, this new Instagram man that got nabbed the other day for drug, trafficking, right? Who knew he was a drug trafficker? I think he's been into that business. For him to have gotten to this point, to this extent, I think this man has been in that business for a long time.
Yeah.
He was snitched. Perhaps someone might have gone behind to snitch on him. Maybe a friend of his who is jealous. Or maybe he was unable to settle some persons. Because for him to have gone to that extent, he has been settling all these poor people, giving them small money. For them not to have found out all this while. So it's just a setup. Someone might have set him up. A friend of his, someone close to him. I heard that it's a worker of his that set him up. You know a trading man, right?
Yeah.
The KC man.
KC Luxury.
Yeah, the KC Luxury.
What does he even sell?
He sells jewelry, which he uses to cover up. Because, tell me, even chill with Davido, chill with all these top celebrities, without... most of these people, they are into all this, but we don't know. How did they...
So they always... Because, do you know, I always say, when you see a genuine businessman, he's on his toes, big and forth. You hardly see him show off.
Too much.
Show off.
Can you imagine? Can you
because
see
they know
expensive cars this guy drives.
They know to recover that money to show off will take them a while.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Just check somebody like Dangote. Have you ever seen him show off?
Like that.
Like show off
he's the richest.
Do you understand?
No, when we go there,
check this
celebrity lifestyle is meant to be shown off.
It's meant to be shown, but that man is not a celebrity.
Casey is not a celebrity.
He's not a celebrity.
Okay.
He just started showing up because he has the money. He has maybe a little bit of influence.
That's why.
He's not a celebrity.
That's why in this
What's
life,
his impact in the society?
It's just like
I like a mass definition of celebrity.
That's in this life, when you have money, the quickest way to impact enemies is when you start rubbing it on people's face.
Yes. Yeah, people want to know. People have been investigating. Where is this man getting this money from?
Okay, just like I'm asking other people. Like, there's a way I see you spend money. I begin to ask, where are you getting money from? Most times, okay, let me just say this. In the entertainment industry, MI came out the other day to say that those who are financing the entertainment world are Yahoo boys.
Financing
those
the entertainment world?
Who are financing music videos are Yahoo boys. He said it. The video is on X. He said shout out to Yahoo boys.
What was he trying to say? Because those that were able to afford to do their music video or whatever.
Do you know how much? Do you know? Okay, let me ask you. he said that corporate world cannot finance one music video. I mentioned how much did your Omori collect for a sharp music video. Unless you want to do content creation. Or maybe you have a YouTube setting, a YouTube platform that is already giving you money. But when you look at someone from nowhere doing a music video, someone from nowhere doing a, I heard about an artist, I don't know, I won't mention his name, in Nigeria. He has a relationship, or he's the junior brother to a particular activist celebrity who is said to share about 15 million naira when they came for his house party. So you don't listen, even the fellow, that person that you see that is called celebrity artist, celebrity activist, not, the celebrity artist, they're celebrity activist. You remember what I'm talking? You remember the people I'm talking about? They're celebrity artists. They're celebrity activists. So even the celebrity activist, you don't know where his wealth is coming from. He can only tell you the one he wants to tell you, just like you. Oh, I can mention a few things you do to earn money. If somebody gives you money, it's a money for spending. You don't go around doing, do you understand? Just like him too. If somebody gives her money, okay, somebody gave my money. Just like me, you know where my money is coming from. You will not, there's a track record. So that's why I'm saying that people that, do you know, you that shoot all those kind of videos, unless you have reached that height of people like Odumo Black, now he can afford it, because when he released Declan Rice, that Declan Rice had to go global, and streams, videos, everything had to give him that money. From that day, it has been banger.
Yeah.
Odumo Black is an artist that has decentralized himself.
Yeah, not just him. A lot of them. They have money.
From artists, celebrity basketballs. He's rolling with Wisi. He's rolling with Davido. Yeah. You see that kind of a thing. So Odumo Black is a very well-centered artist. Just that he's having issues with black bones.
Which I think it just strategy.
It's just strategy.
To release his new song.
But they really have beef.
Yeah.
That one is very short. What I'm saying is that when you see these people that are financing, these crafts, their money is long.
Yeah, very long.
Yeah. Unless maybe they found someone.
What about this Sophia Ibuje? I don't know.
Oh, Sophia Ibuje, who was in Monaco during the Monaco Grand Prix.
With Burna Boy, that lady, right?
Yeah, that lady.
Burna Boy dealt with that lady. Did you see her mansion? Like, you wonder what these people do.
There's this lady that is called Diadem. Or
that's what I'm talking about.
Do you understand? Not Sophia. Yeah. So this lady did a birthday splash in Lagos, Nigeria. So the splash was massive. The birthday was, everybody was on uniform and attire, and the cover-up business we know is the makeup brand she's selling, and but how can makeup brand give you that kind of gross money? And when Nigeria became aware of what is happening, was when she fought with a particular lady, a Lagos high babe, she now said, I started this OS before before I was there. You actually met me, begged me before I linked you up. So don't think you are bigger than the mother that mothered you.
So that means these people, some of these people, that's why Uma is very right. I really like Uma's celebrity definition. There are people those people have cameras on them. They're not celebrities. When you talk about celebrities, you're talking about people that have built something over time.
Yeah,
like Wizkid, Davido, Burna Boy, people that have, even though they are not perfect as in their character, you understand? To a savage. You're talking about women, people that that they have a track record. They have somewhere they are coming from. Music money alone. Yeah. How can you compare music money with football money?
And touring around, going to different countries. Do you know how much
music money and
music money and football money now? That's what the people are talking about. Music money and football money.
Which one is bigger?
How can you compare? Football money is bigger now. What do you mean?
Bigger, yeah.
Football money is bigger. How can you compare? Something you are doing, and you're comparing it, and another person is Bella Shmurda, even though he came from the backyard. Yeah. I wanted to say something, but I don't know how.
Is Bella Shmurda that rich?
Yes.
He's rich,
Bella Shmurda is big.
He's big.
He's big. He signed is the one that Fola is signed to his record label. Fola is signed to his record label. Then I wanted to say something.
Why did he sign his friend Mohbad?
He was too struggling to come out from where he was before. He was somewhere.
He was somewhere. He was trying to come out.
He was with Naira Marley, right?
Yeah.
Then he was just struggling to come out of there. Then he just came out.
And then he was trying to, tomorrow he's still Mobat's best of the best. Now, I want to say something about Southeast guys. I don't know if you guys notice a trend. Southeast guys that sings.
Is this Fino?
No. Fino is big. Fino is massive.
Fino is big now.
Fino is not,
I don't know what they are like.
Fino is releasing a song tomorrow, Wednesday.
This Fino, they boss my brain.
Fino is very good. He's very
Fino
good.
is amazing in his craft. You see rapping?
Very good.
God.
But you can't sing it.
I cannot sing it, but that guy. I don't even know why that Queen, Quincy, is trying to compare himself.
Who is Quincy?
I don't even know one guy like
Quincy
that.
Now?
I
don't even know who is Quincy.
I don't even know who it is.
But do you think that the Southeast guys are doing so much? Now, look at what I mean. These guys, what they are doing right now, some of them are doing, I don't think it's cool. They really have good lyrics.
Which one?
Southeast
the
guys.
Upcoming ones, right?
No. Leave those ones.
Those ones.
Let me not tackle them. Leave those ones.
Those ones, they use the same sound all the time.
No, it's not about the
same beating, the same.
Let me tell you where the thing is. There's something that is lying under that they are using to. You say, we're putting in the work. What work?
I walk now. Now you know what they work.
Yeah, beautiful. So that's why when you look at this, they are using something else to cover it. The work, putting in the work. But let's leave that. That's it, and you see it happening in Nigeria. Many people, let's say in the US and all those places, people that are singing, you could see evidently drug.
Yeah.
Evidently drug. They are doing like
people,
you can see drug. You can see drug. But down this place.
I like this laugh. Laugh again.
They will use the agency that is handling that and carry you. So now people are washing down those kind of finances in music. So somebody that is doing this one will wash it into music. So you think is this small? Nobody has your Spotify stream has not gotten up to 1,000 streams. You don't even have a YouTube page, but you have 2 bands.
Do
you understand? So it just tells you that these things are not.
What if these people sorry to cut you off. What if these people you're talking about, they've hustled, they've been into business, maybe they have underground business, not Yahoo, nothing, but they were just making money behind doors before they now shone off, before they became started,
it's fine.
They will have to make money, because they know that for them to be in music, but they have to invest into music. So they've already made money before coming into music. They didn't just come out because they just want to. Maybe they also have other skills, other things, business that they are doing that is giving them money. Okay, I'm not trying to say.
No, I understand. I understand where you're going.
But
the thing is that, when we start questioning this thing in the celebrity setting, we'll see some flaws. But I'm saying that till tomorrow. That's why it's good to, when you look at people who you call celebrities, you mentioned something like about Sophia Buje. You won't say she's a celebrity. She's a socialite.
Yes.
She's just a socialite. She's just someone who is on the internet. A socialite. Someone lights shown on the social media.
But this is what the audience, this is what the fans like.
Yeah.
They like people that they can role model. Like, imagine people now saying that I want to be like, I've heard someone say,
you want to be like Sophia Buje.
Yeah.
Big as I don't. No. What they want to be is to have his harmony.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Not our lifestyle.
Have the kind of money they have.
No, there are some people that wish to have that kind of lifestyle.
That lifestyle. That lifestyle they want.
You see that lifestyle? I'm saying it to you tomorrow. That lifestyle, there are many tears behind it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you guys something. Something we don't really think about is how much does it cost to lose your peace of mind.
What if she know they sleep for night?
Do you understand?
So these are the things when you're dealing with.
I think I have to calculate it well before I finally make my choice. Like, this is what I actually want.
Can you? The other time I was telling you, Sophia Buje, who went to Monaco Grand Prix in Monaco
with Burna Boy.
Burna Boy. Okay, that was a Formula 1 race that people had to gather.
Yeah, they match.
Yeah, she flew to Monaco on a private chopper from where she was.
Oh my God!
And then she was just hanging. That was really good.
Am I a bread?
But you know, her Lamborghini Urus, she later got people get. The thing is that what people are washing down in Nigeria using clubs and or I didn't want to say this, but what people are washing down in Nigeria is not a good money. It's not money made from the right source.
Okay, I just want us to talk about this trend that all the celebrities, especially the female, you know, adjusting their hip and then their face now. It's becoming a trend because I've seen like yesterday, like 3 or 4 actresses coming to adjust their hips and their face. And now the popular this designer, what's her name? She has come out to say that no. There's this designer that made Queen's dress, that bread dress. She has come out to say yes, Toyin Lawani. She has come out to say that why is it that all the female celebrities in Lagos are having the same face shape now? They're all looking alike now. What's happening with all their draw face?
Well, the thing is,
I saw Uche Obodo the other day. She was looking like Uche Montana. I was like, okay, what
see
is,
her
after adjustment, face. Yeah, you know, she's not looking.
You see how this
she's not looking like Uche Montana.
She's not looking more beautiful.
She's looking like after the surgery.
You see this Netiko, the way she's looking now, very ugly.
Oh my God! Did she have So what is it all about with adjusting their body?
It's their problem, and maybe when we come tomorrow.
Don't see her mouth look like all this.
Mama has a problem.
Let's
do you.
Because of our time, let's just when we come tomorrow, we'll just dive right into all these things, and it's a beautiful afternoon. It's a beautiful day for you to hang out with us, and thank you very much for watching. We'll come your way same time, same station. Thank you very much, Mama, for showing up. And
you're welcome.
We always love to have you always. And Gift,
the pleasure is mine.
The pleasure is yours, and I am Good Hope Chukuma, the commissioner. Please, wherever you see me, don't bail me. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Will you agree to step down for a candidate that the opposition is not coalescing around one candidate? If you all agree that you require a coalition to trump the incumbent. Mr. Owele.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. We welcome you to Port Harcourt, but to go straight to the point, I disagree with you that we need an opposition to defeat the incumbent. Only if the opposition is opposed to the incumbent. There must be ideological differences. We must be a spectrum of people who are different from the people who are there. If you support removal of fuel subsidy, you are not different from the government in power. If you support and live a corrupt lifestyle, you are not different from the government in power. It is the people, the Nigerian people, that will defeat the incumbents, not their friends who do not want to change the old order. The question you also ask is, will I step down for someone if they have better chances? The question is, what do they have chances to do? Is it the chances to continue more of the same or to change the trajectory of Nigeria? I'm not here as a presidential candidate to manage Nigeria's decline. I'm here to change the country for good. If anybody is willing to change the country, I will work with the person. But I will not work with anybody who simply want to replace the old order with an older, even ricketier order. That's my position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Governor Amaechi.
Well, I bring greetings from former Vice President Atiku, who has directed that I represent him in this conference. Maybe he chose me not only because I'm the vice presidential candidate, but because I'm also a lawyer. Coalition as it is today is difficult to achieve. If it is possible, I'm sure that Vice President Atiku will be willing to participate. But the difficulty in it is everybody has ambition. Nobody wants to give up. There are very few politicians who are in love with Nigeria. You can clap as much as you want. There are very few politicians who are in love with Nigeria. What the politicians are doing is just to come in and milk the country dry. I know the question that will come from one of you now will be, were you not one of them? Yes, I'm one of them. It's a quick question, I'm one of them, but when you go out to the streets, as you live here, you will see 2 new primary schools I built. They've been abandoned. The road across was built by me. The road here was built by me, so I'm different. And ADC provides for you a different kind of leadership completely. If you can't perform, please don't vote for us. That's our position. If we can't perform. When we were campaigning, especially me, I say to the world, literally every politician contesting for election, apart from him and some few others, have held one position or the other. So why are you finding it difficult to choose from one? Go and do a referendum on all of us. Look at those who have stolen your money. Don't vote for them. Look at those who are exhibiting their wealth. Don't vote for them. Look at those who have governed states and say, what have they governed? What have they done? So coalition may not be able to work because individual politicians have their ambitions and they don't want to give up. And since they don't want to give up, Nigerians should come together and vote for experience and capacity. That's what I think.
Well, thank you very much. Governor Peterobi.
Thank you, and thank you for the honor of going to speak to this wonderful audience. Well, when you talk about coalition, the first thing to ask, coalition for what? If the coalition is for good governance, to tackle the issues affecting Nigeria, I agree on it, and I still think it can be achieved. However, when we talk about coalition, we have to first examine people's records, starting from their background, their competency, their capacity, their commitment and character to be able to drive that new process. If we have somebody who I'm convinced will do that work, of course, yes. We're already talking with each other. How do we come together? Today, the most important thing we need here is unity. But that will be unity of purpose, unity to change Nigeria, unity to ensure that we start doing things the way it is supposed to be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Honorable Prince, although the two of you didn't answer the question, if you would step down for any other candidate, if evidence shows that such a candidate is more likely to win.
I'm sure you didn't listen to me very well. I said first that it's difficult to achieve a coalition. So if you don't have a coalition, how do you step down?
Okay.
Then I also said a coalition should be based on performance. And I said to you, there's a referendum, you should do a referendum. We have all served in government. Atiku has served in government. Governor Peterobi has served in government. I have served in government. All others, apart from he and this. Assess us by our last performance and choose. Don't just go because you are from Ikwere or you're from Omoko and choose your.
Okay.
No, that's why we're running down.
Okay. Yes, Prince.
Thank you. I pay my respect to the Nigerian bar, the learned seat, your lordships on the bench, and fellow Nigerians. The question you have asked is the most important question for the political class. Because the political class, they are struggling on how one another. And who is going to go next to continue mismanaging the economy? People just want good government. They don't care if the professional politicians succeed or not. They care about why is it that every 4 years we hold elections and nothing changes, and if things change at all, they change for the worse. Now the question you're asking has been brought to us before. The Social Democratic Party, which I represent, has had interaction with the professional politicians. There was a time when they wanted to come with a coalition to come to the SDP. I had negotiations with them. Okay. And from that interaction and negotiation, we discovered 3 things. One, that they don't care about ideology. They just want to win and figure out later.
Okay.
In the case of the SDP, we are committed to Chapter 2 of the Constitution, Fundamental Objectives and Directive Principle of State Policy. If you don't subscribe to that, you cannot even be a councillor in SDP.
Okay.
And they don't subscribe to that.
Okay.
Secondly, we don't rotate power based on ethnicity and religion, your turn or my turn.
Okay.
We do it based on your understanding of the needs of the country. Thirdly, we do not measure candidates with respect to how much money they have, what they call war chest. So for that reason, we are just going to the Nigerian people to form a coalition with the Nigerian people. If, however, because the professional politicians are also part of the Nigerian people, if they come and subscribe to Chapter 2 of the Constitution and subscribe to the ethics and ethos, we will work with them. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So what is clear from this round of interaction is that the chances of having a coalition ahead of the next election should be a forgotten issue, although some of you have expressed the possibilities. But since you have the mic, let's pivot to the discussion on the economy. Now, the most topical conversation in today's Nigeria is the fuel subsidy conversation. Now, I've listened to virtually all of you. Some of you have criticized the policy, how it's been implemented. Some of you welcome it. Last week, the federal government told us that they've saved about 15 billion naira from the subsidies. 10 billion goes to the states and local governments. 5 billion for the trillion to the federal government. My question to you, do you support the removal of fuel subsidy? If the answer is in the affirmative, is there something wrong with the way it's being implemented? And if your answer is no, what other policy options do you propose?
Okay. We are back.
And you've got 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes.
We are back to 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the issue was simple. We said no. We don't believe in the removal of subsidy at all. We said we don't believe. I think Showore of AAC doesn't believe.
So just to be clear, you don't believe in removal of fuel subsidy?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
And we predicted what would happen if you went into it. The rest of them, Governor Peterobi said he will remove it. Atiku Abubakar of PDP then said he will remove it on day one. He will even sell NNPC together with it, and so on and so forth. We said don't do it. And we predicted everything that will happen, and they happened exactly as we predicted it. Now, so the issue of subsidy should not be discussed again, because if you have a patient that has constipation from not drinking sufficient water, and majority of doctors said that we should cut the appendix, and I said, no, don't cut the appendix. Just tell the patient to drink water regularly. After you have allowed the doctor to cut the appendix, another doctor will come and say, we want to join the appendix back. It cannot be done. You've already cut the appendix. The subsidy, so-called, has already been taken out of the budget. Okay. Subsidy is not the problem. It is the sustainable supply of petroleum products at a reasonable price with a stable exchange rate. That's what you need to deal with.
All right, thank you very much. Governor Peterobi.
Well, I subscribe and I maintain that you need to remove subsidy. Mismanagement of the proceeds should not be the reason for not removing it. What we should have done is that when we remove subsidy, we would have given the people alternative usage for the subsidy. What we have today is that that removal and the attendant resources being recovered is also being mismanaged and stolen. For example, we have received, according to them, 16 trillion. We will, I said it before, go to my manifesto and say I will remove subsidy. We'll do it in an organized manner, and whatever we recover, will be invested appropriately. And I just give you an example because you have no time. Let's say you remove subsidies and you decided number one thing a nation needs to develop is health. And today, our health is very poor, our primary health care is very poor, where we are now have more maternal and child issues than countries like India. Assuming, let me use 5%. You said that they saved 15.8 trillion. So call it about 16 trillion. So 5% of that is just about 800 billion. And if you decide today, our biggest problem is issue of primary health care. If you decide to put primary health care in each ward, just each ward, in each ward, today it will cost you, from our own studies, an average of 100 million naira for one. We have 8,809 wards. Call it 10,000. I use 100 million naira for each. It will cost you 800 billion.
Okay.
If you decide today, we have issue now with kidney dialysis. We have over 25 million Nigerians have kidney issues. To build a kidney center, you need 200 million. And we need about 1,000 centers when we have less than 200. We need about 5,000 machines when we have less than 800. It costs you 200 million to do a center, and it costs you exactly 10 million to buy one machine. So you need 250 to set up a 5,000 machine center, 1,000 center, and it's only 250 million times 1,000 is 250 billion. You still have 14.7 billion. So it's what you use the money for. That is the problem.
Yeah, but
we will use the money in an organized manner.
But just to stay with
or you save it. If they have saved the money and decide to do like any other country, we would have had $10 billion added to our sovereign wealth fund, which if you add it today, we'll be getting about $10 billion every month, which we can use for purpose. So don't say because people use the money they're supposed to utilize very well for party, and you say, no, we should bring back. What I've said is that people in government have asked Nigerians to fast.
Okay.
They cannot be feasting when Nigerians are fasting.
Yeah, but Governor Peterobi, the government will tell you, let's stick to with health. They will tell you they've rolled out several health programs. There's the health guards, there's the free cancer treatment. There are several health programs
I
that
can
the
tell you
government
there's none. I'm going around. I don't believe I physically go around. And I can tell you, we have less than 10 cancer centers in the whole of Nigeria.
Okay, let's come to Governor Amaechi. So your principal issued a policy, a statement just a few days ago, and it appears he has deviated from his previous position. Is that true?
I want to address the conference standing. Nigeria is in a state of shock. Poor people are dying every day. The reason why people are dying is that when I tell Nigerian economists that we have no economy, they say it's not true, we have an economy. But an economy that does not provide money in the pocket of Nigerians is not an economy. Any economist who says we are making progress and there is poverty in the pockets of Nigerians must be a very bad economist. Now, let me give you figures. Now, currently, we have 11.8 million vehicles. Industries are not working, so we assume that consumption of the industries are not as much as the vehicles. Where is this subsidy money going to? It's going to the private pockets of your president. I call them Alibaba and the 40 thieves. If anybody goes into office as president and allows you to continue to suffer, the person is a wicked man. It will take us 2-3 years to be able to reverse this economy to a productive economy. Anybody who tells you that is a magician. If he tells you that in 1, 2, 3 years he will turn the economy around, person must be lying. What Vice President Atiku is proposing is not to deviate from removal of subsidy or not. He's saying that in the first 4 years that we take back this office, we will put money in the pockets of Nigerians to be able to buy this fuel. And we're not funding. Can you listen? Can you listen?
Thank you. Please,
can you listen
to him. Thank you.
I'm coming to the how. The how is we will encourage local production. We will only subsidize local production. How is you provide cheap crude for them to refine and sell at a cheap cost. That way individuals will be able to buy fuel. Now, when they are not able to provide subsidy to provide for cheap production, what happens? You are paying more for electricity, you are paying more for transportation. Everything in the economy is running helter-skelter. We will provide you with all the necessary tools for subsidy for only local production to encourage employment, which will create jobs. Whoever says it's not possible should wait and see.
Thank you very much. Please, I'd like to make a passionate appeal. Those of us who are standing here, we are recording emergency situations. People are collapsing behind. Please, we plead with you, if you can create space so we don't record these emergency situations we're recording now. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll come back to economy. Oh, no, your turn.
Yeah.
We're talking fuel subsidy. Where you stand, should we remove fuel subsidy? And if we do, what do we do with the savings? And if your position is no.
If there's anyone who has been consistent about non-removal of fuel subsidy, it has been me. And it took Amechi and his principal almost 10 years to catch up with me. They have now reversed their position on fuel subsidy. The question about subsidy is, who are you subsidizing? You are subsidizing the elite. You are subsidizing the governors. The only people who are doing well since they removed subsidy are the governors of states. And when they talk about subsidy, they make it sound like they have not removed subsidy before. I was a student in 1989, they removed subsidy. In 1990, they removed subsidy. They said Nigeria will be better. We are in 2026, they are still removing subsidy. They are robbing Peterobi to pay Bola Tinubu. That is what removal of subsidy is all about. The poor people of this country only benefit from subsidy from petrol, gasoline. There is no subsidy on kerosene. What did they build with it? There's no subsidy on A1 jet fuel. What did they build with it? Please, please, don't let these politicians lie to you. I love one thing that Amechi said. He said, apart from Showore and Adebayo, the rest of us have been in government and we have failed. They have no business coming back. Yes. It is, you guys should be apologizing to the Nigerian people. Let me say one more thing.
Stop lying.
Let me say one more thing.
Stop lying, Showore.
No.
I said, judge us by our achievements.
No, I'm adding failure to it.
So say so. Say so, don't put it.
Okay.
One other thing I want to say is that when it comes to subsidy, right, transportation policy is important. We have a former governor of Rivers State here, Amechi, who built a rail line that went nowhere. If that rail line was working, subsidy would have been working for the people of Rivers State. Okay. I'm not attacking you.
Okay.
But your records are here in Rivers State.
Okay.
And we cannot ignore that those of you who have governed before, who refuse to subsidize your people. Peterobi did not subsidize education in his state. Lecturers and doctors went on strike for 13 months.
Okay.
You may like him as a person, but he did not perform as a governor. That is the truth.
Okay.
And we can't keep pretending that there's nothing wrong with Nigeria.
Thank you
and
very
those people
much.
who have run Nigeria up to this point.
Thank you very much.
I will not remove subsidy.
Thank you.
Because the poor in Nigeria needs to be subsidized instead of the rich. We are already subsidizing them with waivers. We are subsidizing their lifestyles. They are driving convoys and big stars and air jets.
Thank you.
We have a duty to return power to the people and subsidize the poor. Thank you very much.
I think that we're here to have a conversation. And in this conversation, I would like to implore, because yes, you have a right of reply, but we would not have a productive conversation if we do this back and forth. So please, as much as possible, let's refrain from any form of attack so we can have, a very robust discussion. Now, let's talk about security. You want to reply? Okay, I give you 1 minute to reply. You can turn on the mic.
I know Showore very well. He knows I know him very well. Playing to the gallery will not make you win the election. You will not win. Now, why Showore will not win is not you shouting. There are no more than 24,000 lawyers who are here, and there are 93 million voters. So 24,000 should vote for Showore and see whether he will win. That's not the issue. Let's go to what he said. Who are those from Lagos? There is Lagos Abeokuta, Lagos Ibadan Railway is working or not? In my time, it was working. I don't know what's happening under Tinubu. There is Abuja Kaduna Rail working or not?
What happened? What happened to the one?
Now, where are Rivers lawyers? Please take Showore around. Where are the Rivers lawyers who are present? Take Showore around.
Okay.
Showore, I said I built that road. I built this road. I built this primary school. I built that primary school. Showore, what is your experience?
All right, Governor.
When politicians are talking, close your mouth.
Yes, you have a right of reply. Yes, you have the floor. You have 1 minute. 1 minute. Thank you very much. Let's listen, please. Let's listen. Thank you.
Let me join others in standing up. Please, mine will not be, I'm not answering, I'm not defending anything. I'm happy that most people from Anambra, some people from Anambra are here. Thank you. Doctors will strive for 13 months. The only thing doctors have never said is why they went on strike. If anybody, I'm supporting private sector, and we had a disagreement. If the doctors were very effective, in 13 months, there was no mass death. That means something is missing. Because after 13 months, we are still alive.
Okay.
And they were on strike. Today, go to Anambra State. We have the highest number of schools of nursing, midwifery than any other state. We have 3 teaching hospitals. 3 teaching hospitals, from our own university teaching hospital to Iyenu, to Boromeo, that teaching hospital today. Because of that decision I took. So it's very simple. If I get into government, anytime, the sections will annoy.
Okay.
If annoying them means that we will do well,
okay,
we will do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, so let's talk about security and state capacity. And I'll begin with you, Prince. Now, successive governments have made investment in security. Whether it's increasing defense spending or different programs that have been introduced. Today, the Global Terror Index puts Nigeria as the 4th in the world. In other words, Nigeria is the 4th most terrorized country in the world. Now, the 2026 budget puts funding for security at about 5.43 trillion. Cumulatively, over the last 5 years, CJID reports that we've spent over 6 trillion. In fact, recently, we are told that 31 states of the Federation have spent over 252 billion just addressing local crimes and insurgency at the state. What is your take on the state of security, and what alternatives do you have to address the security challenges that Nigeria grapples with?
Thank you. The theme of our own campaign is farewell to insecurity, poverty and insecurity, and they are linked. Now, once you start to interrogate security with respect to what is in the budget, you have 3 problems. What is being put in the budget is not for security. It is for the spending of those who are in government. That's number 1. Number 2, the insecurity in Nigeria.
No, but how do you say it's for people in government? Because we buy arms as a country. Can you substantiate that?
If you have been reading EFCC reports,
yes,
you will see the reports there that shows to you that the money budgeted in the name of security is going to everywhere except security. It's going to buy vehicles, campaign for elections, do prayer in Saudi Arabia, do prayers here, sharing, and EFCC is seizing assets all of the up and down. Both those who are in politics, those who are in government, and those who are in the military. So don't let us pretend that we don't know. We are lawyers here. We are the ones who go to court to prosecute them or defend them and all of that. What I'm letting you know is that the greatest sin of Nigeria is to pretend that we don't know that something is happening that's happening in front of us.
But what do you intend to do to fix the insecurity?
If you let me even lay the problem, where I can fix it.
No, I think we should go to the solutions.
No.
Because we know the problems.
No, you don't. You are misdiagnosing it with your question. The terrorist is your government. The people in government are the terrorists. So how can you say that you want to fight terrorism when the terrorists are in the villa? And the terrorists are running the government. And the terrorists are the one in Zamfara using terrorism to mine gold and use the gold to fund campaign and become chairman of campaign.
Okay.
And you are there, you don't want to recognize that. You don't know that it is those who work in security and those who are in government who are the beneficiary of this kidnapping money.
All right.
You don't know, please. You were entertaining all kind of drama here. Let me put facts clear.
I understand, but
no, don't start with keeping to time. You didn't keep to time earlier. Let us respect the rules.
No, I did.
You did not have counting here.
I did keep to time.
So the point I'm making is this. Let us make it clear.
Yes.
What is clear today, if you want to know the truth? If you remove these politicians who you keep re-electing, they will go away and their terrorist partners will go away. If you keep re-electing them, the terrorists will continue because they and the terrorists are in partnership.
Okay.
And if you are talking of fiscal, okay, in Buhari's government, let me tell you something clearly. In Buhari's government, and some members of that government are here, when they were leaving, in addition to all the stealing, theft, and all of that, they left 33.7 trillion in money they printed without appropriation of National Assembly. And they used all that money to buy dollar at official rate from Emefiele and turned themselves to trillionaires.
Okay.
So, and all of that money, substantial part of it was taken in the name of security. Therefore, in conclusion,
Prince.
In conclusion,
yes,
your government is more terroristic than the government of Afghanistan or Sudan. So that is why you are under terrorism.
Yeah, but Prince, since you have the mic, the bigger question, what you're saying, your policy proposal to fix insecurity is to remove the government or those who are in power, because I've not heard concrete things, concrete actions to address things like farmer herders crisis, like the communal clashes, like there's several security challenges we're grappling with.
Okay, let me tell you. All these are the diversionary things. I go around the country. I know 774 local governments with my 2 feet. There are no harder farmer clashes anywhere. What you have is this. The people who kill the local communities are not herders. I'm a herder myself. I'm closer to 1 million, the number of cattle I have, and I've not killed anybody before. Wow. So what I'm letting you know is that the government of Nigeria has, this thing I'm going to do 3 things.
Yeah.
1, if you govern the mining cadastre properly and identify miners and let miners know that in any territory where you are operating, you are responsible for any killings there, because the killing that is going on in Nigeria is the killing of people trying to displace people from areas where they identify resources. Secondly, the Office of National Security Advisor, as passed by the ONSA Act, I will amend it.
Okay.
Because that is where they are warehousing all the problems that are now managing insecurity expenditure framework.
I am sorry, I have to cut you.
The last point.
If you can do that in 30 seconds.
The last point. You will need to give Nigerian a people's army. I will reorganize the armed forces, not the empty creation of divisions by President Tinubu, where a whole division is not up to the strength of a brigade. I will create new divisions in that, so that the people of Nigeria in Rivers State here, they will be the one running the armed forces to protect them, as we say in England, in Germany, in many places.
All right.
Those are the things you would do. But if you have terrorists in government,
thank you very much.
Any of these things.
Yeah, thank you very much. Governor Peterobi, on security and state capacity.
Well, it's a very simple, for me, we have a very serious insecurity problem, which there's a lot of things people can look at. But my own method of looking at it is, first, you need to do a comprehensive overhaul of study of our strategy to security problem today. You need to audit the architecture that is driving that strategy and look at security from human security. So if you're going to deal with the issue of security, you have to do it from 2 areas. A, you need to look at the issue of poverty. Start tackling poverty and joblessness. The more you put people out of poverty, the more you reduce insecurity. It is a known fact everywhere. 2, when you now do that, you now look at the criminality, some of which my brother has mentioned, and said on issue of your resources, when you start dealing with the issue of corruption or how people take their resources, you again give it a blow. And you need to look at your alignment between your security forces, staff them properly, make sure they are taken care of properly, and support them. With that, you will address insecurity considerably. Also, supporting local vigilantes I can tell you, as governor in Anambra State, we paid directly for an office of the governor for vigilante in each community, but each community pick up arm their people, and that was how we were able to manage insecurity, and that you can do nationally. Deal with the local communities. They know those who are criminals among them, but you need to pull people out of poverty. You need to realign your strategy. You need to support communities. You will reduce it drastically. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't ever take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame teams. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, yeah. Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, and I look into the other side, sinking in a boat, it feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future. Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people.
And challenges shaping the southeast of Nigeria, and most importantly, what they mean within the larger Nigerian ecosystem. The Southeast is a region with a remarkable history, a distinctive cultural identity, and an enterprising population and enormous human and economic resources. From business to industry to education, politics, agriculture, culture, technology, and innovation, the region has made and continues to make a significant contribution to the development of Nigeria. But there are also important questions that deserve frank and constructive conversation. How can the Southeast unlock its economic potential? What are the implications of current political developments for the region and for Nigeria? How can we preserve our cultural heritage while embracing modernity? What can governments, businesses, communities, and citizens do differently to address the region's developmental challenges? These are some of the questions Eastern Voices will bring to the table. This program will provide a platform for diverse voices from politicians, policymakers, academics, business leaders, professionals, traditionals, leaders, and community leaders, young people as well, women to ordinary citizens, to engage in informed, balanced, and constructive conversation. Our objective here is not simply to talk about the Southeast, but to understand the region, interrogate its challenges, celebrate its achievements, and explore practical ideas that can contribute to a more prosperous Southeast and a stronger Nigeria. So whether the subject is politics, economy, culture, security, education, infrastructure, what have you, Eastern Voices will ask the difficult questions, listen to different perspectives, and hopefully contribute to the search for solution. This is Eastern Voices, the Southeast in conversation with Nigeria. Once again, welcome to the program.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
To Eastern Voices. Today, we focus on a subject generating considerable political debate. Recently, Engineer Dave Umahi, the Honorable Minister of Works, and by every standard, one of the political leaders in the Southeast, has continued to cajole the people of the Southeast region to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 presidential elections. This is against the backdrop of the long-standing aspiration for a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction, and of course, peterobi's 2027 ambition. As the 2027 election draw closer, important questions arise. How does this seemingly paradox play out in the coming electoral season? What are the political implications of supporting President Tinubu? Can such an alliance advance the interests of the Southeast? Or is Engineer Dave Umahi right in his campaign? for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Or is this even just another political effort for a political appointee to satisfy his principle, as we have seen in the past? On the other hand, how does Peter's political aspiration align with the quest for an Igbo presidency? Joining me tonight to answer some of these questions is a cerebral-minded, son of the Southeast. He's a medical doctor, a consultant and community health practitioner, and of course, the secretary of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, enugu, State Branch. Join me as I welcome Dr. Chikeze Obase. Doc, you're welcome to the program.
Good evening. Welcome our viewers and welcome Chief Odom.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's always a delight to see you sit back and discuss Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Now, Doc, today is a very wonderful program opportunity to have you on this program. And I believe that these are very, critical issues to look at. Minister Dave Umahi had been going about, cajoling the people of the Southeast to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the forthcoming 2027 general elections. What's the assessment of this situation?
In the first instance, I think Dave Umahi, amongst all the ministers we have today, I stand to celebrate him. The ministers we have seen in the recent past, especially the Minister of Works, he has shown a whole lot of expertise in managing that ministry. I am not so close to know his relationship with workers, but when it comes to what we've seen on the streets, we could say that he has done a little bit better off than other ministers, and he is one of the star boys, star ministers of this administration. So I won't be surprised if he's doing the work he's doing. Having said that, I would say that I think I'm beginning to accept that Dave Umahi is a core member of APC. His quest for APC to get in, Southeast to get into APC didn't start today. He started when he was a governor. During his second tenure as a governor, you can say clearly that he tried as much as he could to take the Ebonyi people into the APC, into the mainstream. And they invited Mr. President, I think twice, in his state, at the beginning of 2015 when they commissioned the fertilizer blending company. And you can equally attest that he came second time. And during his tenure, we saw, I think it's under his tenure, we saw 2 universities of Ebonyi State turn to Federal University. The first is FETA, the one named after Alex Okweme, Federal University. And then we saw David Umahi, a medical school, turned to university again, and it's not a federal institution. So you could see that, to his credit, Ebonyi actually enjoyed a whole lot. Ebonyi gained back its premier flagship in terms of rice production under him. He not only revamped that, but brought in federal presence, to rice production. I remember in one of the occasions as a medical doctor, we went to Ebonyi State, for a national meeting, and we were served with Ebonyi rice, and the state government was proudly, showcasing Ebonyi rice. And I can tell you clearly that he's one person that has demonstrated that you must do something practicable, So at that backdrop, I will not say he is unpopular in his state. So when he moved to APC in 2018, I was like, why is he moving? Swimming against the tide. But he has succeeded. So that's why I maintain today that I don't think he is singing the praises of his master. He believes in taking APC or taking his state or taking his own ideology or his followers to the center. And for a good number of years he had been there. I think it has been good for them.
Yeah, but Doc, you see, a lot of critics argue that, this whole thing isn't just about repositioning the Southeast, as the Honorable Minister has, continuously said. They insinuate that, all of these things we're seeing is just about some kind of trying to reposition himself, you know, possibly for the position of vice president, you know, in 2031, when the slot is expected to probably move down to the north. Do you think this is the case?
Every politician is aspiring to go higher in politics. He has only two ambitions. First ambition is to be a president. Second ambition is to be a vice president. Or probably third ambition, maybe to be an ambassador. He has been a deputy governor. He has been a party chairman. He has been a senator. He is now a minister. So what is left? So his ambition is not wrong, and he must aspire within the confines of his party. So I see nothing wrong about that. So maybe people who feel there's everything wrong about that, we can flip the chart easily. Because I could say clearly that some people will say his disposition will not make it easy for probably there will be southeastern candidate, in this case peterobi, emerging victorious or without hisses. All of them would have supported the person. But again, peterobi's ambition is equally an impediment to his own ambition, assuming without considering that may be his ambition. So I don't think it's right to say that maybe he's overreaching his ambition. I think both of them are not in the same political party. So he has the freedom and the liberty to aspire.
Yeah, that is very correct. But the point now is that without actually, you know, standing in or making any case for any of the candidates, but the example you cited, peterobi's case, you see him saying, "Look, vote for me," and but on the one of David, if actually what critics are saying is correct, then why make it look as if, you know, the Southeast should be able to support the president now? But in the actual sense, you're trying to preach that because it will eventually pave way for you. I mean, can you really say that is fair?
In the world of politics, in the world of what's it called? Not politics. In the world of football, France is the only country that went to World Cup without French citizens. French, you know, what would I say? French or white-skinned citizens. It's the only country. For the Italian, I think the Italian Prime Minister, Italian ambassador, you know, told them that they are using African team to play French, you know, as a French team. Now, what am I trying to point out? Every person, the Africans that went there to play didn't see the other Africans when they are playing match with them. They want so many of them, right? Now, as long as you are playing politics and game, the other party A is interested in winning. If you are not winning his team, you are not a member of his team. He has no interest because it's a game of interest of who gets what, when, and how. So it's not a game of we as people. Who gets what? He's looking for his own, and he believes that he has a better ambition, you know. So I don't see him as antagonistic. I think I see him as playing the politics. Where I would have seen him as antagonistic is had he been in the same political party and begins to play anti-party politics with, you know, with the presidential candidate of NDC, in this case peterobi. I would have been actually saying he's what doesn't want an Igbo man to be a president. But in this case, both of them are not. They're not even converging anywhere. Talk more of having divergence.
Okay. Now, I mean, if for instance, if the Southeast agree to heed Minister Dave Umahi's call and eventually, you know, vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 general elections, where does that leave the long-standing aspiration of the Southeast to produce a Nigerian president of Southeast extraction?
It will be deferred.
Till when?
Only God knows. I will tell you this. 2018. Sorry, I may sound as if I'm against the Southeast. 2018, don't go run up to that election. As the tide went on, and the then Ohaneze Ndigbo chairman delivered a letter in which he says he was endorsing the candidature of Atiku peterobi. And if you go back and see boldly, he said he was endorsing it because he was their son. I remember I went to one of the radio stations. I said that is a crime, political crime committed by Ohaneze Ndigbo. And at the cost of that mistake, Igbos may not likely see the presidential seat up until 2039. So I'm not surprised. Even when you listen to Peter, he's saying that he will only go for 4 years. Even when he's talking, because he understands the distortion in the equilibrium. Right? So I don't think Dave Umahi might have looked at the chances of Peter winning the election, and if to him he might feel it is slim, going by what they think their calculation is. So the best bet is to defer this to 2039. That may be what is trying to do. And then the closest is to find a very good candidate, such that he will align with that candidate in probably 2031, for eventual, bringing Southeast closer to the presidency. That may be his own plan.
Okay. Now, another point for us to look at in this instance is that many people have also come up to say, look, yes, the honorable minister may be very right in doing what he's doing. After all, he's like we have just pointed out, he's a member of the APC, a very strong member of the APC who, as a matter of fact, in 2022, expressed his interest to run for the presidency on the platform of the APC. And also, right now he is serving in the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But what some people probably take, exception to is what they have identified as continuous demarketing of, the candidature of Mr. Peterobi. How do you react to this?
Mr. Peterobi is demarketing his own government. Remember, see, I'm speaking here as a neutral person in the whole thing. Peterobi has continuously demarketed Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which means if Bola wins, what is his name? Dave Umahi will be out of government. So he's struggling to be within the government. He's struggling to continue what he's doing as a minister. It's just unfortunate that you are seeing him demarket Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but you might not be seeing Bola Ahmed Tinubu be demarketing him. For instance, when he had an altercation with Peterobi, when Peterobi snapped a picture of, damaged segment of the road, he was being demarketed, right? And the way he challenged Peterobi that, look, you are trying to demarket me, at least this is to make me lose my job before the president. So, but I see those two things as, both of them, what they're doing as politics and marketing. For those of us who have done marketing, nobody goes to market the opponent's products. Peterobi is under a different political party with, Dave Umahi. So I'm not expecting Dave Umahi to sing praises of Peterobi. They're both competitors. So they will demarket each other. It's unfortunate, but that's the healthy competition in politics. There's no way you expect Dave Umahi. The best you can tell him is to keep quiet, right? And that's the best you can tell him. But remember, this is politics. If the president is counting on his aides to sing his, his praises and cheer him to win an election, my brother, if you don't do your part, and maybe for one reason or the other reason, the president is defeated, you lose your job. And maybe for the other reason, the president went back, you still lose your job. So you expected to do your own bit. Remember, he carries the toga of a mini president within the cabinet. As long as you're a cabinet member, you are part of the presidency. I don't know if you get what I mean. So he's expected to speak as a president to his people. I cannot come to a place where people would be talking about, we are not going to vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You expect him to keep quiet because probably somebody from his end is vying for the presidency. The question, if he keeps quiet, how would he now market the works he's doing?
Yeah, but some people have also said, look, he is not the only minister in the cabinet. And he is not the only person who also has a presidential candidate of another party from his region. For instance, people have given an example with Atiku Abubakar. There are many people in the cabinet who are also from the north. So why haven't they taken up the issue of, demarketing Atiku Abubakar as much as Engineer Dave Umahi is perceived to be demarketing Peterobi? That is the question.
The question is beyond the wike. How many of the ministers have you seen address the press like Dave Umahi? That is the man's own lifestyle. He doesn't just come out to demarket or talk for his own candidates. He only goes to the field always. In fact, minus wike, I don't think there's any other minister that has granted interviews more than Dave Umahi. He goes to the field, he talks from the field. So he is the media type. He's like a poster boy, he likes it. So every opportunity he has to have jobs to do. Promote his boss, and then promote his ministry. He's the chief marketing officer of his ministry and the president within that ministry. And I remember, among the old ministers from the north, how many of them can you say has performed better than Dave Umahi by own rating in terms of their ministries? So you're not expecting a man who is receiving that huge amount of money, who is doing what he's doing, not to showcase the world what he's doing. The man who is entrusting that fund in him has equally entrusted him to market him. So he has a responsibility to market his boss. He's not going to market me.
Okay, Doc. You see, there are two
Let me
other
give you an
issues.
example.
Okay.
If you move from Enugu towards Onitsha, something quietly is happening. Putting up street lights, remodeling of the road. And ask somebody quietly, do you understand what it means to put up street light from Enugu, 100-kilometer distance? So by 8 o'clock, if you're on air, you see an array of lights. So somebody can easily understand that you can move from Onitsha to Enugu. And you expect a person who embarked on such huge projects not to market the bus. Again, I moved from Nsukka the other day to 2-night mile to Enugu. And I saw the quantum of work going on that road. Do you expect a person who is getting that kind of huge amount of money with that trust
and support from his boss?
And support from his boss, not to market his boss? If you are that boss, what would you do? From Enugu to Ebonyi, you see the quantum of job doing their dualization?
So can we now say that is more of an appointee that wants to be to show appreciation to his principal?
Whatever you want to see it from. Even if I am him, he's not even marketing him well. I will be on media every day.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I can tell you that, you know what it means that he came up with the idea of concrete pavement road. I applied from Ntezi down to Bru the other day. I can tell you the road he did over 10 years is still intact. Concrete pavements. That idea would have died with him in Ebonyi. But you saw a man who actually allowed him to nationalize his idea, giving it a trial. And if it works, do you know it will go down the annals of history? That he is the minister that actually brought about concrete pavement in Nigeria.
Yes, he has in fact, he has never minced words. He has never minced words, you know, in reminding the people of the Southeast the enormous benefits his current position, the fact that, you know, he's the son of the Southeast and occupying that position now, the enormous benefits it has brought to the Southeast. But I want you to, you know, two issues I want you to, you know, deal with before we go on break. Now, number one is, yes, the minister is asking the people of the Southeast to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, if that call is heeded, where does he leave the people of the Southeast? You know, with the quest, with the long-term quest for a president of Southeast extraction. That is number one. Knowing too well that the moment President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is re-elected into office, it takes him to, expectedly, of course, it will take him to 2031. And by 2031, going by the gentleman agreement, you know, that exists between the North and South in Nigeria, the presidency is expected to move down to the North for another 8 years. So we are talking about 2039. So where does, you know, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's second tenure as Engineer Dave Umahi is, you know, trying to convince the people of Southeast to join the fray, where does he leave the people of the Southeast? That ambition, will it be dead on arrival, or what will happen to it? That is number one. Then number two is, now, if you look at the Southeast, people have always said the people of the Southeast, have this very Republican mindset, especially when it comes to elections. And quite frankly, if you look at, since 1999, they've always voted in a particular pattern. Do you honestly think the people of the Southeast are going to change that pattern come 2027? Let me be frank and honest with you. Since 1983, we've been voting the same pattern. What have we achieved? 1979. We're voting in that same pattern. Now, what have we achieved? For the presidency or for the subnational election? For the presidency. These people are today Southeast voted, what's his name, Zeke. Where did he leave us? 1999, we voted for Obasanjo. 2007, we voted for Yar'Adua. En bloc, 2015, we voted for Jonathan. 2018, we voted for Atiku. 2023, we voted for peterobi. And so if we continue voting en bloc, we should actually understand the consequences. The consequence is very clear. The greatest disservice we had was when Nyanwodo, in 2018, wrote a document that purported that you are supporting Atiku Abubakar because they nominated peterobi. For me, that singular write-up was just not necessary. We've been voting en bloc, but we need to disaggregate data votes. We need to look. That's the election. Let me explain. The Southeast gathered about 89% of the vote for peterobi. No other region in Nigeria gave their son more than 63% of the votes. Let me be economical. 65%. Was that a mistake? I am going to point out to you that we voted 89%. They didn't make our son a president. Those that voted 65%, did their son not win? But they disaggregated the votes. So you must be a pan-Nigerian. You cannot be seen as a bigot. Even in 2015, Jonathan gathered enough votes from the North. Go back and read history. Look at the results. So you cannot think that by the time you bring all your eggs in one basket, that's when you must win. I paused. I took a look at the Osun election. I laughed. I said, the result of that Osun election simply shows that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has in his pocket 1 million votes from only Osun. How is that possible? Look at the result. 1,200,000 and something votes. And you think everybody will vote for him in? When it comes, let's not. That's not what topic for today. But we'll see it. Okay. That state has been a state that has been parading between 800 and 1 million votes, and they show that they can get it 1 million with only 17,000 plus votes going to opposition. As far as I'm concerned, our Accord Party and the APC are the same, 6.5 dozen. There's no difference between the two. So, if we vote, yes, the same pattern, we should be praying to God to help us. If we win, then that may be, a deviation from what has happened since 1979. But if we eventually lose, we know that we even struggle for 2031, 2039. If we lose, we should know that we may struggle for 2039. So are you by any means saying that the Southeast quest for a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction should be in abeyance till 2039? For me, as a person, I came to that painful conclusion in 2018. How? I told you. When it was obviously clear to all of us that Buhari was going to win the election. For the analysts, for me, it was clear. There was no doubt whether Buhari was going to win the election. But the question is, even in 2039, what is the guarantee? 2039? Yes. The only guarantee is that... Sorry, the reason why I'm asking this question is this very clearly. You see, because, in fact, that is going to form the basis of the next question I wanted to ask you. Because even Engineer Dave Umahi himself and many other Southeast leaders in the APC have come out to say that, look, we shouldn't waste our votes in 2027, that we should use it to support Bola Ahmed Tinubu in anticipation of, you know, an expected support that will also come to the Southeast when it is out. I mean, somebody like the former governor of Abia State, Senator Ojo Zakalo, they've all made this point very clearly. But my question is this: if we agree to go, if the people of the Southeast agree to go that way, what is the guarantee in 2039 that when the presidency must have traveled to the north and returned again to the south, that it will be the turn of the Southeast? Because it has traveled around before, and when it was very obvious that the Southeast should claim that other regions should support the Southeast, other geopolitical zones should support the Southeast to get the presidency, it never happened. This much was expressed by even Dave Umahi himself, Engineer Dave Umahi himself, at Egu Square at the APC in 2022 when APC, during the APC primaries. Dr. Obonoyano of blessed memory said the same thing. Emeka Majuba, then a minister, said the same thing. That look, in fact, the one of, if you recall, Dr. Obonoyano was practically asking, say, where is the justice? Where is the justice?
Let me remind
the Southeast had made sacrifices.
Don't kill yourself. Politics is a game of number.
Okay.
2018.
Yes.
I'll still go back to that 2018. Remember what transpired when Buhari went to Owerri prior to that election? He pleaded that the Southeast should vote him. Remember, he pleaded. I want to believe that nobody wanted to believe Buhari. I want to believe that nobody wanted to believe Buhari. His aide then, I think, was it his chief of staff of his blessed man, Abakari? Was it Abakari? Came out to say that Igbo should support it so that 2023 it should be the turn of the Southeast. We said no. To add insult upon injury, the day he came to commission the Zix Mausoleum, if you remember, was the day the organization Igbo went to Nike to bring out the document that why they supported Atiku Abubakar. That was February 2018. He was commissioning Zix Mausoleum in Onitsha. He didn't even give him the respect, even when you have every reason to say that we aren't invited and so on and so forth. You should have actually, shelved your meeting that day. But that was the day he brought out. So what were you telling him? We don't need your support to win the presidency. Having gone that way, when it was time to hand over to him, that same man remembered that the man that helped him to win the presidency. He went back to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If you remember the whole political shenanigans that happened prior between Lawan, the Malamis and so on, you understand that it was only Buhari that actually supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or actually agreed that fair play should take place. So all the agreement was reached. Now, if for any reason the Mr. President is trying to get re-election for one reason or the other, and we did not support him, and we fail in our own bid, how then do you come back to tell him that you are a friend to support you? Does it make sense?
All right. Does it make sense? If you fail to give your votes, in politics they say you make friends before you need them.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that you are keeping a tab on this particular conversation. Dr. Obase is doing a great justice to this topic, and sometimes, a lot of times, many people delve into conversations and on the street, at the newspaper stands, but it's always good to get a broader perspective to issues. Look at it from different sides. Perhaps that idea may change. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. We are still with Dr. Chikezie Obase, the medical doctor turned public affairs analyst and a journalist, a communication expert, and a keen, follower of the events in Nigeria and the Southeast, and in fact, every other part of the world. Doc, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, we have very few minutes left on this program, but let me get your perspective. How does Peter's ambition, particularly, he has said it very obviously that he's committing himself to a one tenure, just for 4 years. How does his ambition fit into the quest, the long quest for, president of Southeast extraction? How does the two agree?
It doesn't fit in.
How?
I'll be pragmatic. I've tried to view leadership across the globe. I don't know how much you can do in 4 years as a president of Nigeria. Okay. People do not understand that presidency has a lot to do with strategic management of the country. It is not operational. It's not something you are going to change. You change the system of Nigeria by bringing out policy, that's running the policy, and being sure that the policy is going to work. So if you really want to have a 4-year, single tenure as a president, are you ready to, are you sure you are going to make it within that 4 years in radically changing the policy direction of the country? Do you think it's going to be possible? Interests are going to be far. People should be able to understand the direction you're going. I don't even know how many of the countries in the world that less than 10 years has allowed the president, to change the trajectory of a country. I'll give you a typical example in Nigeria. From 1999 to 2007, we were simply gathering money. We were not owing debts. Nigeria paid off all that debt, liquidated those you can liquidate. Leeward was debt-free. From 2009, 2007 to today, we've been borrowing money. Somebody incubated that idea, brought it, ran it for 7 years, 8 years, but it couldn't be sustained by subsequent leaders. Just 7 years, it could not sustain it. And I believe that there aren't any policy documents. And sometimes I keep asking people, third-term agenda, is it a curse? Or would it have been a blessing?
You think it would have been a blessing?
It's a question I just say we can interrogate. We can get another guest, we interrogate it. Okay. So we can look at various dimensions of Nigeria, trajectory growth, from 1999, and then look at it thereafter, and see where we are. That's the only perspective where you could know whether it was a curse or a blessing in disguise. So, but that's for another day. So you see that when you tell me that you're going to just do 4 years and get out of the place, first you have effectively 3.5 years to run the presidency. If you finish, the first 6 months will take you understanding what is in the presidency, getting around with court.
Okay.
So it's not, for me, it's not a service to Igbo. Okay. And again, I feel it's the marketing strategy for him. Anybody who is telling him that, for me, it's irritating to tell the northern man that you're just going to run for 4 years.
Okay, but Doc, we just have barely 1 minute to go now. I want to ask you this question. Given the fact that today, within the Southeast geopolitical zone, there are 5 states, and there are just about 4 political parties in control in the 5 states. If you were to talk to Southeast leaders today, vis-a-vis the quest for a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction, what will you be telling them as we look forward to 2027? Just very briefly.
They should market candidates they want. They shouldn't coalesce Igbos to join into one political party. I expect that at the end of the day, we'll see people will be emerging tops. But at least let the other candidates of the other political parties be able to, the president at the center, be able to get at least 20 to 25% of the votes.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you.
It's been a very delight talking to you, and I believe that these kind of conversations are going to be in the front burner as we move towards 2027. People of the Southeast and beyond, wherever you may be, whether you're in the Southeast, or in the other parts of Nigeria, even in other parts of the world, keep a tab on what is happening in Nigeria, keep a tab on what is happening in the Southeast. We believe that as we approach the election, we'll be looking at these issues very closely, and at the end of the day, everyone will be better off. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again next time. My name is...
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. On the headlines, Abia State government commences disbursement of accumulated gratuities to settle 24-year backlog. Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission sets stage for local government elections across 21 areas. Works Minister files 2.5 billion naira defamation lawsuit against media practitioner Linda Ikeji. Details of the news. The Kano State House of Assembly has called for urgent executive intervention following a diphtheria outbreak that claimed over 50 children in Rano local government area. Ibrahim Malami, representing Rano constituency, raised the alarm during plenary, identifying Rurum A, Rurum B, and Sabuwar Karwa as the most affected communities. Health officials have commenced an emergency response using medical supplies provided through the lawmaker's office to contain the spread. In another legislative development, the Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly, Mr. Jibril Ismail Falgore, has announced the confirmation of Mr. Salihi Adamu as Secretary of Takai Local Government Area, following a committee recommendation. The Zamfara State Commissioner of Police, Mr. A.M. Bello, has urged residents to embrace peace and tolerance as Muslims celebrate Eid al-Maulud. In a goodwill message issued in Guzo, the state capital, the police chief advised the faithful to reflect on the Muhammad's core teachings of compassion, patience, and justice. Mr. Bello stated that sustainable security and regional development can only thrive in an atmosphere of unity and mutual respect. He appealed to parents, traditional leaders, and youth to discourage criminality and hate speech while praying for state and national peace. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has extended felicitations to the Muslim faithful across the state and nation on the occasion of Eid al-Maulud. In a goodwill message issued by his chief press secretary, Omoka Nzechi, the governor urged citizens to emulate the Prophet Muhammad's virtues of selflessness and service. Governor Fubara commended the peaceful coexistence among diverse religious and ethnic communities living in Rivers State. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to protecting lives, maintaining harmony, and providing equal economic opportunities for all residents. The Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Mr. Somtochukwu Udeze, has advocated for peaceful coexistence and stronger inter-religious relations among Nigerians. Mr. Udeze made the call in his Eid al-Maulud message issued in Awka to commemorate the birth of Prophet Muhammad. The Speaker emphasized that religious differences should not divide citizens, noting that all major faiths acknowledge God as the supreme creator. He charged religious leaders to continuously preach unity and brotherhood, maintaining that national development requires a stable and peaceful environment. The Abia State government has commenced the disbursement of outstanding gratuities to verified state and local government retirees to address a 61.8 billion naira inherited liability. The State Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kano, announced in Umuahia that the phased payment strategy utilizes biometric validation via the Treasury Single Account Platform to prevent fraud. Prince Kano said that the Abia State University ASU strike has been resolved following the payment of salary arrears and approval of updated pay structures. He added that the state has commissioned the Obinwa General Hospital, recruited over 4,000 teachers, and initiated plans for an independent power plant in Aba. Police in the Federal Capital Territory have launched an investigation into allegations that officers extorted 40,000 naira from a motorist between Wike and Otako. The motorist alleged in a viral social media video that officers detained him over a covered license plate, despite his vehicle documents being complete. According to the complainant, an officer entered his vehicle and forced him to transfer 40,000 naira to a point of sale agent's account before release. The force public relations officer, Mr. Aniete Okokon Edem Iniedu, confirmed that police leadership is identifying the involved personnel to face administrative discipline. Police operatives in Ogun State have dismantled an illegal birth facility in Abaring village, Mowe, rescuing 2 pregnant women and 4 children. The command spokesperson said officers from the Mowe Divisional Station raided the premises on August 24th following sustained intelligence, arresting 6 suspects. A follow-up operation at the nearby hospital led to the arrest of an attending nurse after a victim's newborn baby boy went missing. Ogun State's Commissioner of Police, Mr. Bode Ojajuni, has directed the State's Criminal Investigation Department in Abeokuta to track the missing child and prosecute all syndicate members. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command, attached to the Violent Crime Response Unit, have rescued 3 abduction victims and recovered an operational vehicle along Hillview Road. The command's public relations officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, said in a statement that the rescue followed a midnight carjacking report along the Port Harcourt Expressway. Mr. Ndukwe stated that tactical teams pursued the armed hoodlums until they abandoned the stolen Lexus SUV, 2 firearms, ammunition, and a ski mask before fleeing into the bush. Meanwhile, the Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Giwa, has commended the joint efforts of officers and community vigilance members, ordering an intensified manhunt for the fleeing suspect. The Cross River State government has launched an international appeal for $25 million to address ecological damage caused by severe flooding and landslides. Presenting the Restore Hope initiative at UNCCD COP17 in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, lawmakers Martins Achadu and Catherine Ubi solicited global support for emergency disaster management. Meanwhile, Governor Basi Otu threatened to dethrone traditional rulers who failed to prevent communal violence within their domains across Cross River State. Speaking at the 21st Laboku International New Yam Festival in Ugep, Governor Otu condemned recent fatal clashes between Ugep and Udomi communities, demanding absolute peace. The Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission, NCEC, has confirmed that all arrangements are finalized for upcoming local government council elections across 21 local government areas. Speaking in Oka, the NCEC Commissioner for Information, Chinedu Nalwe, stated that sensitive electoral materials are prepared for secure deployment across all voting wards. Mr. Nalwe said that numerous accredited observer groups have been cleared to monitor polling activities throughout the state. The Anambra State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Nnanna Oji Ama, assured the public that comprehensive security coverage has been established to maintain peace during the polls. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Abia State government commences disbursement of accumulated gratuities to settle 24-year backlog. Coming up shortly, Works Minister files 2.5 billion naira defamation lawsuit against media practitioner Linda Ikeji. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're welcome back. The Minister of Work, Senator David Umahi, has instituted a 2.5 billion naira defamation lawsuit against media practitioner Linda Ikeji, Linda Ikeji TV Limited, and Stella Ifeoma Okengu. The suit, filed at the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, challenges online publications released between March 2025 and March 2026. The lead counsel, A.J. Owonikoko, stated that the lawsuits follow the defendant's refusal to retract claims, accusing the Minister of Corruption and misconduct. The minister is seeking 2.5 billion naira in general and explanatory exemplary damages, alongside a perpetual injunction directing the immediate removal of the published media. The Lagos State government has announced a temporary 3-week closure of the Okeafa Bridge in Isolo local government area from February-August 28 for structural rehabilitation. The State Commissioner for Transport, Oluwaseun Oshiemi, stated in Ikeja that the repair project managed by the Federal Ministry of Works will be executed in 2 phases. Oshiemi explained that traffic diversions have been established between Bako roundabout and Mobile Filling Station, supported by traffic management officers and recovery vehicles. In another development, former Permanent Secretary Goke Adeboroye has called for civil service reforms following the uncovering of unauthorized government offices in Abuja. Goods valued in millions of naira have been destroyed following heavy rainfall and severe flooding at the building materials market in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Affected traders, including Sunday Ibini and Vincent Mbada, reported the destruction of industrial water tanks and paint production chemicals due to inadequate drainage channels. Markets leader Prince Peter Ezebe appealed to the government agencies to construct modern drainage systems linking the market to the nearby Ebia River. Meanwhile, the Ebonyi State Commissioner for Market Development, Okwu Udu, has assured the affected business owners that damage assessment have commenced to provide state relief support. The Nigerian Ports Authority has cleared and released long-stranded power equipment belonging to the Niger Delta Power Holding Company across several national seaports. Managing Director of the power company, Engineer Jennifer Adeyije, commended the intervention during an official working visit to MPA headquarters in Lagos. Engineer Adeyije stated that the cargo release will fast-track delayed national electricity infrastructure projects and eliminate potential financial liabilities. NPA Managing Director Dr. Abubakar Danshoho reaffirmed their authorities' commitment to prioritizing logistics clearance for strategic public infrastructure materials. The Department of State Services and National Intelligence Agency have initiated a joint investigation into allegations involving top officials of the Nigeria Football Federation. Security sources revealed in Abuja that intercepted communications indicated potential national security compromises that extended beyond financial administrative oversight. The security probe comes amid mounting administrative pressure following the Super Falcons' failure to qualify for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. Reports indicate that several executive board members are preparing to vacate their positions ahead of scheduled federation elections in Lafia, Nasarawa State. The Ethiopian Football Federation has officially submitted a formal bid to host the 2028 Africa Cup of Nations tournament. Federation officials confirmed the submission in a statement, expressing structural readiness to bring the continental competition back to the nation for the first time since 1976. Sports analysts note that the bid faces infrastructure and security considerations across regional districts currently undergoing administrative stabilization. The 2028 tournament will mark the official transition of the Africa Cup of Nations to a 4-year continental tournament cycle. And in entertainment news, former Big Brother Niger personality Wike Onyema has issued a public statement addressing personal boundary concerns involving public figures online. In a social media post released in Lagos, Onyema cautioned against improper personal conduct and urged individuals to maintain ethical standards in personal relationships. Onyema emphasized that personal integrity and mutual respect remain fundamental standards across the creative and entertainment industry. He further warned against using religious assertions to justify boundary violations or inappropriate personal interferences. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Abia State government has commenced disbursing accumulated gratuities to verified state and local government retirees to clear a 24-year backlog using a TSA biometric validation system. The Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission has finalized all deployment plans and security arrangements for local government elections across all 21 council areas. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has filed a 2.5 billion naira defamation lawsuit against Linda Ikeji and 2 others over alleged libelous publications. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions.
Suicide bomber! Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Suicide bomber! Suicide bomber! Don't go anywhere, gentlemen!
In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi remains one of the most enigmatic figures in West African political history. Born on March 3, 1924, in Umuahia, Abia State, his rise from a private soldier in 1942 to the UN force commander in the Congo, 1964, and Nigeria's first military head of state, 1966, illustrates both the height of military professionalism and the perils of political centralism in a multi-ethnic federation. On January 15, 1966, a bloody military coup led by mid-level officers shattered Nigeria's first republic, claiming the lives of Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Northern Premier Ahmadu Bello, and Western Premier Samuel Ladoke Akintola. In the ensuing power vacuum, General Officer Commanding Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi rallied loyal troops, quashed the insurrection, and assumed power on January 16, 1966. Known as Johnny Ironside for his courageous command during the United Nations operation in the Congo in 1960 and 1964, Ironsi was a soldier's soldier. Awarded the member of the Royal Victorian Order, MVO, and the Rita Crews Award, his military credentials were unimpeachable. Yet, he inherited a deeply divided nation, reeling from political assassinations and regional suspicion. Seeking to eliminate tribalism and foster national cohesion, Ironsi promulgated Unification Decree No. 34 on May 24, 1966. The decree abolished Nigeria's federal structure, merging regional civil services into a single central unit. Though intended to enforce national unity, the policy backfired. Northern political elites viewed the decree and Ironsi's delay in trying the January 15 coup plotters as a deliberate move toward regional dominance. Tensions reached a boiling point on July 29, 1966. During a nationwide consultation tour in Ibadan, Northern officers led a counter-coup. Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fadri refused to surrender his guest, leading to the assassination of both officers. Ironsi's reign ended after just 194 days, paving the way for Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon and setting off a chain of events that culminated in the Nigerian Civil War. 6 decades later, the centralizing effects of Decree 34 continued to shape Nigeria's constitutional architecture. Agu Ironsi's brief tenure remains a sobering reminder that national unity cannot be compelled by executive fiat. It requires continuous negotiation, equity, and trust. Agu Ironsi was an exceptional tactical and operational commander whose career in the Royal West African Frontier Force and United Nations proved his courage and administrative capability. However, his transition from military hierarchy to civilian statecraft highlighted a fundamental mismatch. Political governance in a multi-ethnic state demands consensus building, whereas military command relies on direct obedience. Decree 34 was designed to eliminate regional parochialism, but because it was enacted without democratic consultation or cross-regional buy-in, it was perceived as an attempt to consolidate power. Modern African leadership demonstrates that structural constitutional changes must be backed by transparent stakeholder dialogue rather than central decrees. In times of national crisis, a leader must not only act impartially, but must clearly be seen as impartial. Ironsi's decision to detain rather than immediately try the January 15th coup plotters created an informational void quickly filled by suspicion and conspiracy theories, ultimately triggering the July 1966 counter-coup. Proactive, transparent public communication remains vital for political stability.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment. For the purpose of emphasis, some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors. Public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sokoto State in northwestern Nigeria remains one of the country's most historically influential regions, serving as the epicenter of the Sokoto Caliphate, founded by Sheikh Usman Danfodio in 1804. More than 2 centuries later, its legacy continues to shape region, governance and political identity across northern Nigeria and beyond. At the heart of this continuity is the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Sa'ad Abakar III, who remains a key spiritual authority for millions of Muslims. In one of his widely cited reflections on peace and coexistence, he has consistently urged Nigerians to embrace dialogue over division, stressing that no society can progress in an atmosphere of conflict and mistrust. His position has placed the Sultanate Council at the center of national conversations on unity and stability. The political relevance of Sokoto is also deeply rooted in its historical structures of authority. Traditional institutions continue to reflect civic engagement, especially during elections, where religious and community leaders often serve as trusted intermediaries. Analysts know that in Sokoto, legacies not only derive from the ballot box, but also from inherited institutions of moral entirety, reflecting the enduring fusion of tradition and modern democracy. In Nigeria's broader political history, Sokoto has consistently produced influential national figures, including former governor and minister Alhaji Tahiru Bafarawa and former governor Senator Aminu Tambuwal, both of whom have played prominent roles in shaping federal politics. Their political trajectories reflect how the state remains integrated into Nigeria's national power structure, while still anchored in traditional legacy. Socially, Sokoto remains a center of Islamic scholarship and education, home to institutions that continue to attract students across West Africa. The legacy of Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio is still referenced in academic and religious discourse as a foundation of intellectual reform and governance rooted in justice. As one Islamic scholar in the region once described it, Sokoto is not just a place, it is an idea of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. However, the state also reflects the contradictions of modern Nigeria. Despite its historical prominence, Sokoto faces significant developmental challenges, including poverty, youth unemployment, and insecurity linked to wider instability in the Sahel region. Community leaders have repeatedly warned that the survival of our heritage depends on addressing the needs of the present generation, underscoring the urgency of reform alongside tradition. Security concerns in the Northwest have further tested both state and traditional institutions. Joint effort between government authorities and religious leaders have increasingly focused on peace building and community dialogue. Officials often emphasize that security is not only the responsibility of government, but a shared duty rooted in community trust. Despite these challenges, Sokoto's relevance in contemporary Nigeria remains unmistakable. It continues to function as a symbolic bridge between the pre-colonial caliphate system and the modern federal state, influencing debate on governance, religion, and national identity. As one political analyst summarized, to understand Nigeria's north, we must first understand Sokoto not just as a state, but as a legacy that still speaks to power, faith, and identity in the present day.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every distinguished lady and gentleman here to please take their seats. But just some brief announcements before we go back to the recognitions of some of our special and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, we have members of the Health, Environment and Youth team. They are here present, and they came to inform us that they've strategically positioned waste baskets at strategic places in the hall. So please endeavor to be law-abiding citizens and make use of the waste baskets positioned strategically in the hall.
Also, we have the conveniences at the exit points, yes, and also the entry point.
Yes, we have just male and female conveniences. Male and female conveniences. All right.
We'd like to recognize also with us the national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance. Is one of us. Is Chief Sly Eze Okenwa.
Please put your hands together for the national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, Chief Sly Eze Okenwa.
He is also one of us. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. We'll also like to recognize the immediate past Secretary General of the NBA, Dame Joyce Odua. She's the Secretary General of the Pan-African Lawyers Union. Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause for Dame Joyce Odua. Thank you.
Would like to recognize one of our own, Senator Dino Milai. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes to the official start of the event. But I just want to ask, since all of us are right here in Rivers State, Port Harcourt, and Rivers State, Port Harcourt is known for 2 very popular foods. How many of you here have had bolly and fish? Who has had bolly and fish? Can we see a wave of hands? Have you had the popular bolly and fish? No? No? Who has had fisherman's soup? How many of you had fisherman? I can see Joyce Odua with 2 hands. All right. Please do endeavor to make use of your time in Port Harcourt. There are lots of hot spots you can visit. There's a pleasure park. And there's some side attractions in the city. But one of the most important side attractions is trying your hands on some bolly and fish. Not bolly and granuts. Bolly and fish and some fisherman's soup. All right, Ebere?
And of course, there are some indoor activities. Now, particularly because it's been a raining season, a raining period. Every day throughout this conference, it's been raining. And so I would advise that you stick to the indoor activities. And of course, there's a side to all of this. The side, apart from the rain, we've heard complaints of hike in price with transportation. The boat drivers have been very funny. And so we advise that it comes with this kind of conference. And so it's either you cancel the ride or please pet them like I did earlier. Pet them and then we'll not have any issues. We don't want to hear that lawyers are fighting with both drivers. That's a side to it. Other than that, the rain increase in some other things. Other than that, it's been a beautiful time in this city of Port Harcourt, a garden city of Port Harcourt. I'm sure, gentlemen, that you will agree with me that it's been a beautiful time in this city. Would like to recognize Dr. Labarum Magaji S.A.N. He is the Secretary of Nasarawa State, the SSG of Nasarawa State.
Please,
wherever you are, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Labaran Magaji, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He is the Secretary to the State Government of Nasarawa State. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir. We love that Nasarawa State is well represented at these events. All right, we have 2 minutes to start time. Ladies and gentlemen.
So while we'll expect other dignitaries for recognition, we will would ask that you please take your seats. We just have a minute to kick off officially this event. And so please bring in your recognitions before we start properly.
I reckon that by 4 p.m. sharp, the doors will be shut and we can kickstart today's event properly. All right.
I think we should recognize Mommy Harriet Balogo, who is here in our midst. Please give us a portfolio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an enigma, a living legend in our midst. She was the first female Attorney General of Lagos State and a General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together for a distinguished national awardee, Mommy Harriet Balogun. A round of applause for her. Make that better, make that better. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much, Mommy, for all that you do and represent in the legal profession.
Can we now have the national anthem?
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I crave your indulgence. So please be on your feet as we take the national anthem and the NBA prayer to be taken by Professor Isa Hayatu Chiroma, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Can we have Professor walk to the stage, please?
National anthem first, please. Can we have the national anthem?
Thank you very much. May we have Professor Isa Hayatu Chiroma, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to lead us for the NBA opening prayer. Please remain on your feet. Thank you so much.
Almighty God,
our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify the name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please take your seats.
Gentlemen, the hall is already too full, and so please, there's an overflow behind. Whatever that is happening here, you would see it there. Kindly, if you do not have a seat, go to the overflow and sit very comfortably. Thank you so very much. We would like to recognize, we still have a few recognitions. I would like for you to please take that.
We would first of all like to specially recognize Honorable Nasiru Mohammed, the Honorable Attorney General of Sokoto State. Please, a round of applause for Honorable. Please make that better for the Attorney General of Lagos State. Attorney General of Sokoto, please.
Sokoto State.
Sokoto.
So, Nimi, this year's conference, it's titled Beyond Limits. Now, as a young lawyer, what comes to mind? Generally, what do you think about it?
I think it's more than a slogan. It comes to mind as a declaration that we will challenge convention, embrace innovation, and reimagine the future of legal practice. Now, I know that everyone has gathered here today because of the very, very important discussions and conversations that we're going to be having over the course of the next few days. We're going to hear from some of the finest legal minds in the legal profession and beyond. We'll engage in these meaningful conversations and also forge new relationships and explore ideas that will shape the future of the legal profession in Nigeria. So that's what Beyond Limits means to me. Yes.
I totally agree with you. But just to say that, to me, it means you can stretch yourself beyond the limit.
Exactly.
And so you can dream about anything. You can become anything. And so to achieve, for instance, in 5 years' time, you can start planning now. And so, just as you have said, we'll hear conversations that will help us to plan better and think beyond your limits.
Yes. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 66th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association. Please, a round of applause for yourselves as you're here.
Right away, we'd like to recognize the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Tinubu. We'd like to recognize the representative of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, also the Speaker of the House of Representative, represented. Would like to recognize the representative of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, CFR.
We will also like to recognize our chief host, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, and members of his Executive Council. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency in absentia. I guess, and I know for sure, he's on his way to join us. Please make that better. He's our chief host today. Iberi?
Honorable ministers here with us, we welcome you. Your Excellencies, governors of different states present with us. Our keynote speaker, earlier recognized, we welcome you, sir. Welcome to Nigeria. We're glad to have you here. It's such an honor and a privilege to have you here. Welcome you, sir. We want to welcome the President of the Court of Appeal.
I want to recognize the President of the Court of Appeal and other justices of the Court of Appeal. We would also like to recognize the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Honorable Justice Simeon Amadi, heads of courts and other CJs of different states. Please, a round of applause for the Chief Judge of Rivers State.
who is also our host, who
Yes,
hosted us to a very beautiful cocktail yesterday. Would like to welcome, especially past presidents of the Nigerian Bar Association. We can see some of them in front. Past President Olumide Akpata, we welcome you, sir. We also welcome, thank you so very much. Please give them a round of applause. Would like to welcome past President Austin Alege. Please give him a round of applause as well. Would like to welcome all other past presidents here with us, and also past general secretaries. Past general secretary, we can see Joyce Odua, Madam Joyce, Dame Joyce Odua with us. You're welcome.
I can also spot Leonard Silk, OCJ Okocha, former president of the NBA. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to have you in our midst. And I can spot a delectable individual, incoming president of the Nigerian Bar Association.
The bold nation.
Mrs. Oyikansola Badejo Okusoya, senior advocate of Nigeria.
The incoming 33rd president of the Nigerian Bar Association and members of the executive committee. We welcome you all. We're happy to have you with us. We'd like to acknowledge, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of learned senior advocates of Nigeria in our midst. We welcome you, sirs and ma'as, members of the body of benches, the chairman of the local organizing committee. You should give him a round of applause, gentlemen, please. It's not easy to organize a program as this. They've been working with the Annual General Conference Planning Committee seriously. And that's why we have what we have here. We'd like to welcome you, sir. We'd like to acknowledge and thank you and your team. The chairman is Tonye Krukobo, SAM. Please give him a round of applause. And of course, the chair of this event, the Annual General Conference. Abdul Mohammed SM. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let us make welcome the executive governor of Rivers State.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the executive governor of Rivers State in our midst, His Excellency Siminalayi Fubara. Please put your hands together for him. He's known as Mr. Healthcare, Mr. Infrastructure in Rivers State, but we know him as a friend and our chief host at the Nigerian Bar Association. Please make that better, make that better. Make that better, thank you very much. We would also like to recognize members of his executive cabinet that have made their way here to be with us. Thank you so much.
Some of those persons with His Excellency would like to recognize Alabo, Dr. Tammy Wenike Danagogo. He's a member of us. He's one of us, rather. He's a former Minister of Sports, the former Secretary to the Rivers State government. We welcome you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have another national representative here. We are privileged to have the Chief of Army Staff. These are the men that keep the land, the sea, the waters safe. We have Lieutenant General W. Shaibu, Nigerian Army Medal. He's ably represented by the General Officer commanding 6th Division, Nigerian Army, Major General E.I. Okoro. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir. We are super excited that you've decided to join us. You look very military, sir. We're happy that you're here with us. Thank you, sir. All right.
We want to recognize, still in the governor's entourage, Chief Adokie Amese Maka, former Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice here in Rivers State. We welcome you, sir. Please, can we give him a round of applause? They are our host, please. Thank you so very much.
And last but not the least, because we are still coming back to make more announcements and more recognitions, Please put your hands together for the Honorable Attorney General of Benue State, Professor Timothy Yangian Oranugwa. Please, a round of applause for Professor Timothy.
We'd like to welcome chairmen of branches, secretaries, members of the Nigerian Bar Association. Can you give yourself a round of applause? You are welcome. We'd like to recognize also, again, members of the armed forces, the army, the police, and all others that are here with us. Gentlemen of the press, we welcome you. The media team.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Rapporteurs, we welcome all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this August conference.
Thank you very much, Ebere. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we move back into our order of events, and to take us further in today's event, to explain why we are here in Port Harcourt, and to explain why we are particularly excited to be at the NBA AGC Beyond Limits conference, please put your hands together for Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee, Mr. Tonye Kukrobo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for Mr. Tonye. Senior Advocate, we are expecting you on stage, Chairman of the LOC. Thank you very much. Please make that better as he makes his way and warms his way to the podium. Make that better for the Chairman of your LOC.
The Chairman will do his opening remarks in 3 minutes, sir. Thank you, sir. We're waiting for you.
Okay, if we can't cite Leonard Silk, Mr. Tonye Kukrobo, I think we can now have the Chairman of the Annual General Conference Planning Committee, Mr. Abdul Rafindadi Muhammad, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for the Chairman of the Annual General Conference Planning Committee as he makes his way to give us his opening remarks for the next 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for my Chairman. Thank you so much, sir.
Once upon a time, in 1912, Lord Frederick Lugard set out to find an alternative to the only seaport in the colony and protectorate of the territory now called Nigeria. Coal have been found in abundance in Enugu, but its evacuation is only through the Lagos port. Not convenient, and it's becoming an irritation to ships to ship through Lagos owing to growing political awareness of the agates, because they had begun to organize into unions, making the operation of the Lagos port more challenging than the colonial administration ever wanted. On board the SS Ivy, Lord Lugard ferried through the Forcados network in the Mangrove Creek. Near Okrikra town, he yelled, "Eureka! This place is suitable for the purpose. Building a port will require funding. Releasing the fund will require some lobbying. But Lord Lugard is in faraway Africa, while approval for such funding comes from London." Lord Lugard sent a telegram to the Secretary of States for the colonies, reflecting the colonial mindset of that era. He wrote, "In the absence of convenient local name, I will respectfully ask your permission to name the port after you." The reply came swiftly. "It gives me great pleasure to accede to your suggestion that my name should be associated with the new port." Sir Lewis Harcourt, Member of Parliament, was the Secretary of the colonies then. And gentlemen and ladies, that is how this remarkable city came to bear the name Port Harcourt. Your Excellency, George Openwear, the former president of Liberia. Your Excellency, Sir Siminalai Joseph Fubara, GSSRS, Governor of Rivers State, member of your executive entourage, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the National Assembly, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, my Lord, the Chief Justice of Nigeria and justices of the Supreme Court here present, my Lord, the President of the Court of Appeal and other justices of the Court of Appeal here present, my Lord, the Chief Judge of Rivers State, our host, and other justices of Rivers State High Court and Rivers State Customary Court, the other Chief Judges of other states here present, past, present, presidents, and past general secretaries, incoming president of the Nigerian Bar Association, members of the incoming Executive Council, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, His Royal Highness, the chairman of the Body of Benchers, members of the Body of Benchers, members of the Outer Bar, members of the pros, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I bid you a warm welcome to the Garden City of Port Harcourt, the fourth most populous city in Nigeria after Lagos, Kano, and Ibadan. Situated along the Bonny rivers in the heart of the oil-rich Niger Delta, Port Harcourt has grown into a thriving metropolis with an estimated urban population of about 3.8 million people. Aside its economic significance, it is a city blessed with illustrious sons and daughters, including pioneer lawyers, boasting of one of the first set of senior advocates of Nigeria, Mr. Nebo Graham Douglas. On the 30th day of August 2024, during the inaugural speech of the 32nd President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Osigwe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Fellow Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK, a solemn promise was made to hold the annual general conference in this city. Last year, there was a declaration of state of emergency, which compelled the association to defer the hosting promise to a further date. But as the saying goes, agreement na agreement yo. Today, we are gathered here in fulfillment of that promise. The theme of this year's conference is Beyond Limit. Many of you will remember the young boy in the movie titled The Matrix, where he said, "There is no spoon." The lesson from the scene is profound, that the limitation we perceive only exists in our mind. Our team is deliberately chosen to restate the unwavering hopes of Nigerians and indeed Africans that regardless of any obstacle, every ceiling is actually made of glass and can be shattered. It is our belief that when you leave Port Harcourt, you will do so with an unshakable conviction that nothing should stand in the way of your dreams and aspirations, as the world is full of limitless potential. All you need is to live it. Do you know of any dynasty in Nigeria that is 1,000-year-old? Our royal father of the day is the 20th traditional ruler of the Kanem Borno Empire, one of the oldest and most revered monarchies in Nigeria. His Royal Highness, Dr. Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Ibn Umar Garbai El-Kanemi, sits on the throne of the El-Kanemi dynasty, a dynasty that has endured and flourished for over 1,000 years, despite the tides it has confronted over the years. Al-Kanemi dynasty is beyond limits. We are deeply honored by the presence of His Eminence at this conference. Our keynote speaker, George, Talon, Mane, Opong, Usman, Ware, is another example of beyond limit. Born on the first day of October 1966 in Monrovia, Liberia, he is a man who in the dusty streets of Monrovia honed his talent to make history in 1995, becoming the first and to date the only African to win both the FIFA World Player of the Year and the Ballon d'Or, bringing immense pride to the African continent. Like the legendary Bob Marley, he used his global influence to focus world attention on the tragedy unfolding in his homeland and the urgent need for international intervention. For his unrelenting belief in peace, he sacrificed his resources to bring the ugly civil war in Liberia to an end. After the war, he joined politics so as to contribute in rebuilding his country. When he was told that he was not properly fit for the job, he did not give up. He returned to school to overcome the dropout status that hung over his head, proceeding to earn a diploma in 2007, a bachelor's degree in 2011, and a master's degree in 2013. He did not stop there. He contested and lost election in 2005, only to return in 2017 to be elected the president of Liberia. His remarkable journey is a testament to the fact that barriers only exist to be broken. He truly embodies the spirit of our conference team. We are confident that his keynote address today will inspire us all to continue shattering every perceived obstacles to our goals. As you participate in this conference, it will indeed be a missed opportunity if you fail to take advantage of the wealth of knowledge that will be shared by over 200 speakers assembled here. Your network is your net worth. Beyond technical sessions, you will have unique opportunities to interact with over 24,000 lawyers, exchange ideas, build meaningful professional relationships, and forge friendship that may last a lifetime. If you must leave a DNA in Rivers State, leave it to be a lasting one. Rivers State is truly a remarkable state. Beyond its abundant oil resources, it boasts of a rich ecological heritage and breathtaking wildlife. I encourage you to visit the Finima Nature Park in Boni, or if bird watching fascinates you, to explore the Obakiri Elele wetlands with one of the organized birding groups. If you have never witnessed elephants in their natural habitat, you should consider visiting Andoni local government area, where elephants have continued to coexist peacefully with their human neighbors. I have no doubt that you will enjoy all that Rivers State has to offer. Permit me to express my profound gratitude to the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Ife Chukwukulu of Nnewi Kingdom, for considering me worthy of the privilege of serving as chairman of the annual General Conference planning. I also thank members of the bar whose unwavering enthusiasm and commitment have contributed immensely to the success of this conference. As at the time I mounted this podium, registration had exceeded 24,000 participants, and the requests for registration are still coming in. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to our sponsors whose generous support has made this gathering possible, particularly Maton Engineering Nigeria Limited, Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited, and of course, the government and people of Rivers State. We are especially grateful to His Excellency, and you will forgive me, sir, Amao Pusenibo, Simina Lai Joseph Fubara. If I mention the title wrongly, I am very sorry, sir. The Governor of Rivers State for leaving no stone unturned to ensure that this conference leaves an unforgettable experience. We say a heartfelt thank you. There is a popular saying in Hausa, that dangari akan chegari, meaning that one needs a local guide to truly find one's way around unfamiliar terrain. For me, Sami Somieri, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, my able alternate, has been that dependable guide. We have become so close that I simply call him Yaya Sabi. I must also recognize Barbara Omoso, who graciously stepped away from her responsibility as Chief of Staff to the NBA President to coordinate the Secretariat of the Annual General Conference planning. I equally will be remiss if I fail to acknowledge Babatunde Ogala, OFR, SAN, who gave his all in the quest to make this conference truly a worthy experience, and every distinguished members of both the inner and outer bar who served in the AGCPC. Your commitment, cooperation, and tireless dedication are reflected in the excellent experience we will enjoy in the next coming days. Finally, I must not fail to appreciate the local organizing committee, ably led by Tonye Krubo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who, despite the short time available after their inauguration, hit the ground running and discharged their responsibility with remarkable dedication and efficiency. Distinguished conferees, this is Port Harcourt. The weather is inclement. We cannot do anything about the rain. Irregardless, we will have fun. Welcome to the 2026 Annual General Conference.
The Chairman of the Annual General Conference, we thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. Would like to recognize specially His Eminence, the Shehu of Borno, Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Umar Gabai, Air Kanam, is CFR, FNSE, FNAR, is also the chairman of Borno State Council of Chiefs. We would now like to invite His Eminence, the Shehu of Borno, to please, while we'll make him welcome for his goodwill message, His Excellency. Can we make him welcome, please? His Eminence, the Shehu of Borno State. Please, while he's still stepping forward, can we make him welcome? A round of applause for the Shehu of Borno State. He's the chairman, Borno Council of Chiefs, and his entourage. He will be doing his goodwill message humbly for 3 minutes. Your Excellency, Your Eminence, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. His Excellency, the former President of Liberia, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, and members of the Executive Council, security chiefs, service chiefs, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the President Court of Appeal, Justice of Supreme Court, senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other members, including House of Reps, House of Assembly, honorable ministers, President of the Nigerian Bar Association, senior advocates of Nigeria, members of body of benches, service chiefs, His Royal Highness King Apollo and other royal persons here present, members of the Nigerian Bar Association, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, no program has been served to me, but all the same, I'll use my sense. So in conclusion, I can say all other protocols are duly and respectively observed. It is with profound honor and great pleasure that I extend my warmest royal greetings and goodwill to the leadership and entire membership of the Nigerian Bar Association on the occasion of your annual general conference with the theme Beyond Limit in the great city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. I am particularly pleased to be associated with the important gathering of distinguished men and women whose professions occupied such a vital place in the preservation of justice, the rule of law, peace, and good governance in our dear country. The legal profession is not merely a profession, it is a noble calling. Lawyers are custodians of justice, defenders of constitutional order, advocates for the right and dignity of the people, and important partners in the building of a peaceful and orderly society. Throughout our nation's history, members of the legal profession have made significant contribution to the development of our democratic institution and to the advancement of justice. The Nigerian Bar Association has therefore earned an important place in the affairs of our nation, and its voice continues to matter in the promotion of constitutionalism, accountability, and responsible governance. As a traditional institution, we recognize that the peace and stability of our communities depend largely on justice, fairness, mutual respect, and confidence in our institutions. Where justice is accessible and trusted, people are more likely to live together in peace and harmony. Where the rule of law is respected, communities are strengthened and development becomes possible. This is why the work of the legal profession is of particular importance to us as traditional rulers. We have a shared responsibility to promote peaceful coexistence, protect the dignity of our people, encourage dialogue, and contribute to the stability and progress of our nation. Distinguished members of the Bar, the annual General Conference comes at a time when Nigeria is passing through a period of considerable challenges and transformation. Our nation continues to grapple with the question of security, economic development, access to justice, institutionalizing, strengthening social cohesion, and the welfare of our citizens. In addressing these challenges, the role of the legal profession cannot be overstated. The Nigerian Bar Association has a responsibility not only to defend the right of individuals, but also to contribute constructively to national conversations and to strengthen of institutions upon which our democracy depends. I therefore encourage members of the Bar to continue to uphold the highest tradition of integrity, professionalism, fairness, and service to humanity. The law must remain an instrument of justice and social order. It must protect the vulnerable, provide avenue for peaceful resolution of dispute, and give every citizen confidence that justice can be pursued without fear or favor. I also urge the legal profession to continue supporting greater access to justice, particularly for ordinary Nigerians who may lack the resources or opportunity to adequately defend their rights. Distinguished delegates, I commend the Nigerian Bar Association for providing this important platform for reflection, professional development, intellectual exchange, and national engagement. A conference of this nature should go beyond deliberations within the legal profession. It should generate ideas and initiate capable of making a tangible contribution to the peace, security, justice, and development of Nigeria. I particularly encourage the younger generation of lawyers to see the profession as not simply as a means of livelihood, but as an avenue for service and leadership. The Nigerians of tomorrow will require men and women of knowledge, character, courage, and integrity. The legal profession is unique position to provide many of such leaders. As traditional law, I have always believed that peace is a foundation upon which meaningful development is built. Law and justice are indispensable instruments for achieving that peace. It is therefore my sincere hope that the bar will continue to be a strong partner in promoting dialogue, reconciliation, justice, and peaceful coexistence across our diverse communities. The diversity of Nigeria should be regarded as a source of strength rather than division. Our different ethnic, culture, religion, and regional identities should never prevent us from recognizing our common destiny as Nigerians. We must continue to build bridge of understanding and ensure that justice, fairness, and respect for one another remains at the heart of our national life. On behalf of myself, the people of Borno Emirate, and the traditional institution under my leadership, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the leadership and entire membership of the Nigerian Bar Association for convening this important annual general conference. I pray that your deliberation will be guided by wisdom, understanding, mutual respect, and a sincere commitment to the advancement of your profession and the greater good of Nigeria. May the Almighty Allah grant Nigerian Bar Association continuous strength and wisdom to discharge its responsibility with honor. May He grant our legal practitioners success in their noble service to justice and humanity. May He bless our traditional institutions, our leaders, our communities, and all the good people of Nigeria. And may Almighty Allah continue to grant our beloved country peace, stability, justice, unity, and prosperity. With these words, I extend my royal felicitation and the very best wishes to the Nigerian Bar Association for a successful, memorable, and fruitful annual general conference. Long live the Federal Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you, and may Allah bless you. Thank you. So thank you very much. For the benefit of most of us here, my name is Abubakar Garbe Al-Kademi, the 20th show of Borno. My kingdom, Borno, is an empire which has been in existence for over 1,500 years without any interruptions. And especially myself and my predecessor, we are not new to this part of the country. My predecessor, the late Show of Borno, was the Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt for a very long time. Myself also, I was a Chancellor of Niger University, Yanagwa, Bayelsa State, for some time, especially during the reign of Governor Dixon. And currently, I'm the Chancellor of the University of Lagos, and I'm the Chancellor of the Nile University, Abuja, on top of others. Thank you very much.
you. Thank you so very much. His Eminence, the Shehu of Borno. We are grateful, sir. It's such an honor to have you with us. Before we call the next speaker for his goodwill message, I would like to quickly recognize the representative of the Honorable Minister of Defense, one of us, Aliyu Anas. You're welcome, sir. Also, let us welcome the former FIDA Country Vice President, Chief Mercy Agamosh. You're welcome, ma'am. In the same vein, let us welcome the former Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, who is here with us, Josephine Aneke. Can we make her welcome, please? It is now an honor and privilege to make welcome the Chief Judge of Rivers State, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Simeon Amadi, for his goodwill message. Let's make him welcome, please.
Let me correct an impression. I'm here representing the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and the goodwill message and to deliver is by the Chief Justice of Nigeria. The Chief Justice of Nigeria sends his apologies. He was prepared, ready, and to be here, but unavoidable circumstances made it impossible for him to be here physically. And he has directed me as my boss to deliver this address on his behalf. The person you will be seeing physically is Honorable Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, the Chief Judge of Rivers State. But what we'll be hearing is the message from the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Kudarat Montgomery Olatokunbo Kekere Eku. Your Excellency, George Weah, former President of Liberia, Your Excellency Sir Similaye Fubara, GSSR, Governor of Rivers State, and members of his entourage, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the National Assembly, His Eminence, the Shehu of Borno, Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Ibn Omar Garba Al-Kenami, CFR, President of the Court of Appeal and other justices of the Court of Appeal present here, past President and past Secretary General of MBA, incoming President of MBA, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, members of the body of benchers, chairmen of branches and secretaries of MBA, members of the armed forces, Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to join you virtually at this year's annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association. I congratulate the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Osigwe SAN, the National Executive Committee, the Conference Planning Committee, the Local Organizing Committee, and the entire Nigerian Bar on the successful organization of this important gathering. At the onset, permit me to extend my warm congratulations to Mrs. Oyinkosola Badajo Okusoya, SAM, on her election as the 33rd President of the Nigerian Bar Association. Her emergence as the first elected female President of the Association is a significant moment in the history of our profession. While it is noteworthy that she's only the second woman to lead the association, I believe that her victory should, above all, be understood as a reflection of merit, competence, experience, and the confidence reposed in her by members of the bar. Her election demonstrates once again that excellence and capacity should remain the principal consideration in choosing those entrusted with leadership of our profession. I congratulate her warmly and wish her a successful and impactful tenure. The theme, Beyond Limits, is both timely and thought-provoking. It invites us to reflect on the boundaries that give law its legitimacy, and at the same time on the limitations which we must have the courage to overcome if our profession and justice system are to meet the demands of a changing society. The legal profession necessarily operates within boundaries. The Constitution defines the exercise of public power. The law protects individual rights. Judicial ethics guide the exercise of judicial authority, and professional rules regulate the conduct of counsel. These boundaries are fundamental to the rule of law. There are, however, limitations that can arise from complacency, convention, or an unwilling to change. These are the limitations that we must continually examine. The world in which we practice is changing rapidly. Technology is transforming legal research, case management, and the delivery of legal services. While artificial intelligence is raising new technical questions, both for the bar and the bench, we must be prepared to understand this development and use them responsibly. The Nigerian judiciary, under my watch, has already begun taking concrete steps in this direction. At the Supreme Court, we recently launched the Nigerian Case Management System, NCMS, and commenced the implementation of a new electronic regime for the management and filing of cases. The practice directions on the mandatory electronic submission of processes and records took effect from July 1st, 2026. Making an important step in our effort to modernize the administration of justice. I recognize that Supreme Court is not alone in this endeavor. Several courts across the country have already embraced aspects of digitalization and electronic case management, demonstrating that our judiciary is increasingly responding to the demands of a changing technological environment. The implementation of the NCMS at the Supreme Court nevertheless represents a significant further step in this direction. At the Apex Court, we have a responsibility not only to improve our own processes, but also, where possible, to provide leadership and demonstrate what can be achieved through the responsible application of technology. It is my hope that the Supreme Court experience will encourage and provide further impetus to those courts that are yet to take the necessary steps towards digitizing their processes and adopting a more efficient system of case management. These reforms are intended to make our processes more efficient, improve case management, and make the court more responsive to the needs of litigants and counsel. They will, of course, require adjustments, learning, and cooperation from all of us. Change is rarely without its challenges, but we must be willing to embrace those challenges where the ultimate objective is a more efficient and accessible justice system. The journey towards a digital-enabled judiciary will necessarily be progressive, with each court adopting its system to its particular circumstances. But the direction must remain clear. We must continually seek better, faster, and more accessible ways of delivering justice. The success of these reforms will therefore depend not merely on the technology itself, but on our collective willingness as bench and bar to adopt to new ways of working. As we embrace technology, however, we must never lose sight of the human being at the center of justice. Behind every case file is a person. There may be a family waiting for closure, an accused person whose liberty is at stake, a business struggling to survive, or a citizen seeking protection from abuse of power. Whatever advances we make, justice must remain humane. This places a shared responsibility upon the bench and bar. We occupy different positions, but we are partners in the administration of justice. A judge must remain independent, impartial, faithful to the law, while counsel must represent claims fearlessly, competently, and ethically. The strength of one institution contributes to the strength of the other. We must also remain conscious of the experience of the ordinary litigant. For many Nigerians, justice can still appear costly, slow, and difficult to navigate. We must therefore continue to ask ourselves how our costs can become more accessible, how unnecessary delay can be reduced, how technology and improved case management can make the justice system more responsive. The bar has an indispensable role in this process. The lawyer of the future must combine legal competence with technological awareness, sound judgment, professional discipline, and unwavering commitment to ethics. Sometimes, going beyond a limitation begins with something as simple as raising the standard of our own conduct, preparing properly for cases, respecting the time of the court, giving clients honest advice, and pursuing arguments that have a proper foundation in law and fact. We must always remain willing to learn. The law evolves with society and new technologies, new forms of commerce, and changing social realities will continue to present questions that previous generations could not have anticipated. Experience should deepen our wisdom while leaving our minds open to possibilities. As you consider the theme of this conference, you must remember that there are principles from which the legal profession must never depart. The Constitution, the rule of law, judicial independence, professional ethics, fairness, and respect for human dignity Our task is to preserve these foundations while finding better ways of delivering justice. The Nigerian bar has a proud tradition and possesses immense talent. Let us use that talent to strengthen our institution, improve access to justice, and restore confidence wherever it has been weakened. Let us have the courage to examine what we do, acknowledge what needs improvement, and make the changes that our profession, our country require. Ultimately, the measure of our success will be found in the experience of the citizen who comes before the court seeking justice. If that citizen can approach our institution with confidence, receive a fair hearing, and live with the assurance that he or she has been treated with dignity, then we will have moved beyond many of the limitations that confront us. I congratulate the Nigerian Bar Association once again on this conference and wish all delegates fruitful deliberations and memorable gathering. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please put your hands together one more time for the Chief Judge of Rivers State representing the CJN. Thank you so much, sir. You've now given us more than enough as we journey beyond limits. An event like the Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws together distinguished individuals from the 36 states of Nigeria. And so we'll be recognizing some important dignitaries that are in our midst. Please, I would like for you to make welcome, with a round of applause, Professor Wahab Egbewole. He's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ilorin, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Also representing the government.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you habits of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. I am Uche Osai. Today we'll look at the essence of Eid el-Maulud. Today we'll reflect on Eid Maulud, a solemn and significant occasion that commemorates the birth of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. For millions of Muslims around the world, the day is more than a celebration. It is a call to reconnect with the enduring values the Prophet exemplified: mercy in a time of anger, justice in the face of oppression, compassion for the vulnerable, honesty in leadership, and peace in human relations. In a society challenged by division, insecurity, hardship, and distrust, the message of Eid remains deeply relevant, that faith must be reflected not only in worship, but in character, not only in words, but in service to humanity. So, what is true essence of Eid Maulud? How can the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, inspire stronger families, more responsible leadership, peaceful coexistence, and a more compassionate Nigeria? Join us as we examine the essence of Eid Maulud. And joining us with deeper insight on these issues is Alhaji Yusuf Sarki, Chairman, Islamic Center, and Chairman, Fetian Islam, Enugu State. It's a pleasure to have you one more time on this insight.
Thank you so very much.
Yes. Alhaj, let's look at the celebration. First of all, let me say happy celebration.
Thank you so very much.
Yes. So, you know, when we talk about this celebration, you know, what does Eid Maulud, you know, commemorate, and why is the life of Prophet Muhammad significant to Muslims?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم وغير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amen.
In the name of God, the omnipotent, the omniscient, the merciful. My name is Alhaji Yusuf Sarki, Chairman Islamic Center and Chairman Fetian Islam of Nigeria Enugu State Chapter. My primary role is to propagate Islam and, of course, to tell my fellow Muslims and even non-Muslims the teachings and sayings and the love of our beloved Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa sallam. May the peace of God be upon him. Indeed, today is a special day to every Muslim all over the world, because today is the day our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was born and came to this earth. And as Allah said, He is sent for the entire humanity, not only Muslim. I want my Christian brothers to know Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent to this earth to call people, to tell them that there is only one deity worship, which is Allah or God, as our Christian brothers used to say. So it's a special day because for every Muslim, in fact, he has to celebrate this day if he knows who is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why? Is because this honorable person, a distinguished person, an exceptional person, was the only one that called humanity to know who is God and how to serve him, and he has an exemplary character, which is what the whole humanity is supposed to emulate. Assuming in Nigeria today that we are facing a lot of challenges concerning the life, the living, so numerous. Assuming we are going or abiding by what our prophet propagates or said, I assured you would never be passing through all this hardship. Because whatever is wrong, he tried to put it in the right way. He teaches his Sahaba, that's those that have stayed with him during his life and time, whatever he say is what they do. If you tell them that don't do this, they will not go against his word. And in fact, that was how they have lived a life perfectly well, and they return to the Almighty God without any problem. But it's unfortunate today what we are experiencing is the other side of it. Right. We are not really going by the teachings of the Prophet. Right. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Yeah, Alhaj, what are these core values from the Prophet, such as mercy, justice, honesty, that can guide the society today? Because while you were speaking, you did speak to the fact that if we hearken to his teachings and way of life, that the society will be better. And I'm asking you, what are these core values, that, can guide society today?
One of them is love.
Love.
Yeah. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam tell us to love our neighbors, irrespective of religion. You take your neighbor as your brother, as somebody that you came out from the same womb. In fact, during his time, he laid so much emphasis on neighborhood, because there is no any place that you can have, association or living than your neighbor. So he called to them that whatever you as a rich man or whatever you are enjoying and you observe your fellow neighbor doesn't, please offer to him. If he's sick, look after him. If he's having some challenges, whether in terms of monetary or whatever, you assist him, because it's your fellow human being. Forget about the fact that he is not a Muslim. No, that is not the teaching. Took everyone as your brother.
All right.
I'm happy that some of my Igbo friends, they address me, my brother. And that is how it's supposed to be. That love is significant.
All right.
And in fact, if today in Nigeria, we are going to imbibe in the teachings of Prophet in terms of that love, would be,
all right.
Be all right.
You've spoken to love, and today we are celebrating the birth of Prophet. And I'm asking, in terms of his teaching, what can we draw from his teaching, particularly that will promote peaceful coexistence? That you've spoken to, peaceful coexistence, religious tolerance, and then national unity in Nigeria.
Yeah.
What can we draw from his teaching, particularly to push these views or values forward?
Essentially, like I've said, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent on earth to call all human beings to know who is God and how to serve him. Aside from the love that he said we should love our neighbors, there are issues of character.
Issues of character?
Yes. Because it's not only for somebody to go and study, whether religious, study or, Western education. You as a person, how is your character? Because whatever you learn from the classroom, if you cannot exemplify it, it's useless. So your character will show the kind of person you are. The knowledge will only mold you, So you should at least think of whatever happens to somebody might happen to you. So you teach your children the good way of life. Don't be showing them worldly things. Tell them that aside from this world, there's another world, and they will account for their deed. And especially as leaders, we have to lead by example.
We have to lead by example.
Exemplary leadership.
Okay.
You don't say something and you don't practice it. As they used to say as you say or do as I do. No, what you say, practice it, please.
All right.
That is when we will discover that there will be peace. Because our leaders today, they are not putting what they are saying. They are not leading by example.
And that's not the ways of the prophet.
That is not the way of prophet. The way of Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is whatever you are going to do, you should fear Almighty God. He's watching at you, and you are going to account in the day of resurrection.
And our leaders, they are aware of what you're saying.
Yes, they are aware. Every Muslim knew that there will be that day of reckoning. There is living and there is death.
Alhaji,
yes.
If they hear all this, why are they not putting them into practice? Why do we continue to see corruption? Why do we continue to see some level of embezzlement? Why do we continue to see the government not working for the interests of the people?
It's because they are not following the teaching of the prophet. They are doing the other side. If actually they are putting what they learn from the prophet, I assure you Nigeria will have been the best country of the world today.
What should we do?
What we should do now is we should reflect.
Reflect?
Yes. We should reflect and know that this leadership is given by Almighty God at the time he wishes, and he can take it anytime. So our leaders should have at the back of their mind that leadership is from God, and it's just a portion of it that he said, okay, take. And what they're supposed to do to end well is to do what is called justice. They should do justice to whoever, irrespective whether your father or your mother or your children or your nephew or your neighbors or your tribe, irrespective of whatever. If somebody made a mistake, he should be called to book, so that that will serve as a deterrent to others. Let's follow the rules. Although it's unfortunate, to me, Nigeria, we need to go back to drawing board.
We need to go back to drawing board.
Yes, because as we are now, in fact, we have reached climax. The only thing that God will save us is to have some of us that have that fear of Almighty God, that we are going to give account of whatever we do. We have been informed that our family, we the fathers or the husband, we are asked to take good care of them, and we shall give account. That's from the home. Then the same thing when it goes out to leadership, whether in an association, community, local government, or state, or federal. Know that it's the same thing. You are going to give account of what your stewardship before the Almighty Allah. So before you give that account, try to do what is best, what you can do, the best you can, and have that. It's only when you have that fear, the fairness of Almighty, that you can do that. But it's unfortunate today, most of our leaders, they are after material things. They don't even think of how the country will be. All of their concern is let us accumulate wealth. And this wealth, I don't know. They have been seeing people dying, you know. And anytime they are taking somebody to his grave, they will not take a dime. Whatever you have in the world, you leave it. It's only what you do that will give account. For all those material things, God doesn't desire it. What God is that if my neighbor is hungry, give him food. Don't even allow him to ask you. No, you are supposed to take care of him. But wealth and of course poverty or whatever is a trial from God.
It's a trial from God?
Yes, it's a trial from God. If you are a poor man, you hold yourself, you calm yourself, whatever little you have, you say, God, thank you. You serve him, you are going to Jannah, paradise, according to Islam. If you are a wealthy person, that money or wealth given to you by Almighty Allah, you are going to account for it. And you are given, God gave it to you so that you can serve humanity.
All right.
It's not only for you to enjoy yourself and do whatever you do and live.
All right. Let me digress a bit. This celebration, why is it not as big, celebrated with fanfare like other celebrations that we have, the big Salah and the rest of them? Because I suppose that today we should go for prayers, kill cow, you know, make merry, because it is the birthday of the Prophet.
It is. It's unfortunate that, you know, we are living in part of the southern Nigeria. But I bet you if you go to the north, you will see this thing you are saying. Even myself, I do celebrate. And I will invite you this time around to my house.
Alhaji,
so that fanfare and whatever is happening.
It's happening.
Yes, even today I think in our central mosques, that celebration will be there. But you know, the celebration of Eid al-Mawlud is not like, you know, our usual Salah, you know. Mostly the celebration is confined in mosques and probably somebody's private house.
Okay.
He will invite people and they celebrate together.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and of course, in places like Kano and Kaduna,
yes,
I know in 70s when we were young, we do march to stadium. We go to stadium and celebrate.
Ride on horseback?
We can ride on horse or we can go by foot. We know what we march as children. We march from our school to the stadium.
But that's no longer the case.
Yeah. It's no longer the case. You see, in fact, we have derailed. We are not even following it. Even the Muslims, in fact, we are the worst, I will tell you.
I didn't get that.
What I mean is Muslims, they are not practicing the teaching of Prophet.
They are not practicing the teaching of Prophet.
I'm telling you, if they are doing all this thing that is happening in the northern Nigeria, it wouldn't happen. They have, they have forgotten. They are on their own.
They've moved away from the teachings.
They moved away completely from the teachings
of the Prophet.
Because assuming they have adhered to it, I swear to Almighty Allah, all those things will not happen. But I know there are still good ones among us that are doing their best. But majority, they are just answering Muslim with Baba Riga that I wear. But in there, and God work with this. It's not the physical, but the inward. God judge. But me and you, what we saw is what we pass judgment on. But in reality, we need to change to follow the teachings of the Holy Prophet. And that is the only best option that can make us to stay peacefully, harmoniously in this country.
All right. Alhaj, before I go into the family to ask how this is impactful for families and what lessons families should take away from this celebration, it seems there is a division, amongst Muslim faithfuls on when this celebration should take place. Because I understand it's as if some are celebrating today, some will celebrate later.
No, not really. The celebration of the birth of Prophet Muhammad begins from this month of Rabiul Awwal. That's the Muslim calendar, which is the 3rd of the month. We have Al-Muharram, Safar, then we have Rabiul Awwal, which is the 3rd in the Muslim calendar. So in as much as we come to Rabiul Awwal, even from that first day, if you are, you can do it. It's not something that they said is confined or it must be done in a particular time. Like now, from Maiduguri, they have celebrated like 2-3 days ago. We over here now, we are doing, like my own, I used to celebrate around October, November, sometime even December. That depends on your own ability, to organize and do it.
All right.
It's not a must that it has to be done today.
But
today is the day that they have declared the public holiday all over the world, being the 12th of Rabiul Awwal. That day is marked. So it's expected that every Muslim on earth will join in this celebration.
All right. Alhaj, before I let you go, what should families learn from this celebration today?
The families should learn on how to love themselves. They should learn on how to live in peace. They should learn on how to help themselves when they are in trouble.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah. So, and all these things are part of the
teachings of the Prophet.
All
right. Thank you very much, Alhaji. And that's our time for this moment. We'll go a short break. When we return, the conversation continues. And with us here is Alhaji Yusuf Saraki, Chairman, Islamic Center. So we'll take a moment and go on a short break. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and here we continue our conversation on the essence of Eid el-Maulud. And joining us at this hour is Alpha Abdulkabir Adeyemi Oyetola, who is the president, Yoruba Muslims in Enugu. Alpha, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure also. I'm glad to be here.
All right. Let's dig deep into this conversation, speaking to the essence of Eid Maulud. And I'm asking you, what does this, celebration, the commemoration of the birth of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, what's the significance to Muslims?
A'udhu billahi samihul alim. Wassulitani qadim. Minashaitani rajim. I seek refuge from Almighty God, the everlasting, that holds his throne for many kingdom, from the evil of devil and his agents. I greet you.
You're welcome.
And to your question, when we talk about the significance, first of all, who is Muhammad? According to the Quran, it said, "Ba'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Man kana Muhammadu aba hadin min rijalikum, walakin Rasulullah wa khatamin nabiyyina." Muhammad is a messenger of Almighty God and the seal of all prophets. So we have so many prophets of Almighty Allah, such as Moses, Jesus, also Abraham. But it's the seal of the old prophets. When you talk about its significance, it's so many. They are numerous. We can only pick 2 or 3, which can easily guide us, maybe save our country as a nation. When I say Muhammad was born in the land of Mecca, which everybody knows, the duration, the time he was giving birth to, Though then there was nothing like calendar, but there's an event which took place then. That event called the people of Elephant.
The people of
Elephant.
Okay.
These people are from Abyssinia in Ethiopia. This Ethiopia wished or wanted to demolish that Kaaba built by Abraham
in Mecca.
But unfortunately, or fortunately to we, Almighty Allah destroyed their plan. So that year marked the year Muhammad was given birth to. So according to history, compared to that event, saying that it was 570 CE or 571 CE. That was when Muhammad came to the world. So Muhammad significant are so numerous, just like what I said. Because let's say few of what he came for. Muhammad came as a light. Because then there's what they call ignorance. Ignorance in the sense that they worship so many idols in Arabian country. So even up to 360, if I could not mistake, some of the idols which they worship. But since the day Muhammad was given birth to, the Persian government then was dissolved.
The Persian government then was dissolved.
Persian government was dissolved. The river which they worship was drawn
by through the birth of the
through
prophet.
the birth. Those are the significance of his birth itself. The light which they kindled for many years, about 1,000 years ago, was quenched, which shows this. That is, which show the miraculous, or will I say, the mighty of the coming of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, as I'm saying, he came as a light, because Quran told us, it said, "Wama harizalina ka ila rahmatan lil alamin." The purpose of God sending Muhammad to the world is for mercy upon the whole universe.
For mercy upon the whole universe.
The whole universe, because universe we are in the darking. So he brought what? New light to the world. When I say new light, I say they are worshiping God. Gods. They have so many gods, such as idol. So Muhammad came with what? With monotheism. That is worship of what? One true God. Muhammad came with compassion. Muhammad came with justice. Muhammad came with moral dignity. Because all this is found in the Quran that was given to Prophet Muhammad by Allah himself.
All right. Let me come in here.
Now,
you've mentioned the essence of the celebration and the miraculous things that happened, and then he brought light. It was a message of compassion, morals, and dignity.
Thank you.
And I'm asking, these whole virtue, are they still obtainable today?
Thank you so much. You know, it's obtainable.
It is obtainable.
It's obtainable because the Quran is there.
Okay.
And the Quran has been about 1,400 years ago. And it's still, will still be on the until when God, the word was finished. So what I'm saying is still obtainable is that everything the scholar preaches is from the Quran. Anyone who preach what is against the Quran, preach on his own. Let me give an instance. When the time of Cain and Abel, it's in the chapter 5, there's a verse which say, "Man qatala nafsan wa man qatala naza jami'an wa man hayan fakana ma aya jami'an." That anyone who kill a soul is like he killed the entire nation. And anyone who save a soul is like you save the whole world. Meaning that he who kill, man qatala mutahamidan, he who kill purposely, fadakalla li jahannama, the person is going nowhere except hellfire. Look at, since the hold of what? Cain and Abel. So it still exists to tomorrow. Only if you are unable to heed to what? To that of the commandment of Almighty God through Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Are people still heeding to this commandment today?
That's what I'm saying. I'm heeding. Such a person, we are heeding.
So why do we, if we understand this, why do we have a lot of insecurity? For example, in Nigeria, people are being killed on a daily basis. Why are this happening?
Thank you. You know, the word, when such happen, look at the word, is in the both scripture. Because from one chapter of the Quran which say, Wale hasfri, inna li inzana lafi khuzrin. That is when the end times comes, human beings are on the loose, except for ila alladhina amanu, those who believe on that is going to meet his Lord on the day of judgment. So those who believe that they are going to make accountability on that day of judgment will still heed to that of what? Of commandment of Allah. But he who is ignorant, who thinks just nothing will happen, can do on his own what? On his own way. Because there's what we call an hawa. That's human being have self-decision. Although Quran is there for you, Muhammad legacy is there for you, but you can choose of what? On what to do. But what you will do that contrary the Quran and the Sunnah, that is legacy of Rasulullah, you are going to face judgment of Almighty God. Because Muhammad has already won. He said Rahmatan is a mercy to the whole world. Nasiron is giving you warning not to kill. He's giving you warning not to make injustice.
Afa,
now,
can we safely say that those who are killing at the moment, the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, all these insurgents who are killing innocent Nigerians are unbelievers?
They are unbelievers.
But they say they are propagating the good news.
That is not the good. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking from the Quran.
Yes.
I'm not speaking from what?
From your head.
I read. And from what I am just initiating or what I'm. So what Quran preaches is what we are saying. Anyone who kill Mutahamidan, you keep purposely unjust. When I mean unjust, you know, a soul that kill a soul, even Nigerian. Maybe if those people, it's a fine upon such person. But I didn't do you anything. You not kill such person, or you kill for the sake of whether you be forced to be Islam. My dear brother, such person is going to hellfire.
Such a person is going to hellfire.
That's correct.
Afa,
now
we are celebrating today's public holiday.
Yes.
Our leaders are on holiday.
Now,
but I'm asking, are they listening to this message, the same message that you are preaching, the same Quran that you're speaking of?
No.
Because we continue not to see the light, the compassion, you know, the moral, the dignity that you talk about from the life and presence of Prophet Muhammad.
No.
And we still have a lot of corruption.
No.
We still have a lot of misgovernance.
No.
Going on in our country.
Such as what I say initially, say the world is an end stage.
The world is at end stage.
So, because there's a quote in the Quran. The quote said, "Inna indahu ilmul sahati." That is, the hour is known to know but Almighty God. But a question was raised by Angel Gabriel to Rasulullah, to the prophet. Say, can you please give me, since you don't know the hour, that the hour only knows to Almighty God, Amaratihi, what are the signs? Among the signs, what Rasulullah quotes. That shedding of bloods.
So we are seeing this. We are seeing the signs now.
So it's only, but I can say, all there is when they say that when you see so much discord, believe that things you are getting to the end of the time, you should hold on to what? To God's rope, which is Quran and his legacy.
All right. But drawing from the life of the prophets that we are celebrating today,
No.
what should we be telling our leaders? What should they be learning from the life of the prophet?
Thank you. What the leaders, like we the subjects, should begin to learn. We have been learning it. Yes. Quran say, "Fayabudu rabbaka atta yati yakin." Your worship is not yet concluded until your death hour comes. I'm not saying I'm upright, but you'll be continue doing what is right until the death comes to you. So the government, likewise we the subject, should do what is normal. Don't think what you do now, because you don't know the hour, you don't know the time that your this day will come. So any stage they are, they should be compassionate, such as what Rasulullah did. There should be fair injustice, and there be what? Display moral legacy for we to follow.
All right. Drawing from the life and lessons of the Prophet that we are celebrating today, what should we learn that will promote, peaceful coexistence, religious tolerance, and then national unity in Nigeria?
Thank you. Just like what I initially say, when I was with Afia, what you should learn is Rama.
Rama. What does that mean?
Means mercy.
Mercy.
We should show mercy. Because God himself is a merciful God. If we show mercy to ourselves, such as what I was reading, Muhammad has so many characters, but Muhammad will never pay evil with evil. He don't do it. Muhammad is not a lousy type. He demonstrates good. He's an humble man. He don't make noise. He didn't fight his people. That's why he say, "Itakullah ayzumakuta." Wherever you find yourself, be conscious of Almighty God. As a leader, as we the subjects, let us follow the legacy of Muhammad by displaying good character, by working hard to enhance our living, and doing what is right to every human. Because Quran did not say Muhammad only come for the Muslims, neither Christians, not this tradition. He said Rahmatan lil alamin. Muhammad come for the whole, as mercy for the whole world. Because during his time, there were people called Jews, there are people called Christians. He managed to live with them. They are traditionists. He managed to live with them. He doesn't cause peace. What they even called him then was someone who will entrust before God raised him as a prophet. That's what they call him. So you'll be someone, when they entrust a post to you, it's a manner. You make sure you deliver well whenever they entrust a post to you.
But the situation is opposite. A lot of people trusted with the amana are not delivering.
Thank you.
And these are supposed to be faithful as well.
You see a lot of people. Let me give an instance of my state, where I come from. I'm from Osun State.
Okay.
I still believe, and I still say, my governor, what he said before becoming the governor, I'm talking about Governor Adeleke Ademola.
Yes.
Is what he did, and even do extra. And is what paved way for him.
Osun State rewarded him.
Yes.
Okay.
By God putting him in that post, because nobody have the means. But what you do must surely do what? Come back to you. So people, there are still people who portray good character. There are still people who portray justice. Not when you say, people say, when you see something that gets spoiled, not all people that are spoiled, but in this thing, in some place where you find people that are good, we still find some who are bad.
All right.
So as this government, we find people that are upright, that are doing what is obtainable, whereby we find some people that are not upright, doing what they wish to do without the following of the code.
Afa, before I ask you my last question, just like I asked the previous guest on the program, is there a division on the celebration of this birth of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him?
Thank you so much. See, there's no differentiation, but I will say something according to what I read. Muhammad came and he has companions. And all legacy Muhammad lay, may the peace of Almighty of Allah be upon him, we are told by his companion. There's what we call Ramadan, which everybody know, fasting in the 30 days of Ramadan. But about his celebration of his what? Of his birthday, of his own birthday, Muhammad is not a showing type. Muhammad celebrates it. He do fast on Monday and Thursday. See, the companion has the Prophet Muhammad. Say, Muhammad, we don't even understand this of fasting because we only know about Ramadan and other fasting. But why do you see? I am fasting. The day I give glory to God, I give shukr, I give thanks to God for the day I came to the world. Because Muhammad came to this world on Monday and left the world on Monday, and he was raised as a prophet on Monday. So Muhammad celebrates by observing fasting.
But today is not Monday.
Thank you. Today is not Monday. The day Muhammad was given birth to is on the 12th of Rabiul Awwal. That's Nolian month of Islamic calendar. Which fall as the 3rd month of Islamic calendar. As today is not Monday, Muhammad celebrates it so with his own day. He didn't celebrate it with dates. But as the scholar, they confirm the day, which is 12th day of what? Of the Rabiul Awwal. And they mark that day. They will be showing mark as a respect and honor for the upcoming generation to know who is Muhammad. Because Muhammad say on his own, he said, Adibu. He said, teach awladukum, your children, hubbu Muhammad, the love of Muhammad.
All right. Our time is up, but before we go, just in half a minute, just speak to our audience what you would want to see, in the life of people and our government, drawing from the life and times of the Prophet. Just half a minute.
What I will say in this period or in this season of Maulud, we should imbibe, emulate the culture, the tradition of Muhammad, which say you should be kind to your neighbor, you should be justice to fellow human being, and should be upright to Almighty God in all you're doing.
All right, and that's our time. Afa Abdulkabir Adeyemi Oyetola, President Yoruba Muslims in Enugu, is a pleasure speaking with you.
Pleasure to you also, sir.
And to you, our wonderful audience, I suppose that you've learned a lesson or two from our conversation on the essence of Eid al-Maulud. We celebrate with our Muslim brothers. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It is my joy to bring up our keynote speaker at the Delta State Economic Investment Summit 2026, the 7th Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African and the first woman to hold this office in the entire history of the WTO, Previously served 2 terms as the Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy. Served as Managing Director of the World Bank. She led negotiations that wiped out $18 billion of Nigeria's debt and an overall external debt reduction of over $30 billion. She's recognized as one of the most influential humans alive today. She was nicknamed Okonjo Wahala because she brought wahala to inefficiency in the economy. She brought wahala to corruption. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this global institution in human form, role model to men and women across the globe. She was born right here in Ogwashuku, and she has not forgotten her roots. She's not here as a visiting dignitary. She is home as a daughter of the soil. Please join me as I welcome and I receive my role model, your role model, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
In Nigeria, elections are often discussed as contests between political parties and candidates. But beyond the campaign rallies and televised debates lies a quieter but decisive force, the electorate itself. Citizens do not only choose leaders, they also shape the quality of leadership that emerges. Across several election cycles, analysts say voter behavior has played a major role in determining outcomes, sometimes more than policy debates or party manifestos. In 2015, for example, widespread voter dissatisfaction with insecurity and corruption contributed to the defeat of an incumbent president. A reminder that the ballot box remains a powerful tool for accountability. However, critics argue that the same electorate that holds power also bears responsibility for some of the weaknesses in Nigeria's democratic system. Low voter turnout is one recurring issue. In the 2023 general elections, turnout fell to one of its lowest levels in Nigeria's democratic history, with millions of registered voters not participating. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, participation rates in some states were below 30%. Political analysts link this trend to growing voter apathy, distrust in institutions, and the belief that votes may not count. In several communities, especially during local government and state elections, reports of vote buying have further weakened public confidence. In parts of the southeast and southwest, during recent cycles, observers documented instances where cash inducements were allegedly used to influence voters at polling units. But the issue is not only turnout or vote buying. Ethno-religious and regional sentiments also continue to influence electoral choices. In some elections, voting patterns have reflected identity affiliation rather than policy consideration. This, observers say, limits the emergence of issue-based politics. Yet, there are examples that suggest change is possible. In Lagos State's 2023 governorship election, youth mobilization through digital platforms significantly increased political engagement, particularly among first-time voters. Similarly, civic organizations such as Yaga Africa and Not Too Young to Run have recorded increased youth participation and advocacy
for electoral reform in recent years. Comparatively, countries like Ghana and South Africa show how sustained civic education and stronger electoral trust can improve participation. Ghana's high voter turnout in successive elections is often linked to public confidence in the Electoral Commission and consistent voter education campaigns. Back in Nigeria, experts argue that strengthening democratic outcomes will require a shared responsibility between institutions and citizens. While the Independent National Electoral Commission continues to introduce reforms such as biometric verification and electronic result transmission, the effectiveness of these systems ultimately depends on public trust and responsible citizen engagement. There are also structural challenges. Unemployment and poverty have been cited as contributing factors to vote selling in several rural and urban areas. In some instances, voters reportedly exchange their ballots for short-term financial relief, a practice that undermines long-term governance outcomes. Several society groups say reversing these trends will require sustained civic education, stronger enforcement of electoral laws, and improved transparency in governance. They also emphasize the role of schools, religious institutions, and media in shaping civic responsibility. Ultimately, Nigeria's democratic trajectory does not rest solely on politicians. It is equally shaped by the choices, awareness, and participation of its citizens. As the country continues to evolve politically, the electorate remains both a mirror and a maker of its democracy.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The CGN. Thank you so much, sir. You've now given us more than enough as we journey beyond limits. And events like the annual general conference of the Nigerian Bar Association draws together distinguished individuals from the 36 states of Nigeria. And so we'll be recognizing some important dignitaries that are in our midst. Please, I would like for you to make welcome with a round of applause Professor Wahab Egbewole. He's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ilorin, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Also representing the Governor of Lagos State is Mr. Adebayo Harun, Esquire. He's the Director of Public Prosecutions. Please put your hands together for him. Because this is a national event and we have the Executive Governor of Rivers State, we also have the Executive Chairman of Opobu Nkoro Local Government in Rivers State, Honorable James A. James Esquire. Please put your hands together for the Executive Chairman of that local government. We also like to recognize the country Vice President and National President of FIDA, Mrs. Eliana Martins. Please put your hands together for her. Earlier on, we made mention of the 32nd and 33rd President of the Nigerian Bar Association. But we also have in our midst the 18th and the 19th. Please join me and make welcome here TJ Okpoko, the 18th
president of the NBA. Please put your hands together for him. He was also a past chairman body of benchers. Thank you so much, sir. We also have Nigeria's current ambassador to Ireland with a concurrent accreditation to Iceland. No other person than OCJ Okocha, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please celebrate him. Thank you so much, sir. Remember, we said we are representing the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We've saved the best not for last. Please put your hands together for His Royal Majesty Albert Akpomuje, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He's the chairman of the body of benchers and the Oloworode of Olomu Kingdom. Please put your hands together for the chairman, body of benchers. Thank you so much, Leonard Silk. It's a privilege to have you in our midst. Now, just backstage, I heard some interesting statistics. The annual general conference of the Nigerian Bar Association is not just a national event, it is an international event. I just read backstage that this is the largest gathering of lawyers in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves. We are not just national, we are now international. And we would also like to recognize some international guests that have made it all the way from Cameroon, from Uganda, and from all across the world. Please put your hands together for the Bar Secretary and the Treasurer of the Cameroon Bar. Please forgive my French. Zangwe Serges Martin and Fuegom Adeline. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you so much for coming around. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to continue with our goodwill messages. And now we are going internationally because we are an international bar. Please put your hands together for the President of the Commonwealth, Mr. Stephen Tiru, as he makes his way to the stage for his goodwill message. A round of applause for Mr. Stephen Tiru. Make that better, make that better. We are an international body. Let's welcome our international guests well. Mr. Stephen Tiru. Is Mr. Stephen Tiru here with us? Okay. In the absence of Mr. Stephen Tiru, can we have the President of the Ugandan Law Society? Please put your hands together for the President of the Ugandan Law Society as he makes his way to the stage for his goodwill message. A round of applause. A round of applause. Make that better for him till he gets to the stage. We're an international bar right now. We have over 25,000 members registered and watching this event. Thank you so much, sir. Right.
What a surprise.
What a surprise. Yeah.
Thank you. It's fine. Okay. My Lord Chief Justice, Your Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, the President of the Nigeria Bar Association, Mr. President Emeritus, Honorable George Ware, Your Excellency, and all guests present here, I stand on the protocol already established by the chairman of the organizing committee. It's a great honor for me to stand in for the president of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association. My name is Isaac Semakade, president of the Uganda Law Society. Once again, I thank the Nigeria Bar Association leadership for this auspicious opportunity. On behalf of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, I would like to say that we take a moment of silence to think about colleagues we have lost, but most especially Professor Jason Ade. Thank you very much. People have the right not to be normal. And people have the right to do their work. As long as the first doesn't affect the execution of the other, people should be left to do their work in peace. Dr. Jason Ade began working as a senior academic at Britain's Cambridge University just 3 years ago. Today, he's no more. His passing, presumed to be a suicide, comes as a result of work-related stress, which culminated into a bullying campaign against him in the UK online and establishment media. From the day of his appointment as a distinguished professor of sociology at the University of Cambridge, doubts were loudly expressed about Dr. Ade's competence and credentials. He was eventually publicly accused of cheating in the course of acquiring his PhD. Even after being cleared by the university that granted it, the shedding continued. Intense scrutiny was applied to all aspects of Dr. Ade's public profile. He was then heavily persecuted for any and all inconsistencies and exaggerations. The embellishments were used to raise doubts and speculation about his mental health. The inconsistencies were used to further cast aspersions on his academic achievements. In the end, Dr. Ade resigned from his post, but the media witch hunt continued. 188 articles about him in 9 days after his resignation. It only got worse. Having sensed victory, the drivers of this witch hunt only pressed harder. Now he is gone. It would be pointless now to condemn this on the British and American media and public sphere who have contributed to this situation. Their motives were always clear and straightforward. It was naked racism, and they are not about to change. That is why it gives me a great honor to share a platform with our keynote guest speaker, His Excellency George Weah, whose record, as we shall probably learn, shares confluence with Dr. Ade's life. But we are grateful that Weah is alive to tell the story of going beyond these limits. This demonstrates the importance of natural justice for us lawyers. Any person suspected of any wrongdoing must have the right to be clearly informed of the case against them and be accorded dignity on the basis of all the evidence available. Furthermore, the accusation must be managed only by those responsible for it, those competent to handle it. For example, if a person is suspected of academic offenses, let it be only the academic authorities to handle the process. If the matter is outside academia, then the academic standing of the accused should not become a determining factor. Dr. Ade suffered from the common reality of being in a place where many felt he did not deserve to belong. People of African origin working in historically white power institutions have seen this many times before. The difference is about how strong the victim of the day is and how determined the attackers are. Our condolences to his family, his friends, and faithful colleagues. Let us learn to guard our hearts and our minds better. There will always be enemies. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for the president of the Ugandan Law Society. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our time to be with us today. Moving very quickly, still recognizing some of our distinguished guests, we would like to recognize the presence of the Chairman, Council of Legal Education, Chief Emeka Ngige, OFR, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause. A round of applause. A round of applause. Moving very quickly and taking us to the next part of this particularly national event, we'd like to recognize and welcome for a goodwill message, Lieutenant General W. Shoaibu. He is the Chief of Army Staff, NMA, and he's ably represented by Major General E.I. Okoro, General Officer Commanding 6th Division. Please put your hands together for Major General E.I. Okoro as he comes on stage for his 3 minutes goodwill message. Thank you so much, sir. Make that better, make that better, make that better. These are the men that ensure Nigeria is well protected. Thank you so much, sir. We are honored by your presence.
The keynote speaker, His Excellency George Opongwe, former President Liberia, His Excellency Siminalayi Fubara, Executive Governor of Rivers State, the Senate President, ably represented, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and other justices here present, the President, Nigerian Bar Association, His Eminence, the Shehu of Borno, and other royal fathers here present, members of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Director, Legal Service, Nigerian Army, and other military lawyers here present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Major General E.I. Okoro, the General Officer Commanding 6th Division Nigerian Army, and it is my singular honor and privilege to represent the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General W. Shoaibu, Nigerian Army Medal, at this very auspicious event. So, with your kind permission, Your Excellency, I will proceed to present the goodwill message of the Chief of Army Staff at this event. I bring you warm greetings from the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wide Shoaibu, Nigerian Army Medal, and the officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army. It is my distinct honor on behalf of the Chief of Army Staff to deliver his goodwill message at this year's annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association. The theme, Beyond Limits, is both timely and inspiring, particularly in the historic and hospitable city of Port Harcourt. It speaks to the courage, resilience, and determination required of all institutions and professionals committed to building a stronger and a more secure Nigeria. This theme resonates strongly with the Nigerian Army, whose constitutional responsibility requires us to operate beyond the limits of difficult terrain, evolving threats, and personal comfort in the service of our dear nation. However, national security extends beyond the battlefield. It also depends on the rule of law, sound institutions, justice, and the protection of fundamental human rights. The Nigerian Army therefore remains committed to conducting its operations within the Constitution and applicable laws. We recognize the Nigerian Bar Association as a vital partner in strengthening democracy, safeguarding civil liberties, and ensuring that security operations are conducted professionally, responsibly, and with due regard for human rights. In confronting contemporary threats, we must equally look beyond traditional approaches by embracing evolving technology, credible intelligence, interagency cooperation, and innovative solutions. I therefore commend the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Osigwe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the National Executive Council, and the Conference Planning Committee for organizing this very important gathering. I also appreciate the government and people of Rivers State for their hospitality and support in hosting this prestigious conference. As you deliberate on issues of national importance, I encourage greater collaboration between the legal and the security communities in promoting justice, protecting the vulnerable, and strengthening national security. The Nigerian Army, on its part, will continue to work closely with the bar, the judiciary, and other institutions of states in pursuit of a safer, more just, and prosperous Nigeria. Let us therefore collectively rise beyond existing limitations and continue to give our best in the service of our great nation. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the River State, and the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your goodwill message. Quickly, I'd like to re-invite, we're so very sorry, my Lord, the Honorable Justice of Rivers State, Honorable Justice Simeon Amadi, for his own goodwill message, my Lord. Let's make him welcome, please. Earlier on, he had taken the goodwill message of the Chief Justice of Nigeria. And so, in his own right, he will be doing his own goodwill message. Thank you, my Lord.
That's okay. Your Excellency, George Weah, former President of Liberia and keynote speaker of this conference. Your Excellency, Sir Similaye, former GSSRS, Governor of Rivers State, and members of his entourage. May I seek your leave to adopt all other protocols. It is with great pleasure, sincere goodwill, and profound sense of honor that I welcome you and extend my cordial greetings and felicitations to the leadership and members of the NBA and participants on the opening ceremony of the 66th Annual General Conference, holding in the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. On behalf of the Rivers State Judiciary, I cordially welcome you all to Port Harcourt, Rivers State. The Annual General Conference of NBA over the years has been a forum where the NBA demonstrates its corporate essence or core objectives to unite legal practitioners for professional development, policy debate, and institutional reforms. This annual conference serves as the umbrella of Nigeria's largest gathering of lawyers, addressing issues of law, state of our justice system, defense of democratic values in Nigeria, charting the future directions of the legal profession, and engaging critical national discourse or national question. To this end, I commend the enterprising and proactive leadership of Mazi Afam Osigwe, SAN, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and his executive. During his tenure, Afam Osigwe, as president, transformed his incumbency to the realization of the noble mission or objectives or ideas of the NBA. We celebrate your professionalism, integrity, and standard-setting contributions to the office of the president of NBA. You were prompt in constructive criticism of policies of government and actions of persons and authorities, and also ready in defense of fundamental rights of citizens in deserving circumstances and illustrious legacy of activism. Verily, the bar in the past 2 years lived up to the theme of the 2025 Annual Bar Conference, stand out, stand tall, unquote, which was a current call for members of the legal profession to rise with courage to their commitment to justice, integrity, rule of law, innovation, and dynamic leadership in Nigeria. Let me congratulate the NBA on the sinless election of 18th of July 2026, and also congratulate the incoming 33rd President, Mrs. Badijo Okosia, SAM, and the executive on their successful election in a keenly contested NBA election. The theme of this 2026 NBA 66 Annual Conference, I quote, "Beyond Limits," invite the NBA as a body and the incoming president to walk or go beyond set boundaries, break through restrictions or what seemed impossible. In the years ahead, the incoming president is called upon to exceed or go beyond the predecessor's achievements and limits. There are critical national issues that deserve attention and stand out as a wake-up call to intense proactivity. The 2027 general election in Nigeria, which is barely 5 months away, is uppermost. The NBA carries grave responsibility to the nation before, during, and after the election. The NBA carries great responsibility to the nation before, during, and after the election as a veritable stakeholder in our democratic transition. At this critical point, society increasingly looks onto the judiciary and the bar for fairness and stability. We must not fail the nation. Political parties and their candidates should be told that no ambition, however legitimate, is worth human life and the peace of the nation. NBA, as always, played the noble and nationalistic role of contributing to fair, transparent, credible, peaceful, and successful elections in Nigeria in 2027. The bench and bar are twin pillars in the administration of justice in Nigeria. Their ultimate objectives remain the same: the attainment of justice and the protection of human rights and liberties of the citizenry. For the good of our nation and the noble profession, it is imperative that the bench and the bar continue to promote cordial relationship founded on mutual respect, professionalism, shared commitment to justice and courtesy. I wish to place on record that the Rivers State Judiciary enjoyed robust support or harmonious relationship with NBA National and all the 9 branches of NBA in Rivers State, especially in their continued advocacy for judicial independence and access to justice. The bar must respond to changing circumstances of the world. We live in an age where technology of AI is increasingly affecting legal practice and administration of justice. There is the pressing need for the bench and the bar to embrace innovation and technology in the administration of justice to enhance efficiency, reduce delays, and promote access to justice, but with acknowledgement of the ethical limits and challenges. As we all gather for this conference, I appeal to participants to uphold the highest standard of professional conduct as eyes are watching, ears are open to hear, and mouths are ready to comment on the conduct of the conference and participants. We need no reminder that the future of the Nigerian legal profession and indeed the future of Nigeria's democracy significantly rests on our shoulders. Let me appreciate the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association for the choice of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, as the venue of this 66th annual conference of NBA. We know what happened last year. Rivers State is the treasure base of the nation, where its people and visitors are treasured. With the admirable hospitality of Rivers people and the government of Rivers State under His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, GSSRS, the governor of Rivers State, I assure you that your stay will be safe, socially enjoyable, and your conference intellectual stimulating. Once again, I welcome you to Rivers State. I wish you all a joyous and memorable stay in Port Harcourt and journey message to your destination thereafter. Long live NBA, long live the judiciary, long live Rivers State, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Rivers State. We are grateful. Thank you so very much. Now, before I invite this man to the stand, I'd like us to please note that we still have some speakers, a few of them left. We're yet to take the keynote speaker and also the governor of Rivers State, who will be declaring this conference open. This man, since he came into office, has visited almost all the branches in the country. There's no state in the country he has not touched. And he has been very proactive. He is a man in whom we're well pleased. Most of us would not agree, or maybe few of us would not agree. This man is not just my president, he's our president. He's the 32nd president of the Nigerian Bar Association. To you is Mr. President, to us is Uncle Lulu, he's the golden boy. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give him a rousing ovation? I welcome the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Osigwe, SAN, to do his address. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency George Oponwe, past President of Liberia, Your Excellency Amopu Senebo, Sir Siminalai James Fubara, the Governor of Rivers State, the Royal Father of the Day, His Eminence, Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Ibn Umar El Kanemi, CFR, FNE, FNAL, Chairman Borno State Council of Chiefs, the Chairman of the Body of Benchers, His Royal Majesty Albert Akpomuje, the GOC 6th Division, representing the Chief of Army Staff, past Presidents of the NBA, Chief T.O. Poko, OCJ Okocha, SN, both of them, Olumide Akpata, the President-elect of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mrs. Oyinko Salabadejo Okusoya, SN, the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Honorable Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi. Let me adopt the already established protocol. Time is fast spent. I thought by 6 p.m. we'll be here out of this place, but I think I was being very optimistic. I address you all with great honor and joy at this opening ceremony of the Nigerian Bar Association's 66th Annual General Conference taking place in this beautiful city of and welcoming and warm city of Port Harcourt. It's good to be back here. This town is fondly called PH, Prakot, Pitakwa, among so many other names. It's a beautiful city. And when you note the so many names by which the town is known, it shows you the different perspectives and we are seen by the different age groups and how people fondly look forward to see, and also called PH. It is also known as Nigerian's Garden City. So we are in the Garden City. This town was originally selected to be the host city of the conference in 2025. When the unfortunate incident of the declaration of state of emergency occurred, we thought that the circumstances were such that we could not rightly hold our conference under the leadership of a sole administrator, and in keeping with our motto of promoting the rule of law, we opted out of hosting the conference in this city, but with a promise that whenever the democratic rule and governance return to the state, we would be back. When the governor, who is here present here today, was reinstated, we thought that it was only meet and proper for us to return to the city because we made a promise and we had to keep that promise. When the chairman of the annual general conference said agreement is agreement, I thought to myself, some agreements are immoral and may not be kept. So not all agreements are agreements. But then, I digress. We chose as a theme for this year's annual general conference, Beyond Limits. As a call to action. Now, many of us are held back by obstacles that are either physical, real, imagined, or mental. And we thought that there is need for us to remind Nigerians that if you believe you can do it, you can. And that if you believe you cannot do it, you probably may not. Years ago, I came across a saying that if you throw your heart over the bar, then your body will follow. Meaning you can't overcome any obstacle which you have not believed you are capable of overcoming. And we are urging Nigerians to go beyond limits. And in doing this, we are reminded that when Nigeria gained independence on October 1st, 1960, there were a lot of hopes that Nigeria was going to be the beacon of Africa, was going to be like the lighthouse that was going to guide many African nations to greatness. 66 years after, and this is our 66th annual General Conference. That hope remains to be realized. I hope Nigeria was then also called the giant of Africa. And sometimes it feels like telling Nigeria, oh giant, awake, for you have great potentials which you are yet to fully achieve. May I remind us that this optimism that Nigeria will be the greatest nation out of Africa and the greatest black nation in the world was founded on a few optimisms. And I will share some of them. Constitutional democracy. There was the belief that Nigeria had parliamentary democracy and federalism, and that it would successfully harmonize Nigeria's diverse ethnic and regional identities to forge the people into one. 66 years after, ethnicity, religion, and the things that were thought to be our strength have actually gone to weaken us. We have tribal cleavages which have made development very difficult. We don't think of ourselves as a nation. We first think as members of our ethnic or religious group and hardly think of the best interest of Nigeria. We are first parochial, and the sense of nationhood is not as high as it should be. There were world-class institutions. Some universities were being built, and Nigerians were attaining prominence in different parts of the world. And we had politicians who had shown such greatness and vision that they were expected to shape the way for Africa. And then the rule of law was also thought Nigeria, the establishment of competent judiciary and public service designed to steer a self-reliant and sovereign state would be among the strengths that would make Nigeria that giant of Africa, so that we will not only bear the name, but justify that appellation. That may explain why, in his independent address on October 1st, 1960, the then Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, captured the optimism of that moment when he observed, it seemed that we were destined to move with quiet dignity to our place on the world stage. I don't need to tell you or be the ones to answer the question whether we have moved with quiet dignity or dignity at all, or whether we have attained our place in the world stage. Yet acknowledging the challenges that had already begun to emerge, he noted that recent events had changed the scene beyond recognition, leaving the country being tested to the utmost. Even then, he remained confident in the Nigerian spirit, declaring, "We shall not fall for want of determination. And we come to this task better equipped than many." Those were some of the hopes held out for Nigerians, and in many respects, the black race. 66 years later, Nigeria continues to bear the title Giant of Africa, and through its population of over 220 million people and its prominent role in shaping Africa's political, economic, and cultural landscape. Yet, while Nigeria has not fully achieved the expectations and dreams of its fathers, it still possesses the potential to do so and to become one of the leading countries of the world. Our potential, however, has remained latent, out of focus, and at times, seemingly a mirage. As lawyers, we are custodians of the promise of Nigeria. We must therefore look beyond the familiar and focus on African leadership, democratic consolidation, institutional reform, and regional integration, particularly as Nigeria and other African countries approach critical political transitions. To go beyond limits, both as a nation and as members of the legal profession, we must venture beyond the usual borders. We must sometimes undertake what appear impossible to reach and achieve our goals. We must push through our limitations and beyond our comfort zones. There will be no shortcuts. There will be no excuses. There will be no appeal to pity. Whatever is worth doing is worth doing well. Going beyond limits requires that we constantly push ourselves and refuse to settle for the average. When we encounter resistance, it may seem difficult to overcome, but by pushing a little harder, we can accomplish great things. And often once we have done so, we look back and wonder why we ever thought the challenge was as difficult as it appeared. We must not allow limits to determine what we can achieve. Those who achieved greatness faced obstacles, but they were able to achieve greatness by overcoming those obstacles, by having a vision and planning, and by so doing, they succeeded. This is not the moment for the bar. This is the moment for the bar to lead in defending the Constitution, strengthening institutions, deepening access to justice, driving economic reform, promoting national security through the rule of law. And in this, I agreed with the representative of the COAS. We shall work with the armed forces. Nigeria is at a critical time. We are faced by different challenges. It is not enough to criticize. We must give constructive suggestions and sit down to make for a better Nigeria where government is able to achieve the injunction in the Constitution, Section 14(2), that is security and the welfare of the people is the primary aim of government. We have been here for the past few days and we're having a good time, and I'm sure we'll continue to have it. But no matter the joy we have, no matter the good times we have, let us remember that sometimes good times make for weak men, and weak men make for hard times. That is quoting the founder of Dubai, reminding us about how his father rode a camel, he rode a car. His grandchild rides a Land Rover, and how his great-grandchild will ride a camel, because good times bring soft men, weak men, and weak men make for hard times. Let us remember that justice delivery through technology, court reform, and clearing the backlog of cases are some of the things that if we achieve as lawyers, as members of the legal profession, we will go beyond limits. That the society looks up to us for justice before the court. And I think it was Otman Danfodio that said that while a people may exist without religion, they cannot survive without justice. And the people are looking up to the courts, and we owe it a duty to the society to go beyond limits to ensure that justice rolls down like a river, and most of the crimes and things we see in the society that destabilize us will become a thing of the past. The rule of law must be the foundation of national security, and the Nigerian first, and the legal profession must observe the highest level of ethical conduct, because nobody will trust a legal profession that is seen not to be any different from a criminal enterprise. This conference therefore provides an opportunity not merely to examine the challenges confronting our nation and profession, but to ask the harder questions. What must we do differently to move beyond them? That's why I talked about not only identifying challenges, but profiling solutions. What do we do to make for a better society? Our keynote speaker is Excellency George Manneh Opongwe, former president of Liberia and winner of Ballon d'Or. His life story is a remarkable masterpiece in resilience, determination, discipline, and purpose. From playing football barefoot in the swampy slums of Clara Town, Monrovia, where he was raised by his devoutly Christian grandmother, Emma Clonijale Brown, alongside 13 siblings. If I didn't get that name right, you forgive me. I'm sure you may encounter similar difficulties when you deal with our own names. Where went on to become a global football icon and the president of Liberia. His journey began amid severe poverty. To escape the hardships around him, he channeled his energy into football, honing his skills on the dusty streets of Monrovia, while playing for local semi-professional teams such as Mighty Barrel and Invincible 11. You've come a long way, sir. He also worked as a switchboard technician for the Liberia Telecommunications Corporation. His breakthrough came when he signed for the Cameroonian club, Tonero Yaoundé. His talent soon caught the attention of AS Monaco, ex-Monaco manager Arsene Wenger, who brought him to Europe in 1988, launching an extraordinary 14-year European club career that includes some of the biggest clubs in the world. Yet, while enjoying massive fame and success in Europe, I think he deserves a round of applause. Where remained deeply devoted to his homeland, which at the time was being ravaged by brutal civil wars. He served as a UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador and personally committed millions of dollars of his own resources to provide equipment, travel, and other support for the Liberian national team, the Lone Star. He nearly coached and captained the underfunded team to a historical World Cup. If he's willing, he will tell the story of part of that dream was dashed here in Port Harcourt. But I leave that for him to tell the story. And in the process, helped transform it into a rare symbol of national unity. We chose him as our keynote speaker because his life reminds us that background does not determine destiny. That where you're starting from will not determine where you're going to. That where you will get to is dependent on what you make of yourself. How resilient you are, refusing to give up, refusing to be intimidated, believing in your dreams and going on to achieve your dreams. His story demonstrates that resilience, determination, discipline, focus, and purpose can fundamentally alter the trajectory of an individual's life and ultimately contribute to its transformation, to the transformation of a nation. This is the spirit of Nigeria and the legal profession. This is the spirit that Nigeria and the legal profession must now embrace. The 2026 Annual General Conference is therefore not merely a gathering, it is a charge. I particularly acknowledge the unquantifiable support of His Excellency the Governor of Rivers State, who told me when we made the decision to come back, he said, Mr. President, I will do everything within my power to ensure that you host a successful conference in that. Call me at any time, tell me what the problem is, and I will make sure that we'll solve it. Even up to a few minutes before the commencement of this conference, he kept that promise. You needed to have seen parts of this stadium some months back, but here we are. We are not charged any money, and the governor had supported us in many, many ways. Your Excellency, we are very grateful. You are indeed a man of honor, and history will continue to be very kind to you. You have left your footprints in the sands of time, and they can never be washed off. May God continue to bless and uplift you. Our keynote speaker, you made sacrifices to be here. You left your family in a holiday after a tedious time at the World Cup to be here. You made a promise to us when we visited you, and you kept that promise. When I finish this address, I'll go back to my chair after His Excellency has declared this conference open to eagerly await your keynote address. And I hope that you will challenge all of us to know that success is a process. It never ends. And no matter what may be your story today, it can change for the better and for the best. Your Eminence, when we visited your palace and ambushed you by requesting that you be the royal father of the day, you did not hesitate. Even when situations presented themselves such that you need to be in Maiduguri tomorrow, at great difficulty and sacrifice, not only have you come here, you can come with your friend, the chief. I don't know his name, but I love your regalia, sir. And you're here, Your Eminence, showing that leadership is about sacrifice and that a leader's word must be his bond. And to the good people of Maiduguri, whom you have led as part of the El Kanemi dynasty, we have nothing but gratitude for them. Thank you so very much for being here. The members of the Conference Planning Committee have labored for us to get there. Members of the Executive Committee, whom I've had the honor of leading for almost these 2 years. And this will be the last time I will stand before an annual general conference of the NBA to address it as its president. And I can't wait for Mrs. Badejo Kusoya to take over from me. When she saw me a while before the conference commenced, she asked me, Mr. President, you look very excited. I said, yes, I do. I can't wait to hand over to you. We thank the members of the local organizing committee. But my greatest gratitude goes to the good people of Rivers State who have allowed us to inconvenience them. We've displaced them from their hotels, from their recreation facilities. We've clogged their roads, and yet they opened up their arms to welcome us. And also to Almighty God, who has ensured that the reigning Port Harcourt has held on to allow us to get on with this conference. And my Lord the Chief Judge, I already apologize to you and express our gratitude to you and members of the judiciary. And before leaving, I will express my apology. Our sitting arrangement is not at its best. We could have got it better. In subsequent programs, we try to do so. That is not a slight to those who ought to have been given some special places. But know that we equally love you, and we're happy that you're here. Let us make this conference not a talk shop, but something that challenges us to make for a better Nigeria, to make the legal profession to count, so that people will not really ask and believe, why do we really need lawyers? Which lawyers they do serve. Thank you all so very much for listening to me. Thank you for being a part of this. May God continue to be with us. And may the Nigerian Bar Association and Indeed Nigeria continually go beyond limits. God bless all of us.
Have you seen a more passionate president? A past General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. A barman par excellence. Again, he has spoken truth to power. Thank you, my president. Thank you so very much, sir. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Thank you, my president. We are proud of you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are not excited that you are leaving us, but we are also excited that Mrs. Badejo Okunsanya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, will be taking over the helm of affairs from you as NBA President. A round of applause for Mrs. B. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to an important part of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I want you with all excitement to welcome on stage to this very podium the Executive Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, GSSRS, for his welcome address. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause for our chief host in the Garden City of Port Harcourt as he comes to officially make the event open. You can do better than this. You can do better than this. I want to hear an applause. I want a standing ovation. Thank you very much, sir.
Like a man who came prepared for leadership, the Muslim Alaya has left his footprints on nearly every community and every sector.
Your Excellency, the former president of Liberia, George Weah, and also the keynote speaker of this very special event, the NBA Annual Conference. The Chief Judge of the Federation, ably represented by our own Chief Judge of Rivers State, the President of the Court of Appeal and other judges that are here, justices that are here, members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Legislative Councils that are here, the President of NBA, and also His Eminence, Ishewu Obronu, who is the royal father of this event, and other monarchs that are here with us. Past presidents of MBAs, and also the incoming president of MBA. Learned senior advocates, members of the body of benchers, the service commanders that are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow this protocol because maybe if I start calling too much, I run into trouble, so I have to be a bit careful. But I believe I've recognized every other person that is here, one way or the other. It is a great honor for me, on behalf of the government and people of Rivers State, to welcome all lawyers from across the country to Port Harcourt, the capital of Rivers State, for this Nigerian Bar Association 2026 Annual General Conference. Likewise, I warmly welcome all the international delegates and friends of the MBAs from across Africa and beyond who have come to Port Harcourt for this year's Annual Lawyers Conference, which is reputed to be the largest gathering of legal practitioners in Africa. I wish to express my thanks and appreciation to the outgoing president, Mazi Afam Osuigwe, the National and its National Executive Committee of the NBA, for bringing this esteemed conference to Port Harcourt once again. I wish to recall that Port Harcourt was scheduled to host this conference last year, that it was sadly moved to Enugu due to the state of emergency and the suspension of democratic rule and institution in the state. Thank goodness I have since returned to my office as the governor. And I am honored today to host and address this distinguished assembly of lawyers, magistrates, judges, academics, public officials, private entrepreneurs, and administrators, all united as members of this noble profession. Let me therefore say again that we are pleased to host this conference and delighted that you are here in such large numbers, which further confirms Rivers State's enduring peace, security, and commercial transformation as Nigeria's second largest economy. We are aware we assure you of your continuous safety and security throughout this conference. We have also partnered effectively with your leadership to ensure that you have a peaceful, successful, and memorable national conference in Port Harcourt. The business of the day. In a democratic society like ours, the legal system sets out the rule of conduct and the basis for relationship between government, public, and private institutions, and also the public. The ultimate aim of law is to protect and advance citizens' security and their well-being by assuring equity before the law, safeguarding the fundamental human rights of all, and fostering an environment conducive to social economic activities and national development. Therefore, it is evident that order, peace, and meaningful human progress prevail wherever the law is treated as sovereign. Whereas denying the sanctity of the rule of law through democracy and good governance negate the high logic of civilized existence and a recipe for social disaster. Apart from the role of law, the judiciary is also essential to any country seeking to foster true democracy, good governance, and economic development. For the courts are not merely venues for resolving social disputes. They serve as the ultimate refuge for all, including the common man, like myself, to presume true justice, accountability, human dignity, and the enforcement of their legal and constitutional rights and obligations. This means that judges responsible for the administration of law and justice must consider overall impact of their judgment on the polities. Because law, order, and the rate of national development are inextricably linked to the quality of justice the court can deliver with integrity. Consequently, we expect that our judges should not be mere apologists or conformists if they are to be the ultimate guardian of our democracy, the rule of law, and the advancement of peace and good governance in our country. Furthermore, public confidence in the quality of our judiciary is enhanced when our judges demonstrate sound knowledge of the law and excellent legal reasoning, coupled with the courage, commitment, and integrity to hold the government and the governed equally accountable to the Constitution and the rule of law, and to ensure that nothing but the truth prevail at all times, irrespective of the party, status, or social affiliation. This is perhaps the only way to ensure that justice is not merely an ideal, but one that can transform our society by being present in the life of our nation and of every citizen, including those at society margin, not just the privileged few. As a layman, I am compelled to agree with the description of lawyers as the subtle nerve of the nation's spine, because the legal profession is not merely a business or a source of high social status. It is a profession with a moral and legal duty to safeguard our Constitution, promote the rule of law, and defend ordinary citizens' rights to good governance and equal protection under the law. It is said that in terms of uncertainty, particularly when political power attempts to overreach the Constitution and the rule of law, it is the courage of the legal profession that can intervene to nip such aberration in the bud and ensure that the process of power is not used to circumvent the law of the land and the value of democracy. Therefore, for me, the lawyer's greatest duty is to have the conscience, commitment, and the courage to speak truth to power, to defend citizens' rights, to undiluted justice, and to protect public institutions that are under attack, being weakened or abused. In this context, I see the theme of this conference, Beyond Limits, as an inspiring challenge to lawyers. As ministers and custodians of the sacred temple of justice, to rise above real or perceived constraint to protect the Constitution and advance the people's inherent rights to democracy and good governance. We cannot continue to insulate that law from today's reality. Not possible. Rather, should justice remain shackled by unjust precedents, technicalities, inadequate access, undue delays, slavish adherence to rigid processes, political manipulation, or brazen corruption? The prevalence of these serious impediments to justice in our polity has damaged and continued to damage the reputation of the judiciaries and the bar. Therefore, having entered the temple and sworn to serve justice, I urge the bar and the bench as public institutions to reflect on their role and commit to serve the public interest with characters and compassion. Our justice system can inspire confidence among the citizenry only when judges are seen as the epitome of impartial justice, equity, and fairness. In Rivers State, we understand what it means to push beyond limits. We have walked through the fears of power. Many have been bruised, yet we remain unbowed to our determination to safeguard our unity, peace, progress, and are even more resolved than ever in our commitment to delivering the dividend of democracy to our people. Over the past 3 years, we have worked with the Chief Judge of Rivers State. He's here smiling to ensure that the delivery of legal and judicial services to our people. We have expanded access to justice by appointing more judges and establishing additional courts, including the construction of a federal high court, which we will hand over to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court before the end of this year. We're also doing our best to improve the security and well-being of our judges, magistrates, and state law officers. I assure you that we will continue to respect the administrative and financial autonomy of the state judiciary and work with the state chief judge to ensure that Rivers State Judiciary is ranked among the best in the country for its prompt and effective dispensation of justice. As a government, we are ready to partner with the NBA to advance our shared objective of safeguarding our Constitution, upholding the rule of law, and supporting the autonomy of the judiciary in our states. We understand firsthand that peace is the foundation of meaningful development. Accordingly, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to peace and development and continue to support and work with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the federal government to accelerate the transformation of our dear states and that of the Niger Delta. Finally, let Port Harcourt, this is to our delegates, let Port Harcourt 2026 be remembered not only for the intellectual stimulating section you held, but also for the commitment you made, the friendship you have forged, and the resolve to go beyond limit to protect our Constitution and advance citizen rights, democracy, and good governance. I encourage all visiting delegates not only to confine yourself to the 4 walls of this conference, that also take time. Like the outgoing president said, explore the garden city and enjoy its beauty. And the unmatched hospitality of Rivers State and its people. You can go to Anthony or Yorokoto to see the elephants. You can go to Emawa, you see the bird city. You can also go near my own place, Opobo, if you're a good swimmer. The river is very clean. You can do some beach walk there. Once again, I welcome you to Port Harcourt, and I wish you all a faithful and memorable conference. Thank you for your attention. May I, on behalf of who have very great personalities of Rivers State that are here, OCJ Okocha is here, your past president, former Attorney General here, Chief Adoki Amesimaka, also a footballer, like our keynote speaker, and also a former Minister for Sports, a one-time SSG when I was before the emergency rule, Dr. Danagogo, and others. Most importantly, the Chief Judge of our dear state, welcome you and also declare this conference open. May God bless everyone.
Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, GSSRS. Please make that better, make that better. I have the kind permission of the President of the NBA to thank you specially for being a friend of the NBA, for making Rivers State very habitable that we just had to host the conference here twice. Thank you very much, sir. What's that? Ladies and gentlemen, you're still at the annual general conference of the Nigerian Bar Association, and we've just heard from His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, who would like to excuse His Royal Highness, the Shehu of Borno, who has an urgent flight to catch this evening, so he has to be excused to make way to the airport to catch his flight. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be handing over to Ebere.
Thank you so much, Nimi. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for. The keynote speaker. Before we call him up, I'd like to call the immediate past chairman of the annual general conference, Chief Emeka Obegulu, who is also a consultant to this annual general conference, to please do us the honors by doing the introduction of our keynote speaker, His Excellency George Weah, the former president of Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Emeka Obegulu.
We must not allow real or perceived limits to determine what we can achieve. Mazi Afam Osigwe, 2026. Obstacles, barriers exist to be overcome. Abdul Mohammed Rafindadi, 2026. Your Excellency, the former governor of Liberia, Your Excellency, the governor of Rivers State, may I seek to rest on established protocols. Today the Nigerian Bar Association charges us to go beyond limits. And who else to speak and set the tone for this conference with the theme Beyond Limits than a man who was born exactly 6 years after Nigeria's independence on the 1st of October 1966. A man whose life exemplifies beyond limits. A man who, against all odds, rose to become the president of Liberia beyond limits. A man who won the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year beyond limits. A man who won African Footballer of the Year 3 times beyond limits. A man who in 1996 was voted African Footballer of the Century by sports journalists from across the world. Beyond limits. I want you to echo with me, beyond limits. A man who, when he ventured into politics, after he left football, journalists in Liberia called him Babe in the Woods because he was newly navigating the volatile political terrain. But he did not stop there. He went beyond limits, attempted again, and became the president of Liberia. But his life also shows that it is not everything you aspire to that you win. So in 2002, when he aspired to lead his country, Liberia, to the World Cup, that aspiration brought him to this city of Port Harcourt. And he could have achieved that at the expense of our dear country, Nigeria. But again, like everything in life, God said you cannot go beyond limit at this time. So George Weah and the national team of Liberia could not go beyond. But during the carnage in Liberia, this man led his country as the only positive image. He was also the source of life for many, and he was the nation's torchbearer during those dark days, living again beyond. As a former UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, he led the campaign to eradicate child soldiers in Liberia. He actively worked to demobilize, disarm, and reintegrate former child soldiers affected by Liberia's civil wars during the late 1990s and early 2000s beyond. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you George Mane Opongwe, the 25th President of Liberia. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. You may have your seats. Yeah. First of all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I will ask for a moment of silence. This happened this morning. My former superintendent and her son died this morning. Very sad situation. I will ask you all for a moment of silence. Thank you. May the soul rest in perfect peace. Good afternoon. Let me begin to extend warm greetings and best wishes to His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank him for the warm reception I have received since my arrival here in Nigeria. Our gracious host, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, Governor of Rivers State, Honorable Chief Latif Asakun Kanmi Fagbemi, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Nigeria, Excellencies, Justices, and members of the Judicial Branch, honorable members of the Nigerian Parliament, other officials of the Nigerian government, the President and members of the Nigeria Bar Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I also give special recognition to my good friend and brother, Mr. Babatunde Kwame Ogala, who traveled to Liberia to encourage me to accept the honor of addressing this historic assembly. I'm glad to be here today, attending the 66th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association here in Port Harcourt. With a membership of over 150,000, the Nigeria Bar Association is the biggest, longest, oldest, and one of the most respected professional bodies on our continent. I want to thank you for choosing a team as bold as Beyond Limits. When I first heard it, I smiled, because if my own life has taught me one thing, it is that limits are very often not the walls we think they are. They are the only edge of what someone has tried so far. I did not come here as a lawyer, and I will not pretend to be one. I grew up in the ghetto of Gibraltar in Monrovia, Liberia, where very few believe that a boy raised largely by his grandmother, who one day stand on the world's biggest football stages, or take an oath as president of the Republic of Liberia. I was told I was told in many quiet and not so quiet ways what the limits of my life were supposed to be. I did not accept them, not out of arrogance, but because the limits placed us by man are not the same as the limits placed on us by God. Beyond limits, to me, is not a slogan. It is a living testimony of life.